All right, all right, all right. I think I'm live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Thursday to you. It's getting a little cloudy, got all dark all of a sudden. So we might have a storm coming in. Hey, so welcome everyone. Hope you're doing well, enjoying your day. I'm excited as always to see what messages we're going to have come through tonight. So thanks for being here. Thanks for all your love. Before we get into everything, of course, we want to come back to this moment, as you know I like to do. So we will bring in beautiful love energy here in a moment through the singing bowl. But before we do that, we'll come back to this moment out of the chaos of the outside world, right? I always say out of the chaos of the outside world, out of the future, out of the past, coming back to the now right here, our beautiful bubble of love. We'll do that through a big deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, slow exhale out. That's the key, is to slow our roll to come back to this moment, and then we'll bring in the singing bowl. So if you'd like to join me in doing that, let's begin. Big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that as well. And then, of course, I'll bring in the singing bowl as I do. And as I hit it 3 times, just imagine that beautiful energy radiating from your heart, filling up all of your heart, your emotions, your mind, and thoughts and stories, your body, every cell, your energetic body, your chakras, your aura, your energetic meridians, filling you up, flowing out to the outside world, allowing that to do whatever it wants to do in the outside world to help raise the vibration of the planet and the human collective and all the other collectives that are out there. And then something we can do as we're doing this, of course, gratitude, gratitude, gratitude is so powerful. It immediately begins to raise our vibration. It magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for, and it opens us up to hear from spirit. So it's a win, 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 win all the way around. And then after the third gong, I'll bring in the magic feather and we'll send love out to the world. What are we going to focus on today? What would we like to focus on today? Let's do physical body healing, activating our superhuman DNA to help our bodies be the most healthiest that they can be. We'll focus on that on the third one. So if you want to join in, just open up and send energy and take it all in like a giant hug from spirit. And then it can come in that way. Yeah, I think that's it. So let's begin. Let's do that. Remember, gratitude. Here we go. Mm, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. Very nice. All right, let me just put her back in her little throne back here. She can watch over us. All right. Hello, everybody. So happy to have you here. Hope you're enjoying your day full of amazing love, and I'm excited to see what messages we get. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, hello, hello. I'm your brother Z. We are here to spill the tea with spirit. So thank you guys so much for being here. We do have a great um, a great group, a great community of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. Thank God, because we like to laugh, we like to have a good time. So, very supportive place. So there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome, welcome. If you want to know how the whole process works for readings, all that information is down in the description area of the stream. Donations do get first priority. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat, which does take about 30% of the donation, just so you know. And in the description area of the video, I do have my Venmo and Cash App, which do not take currently any fees. And then also PayPal, Square, and Google Pay, which take minimal fees as well. So those are options if those are for you and you'd like to have me to have more of the actual donation. Those are ways that you do that. No pressure, just information, no expectations. So whatever is most easiest for you to do, please do. I know it's not available in some countries, and all you have is the super chat. So please know I know that, and no pressure, no guilt, no shame, no shame. That's the way it works, right? I do post a pinned comment at the end of each session showing all the readings completed with timestamps. And if I don't complete everything in my 7-hour session, I'm limiting myself. Last night I forgot to, honor my boundary, but I went 9 hours. So we won't be doing that a whole lot. But last night, since I blabbed a lot in the beginning and talked about some interesting concepts around tarot that someone had asked, so if you're interested, make sure to check the beginning of yesterday's session. We talked about some energies around tarot and past, present, future, and things like that. So be sure to check that out. But whatever I don't complete it in the 7-hour session, I will complete it in the morning, as I did this morning. I did not get to any free readings last night, and I had one donation and free readings this morning. So here is the link for that. And I always update the last night's pinned comment. Where in the bottom where I put who I'm going to complete in the morning if I don't finish it in the night. I also go back on and put this link up there. So if you ever need it, you can go to the night one, go, there I am, click on it, and it'll take you to the stream, and then look at the pinned comment on that stream for the timestamp, because I do a separate one for that, of course. I know, da 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 da. So, yeah, bonus time. I know. I did overtime, OT, unauthorized OT. That's right. I'm an Aquarius. I can go rogue when I want. That's funny. I also have new updates on. I put out a video around updates on the changes I've made on donation amounts and what you get with those different amounts. So be sure to check out the video, because I also mentioned a new thing I offer called it's a YouTube chat only live stream private session. It'd be like this, except you only see my hands. You can chat with me in the chat, and we interact that way. It's a reduced price instead of virtual, where you see our faces and we talk back and forth. It's a reduced price where I don't have to get pretty. You can just see my hands, and then you can chat with me, typing. You don't have to appear either. I would prefer that these days. Such a hermit. I'm like, do I have to look at everyone? Can I just, chat when I'm doing things for um, my own business, of my own personal business and stuff? But that's available. And there's a secret. Well, it's not such a secret anymore, but all of those of you that caught that at the end of the video, if you want video, there's a way you can get into a drawing that I'm having on September 9th for a chance at winning one of my energetic hedges. And if you um, if you've already um, commented, you'll be in a special drawing, plus anyone that comments from this point forward, since it's not a secret anymore, since I'm telling people about it, there will be a second drawing for everyone, including those of you that caught it in the beginning. So you have a chance, two chances at winning a hedge. So I'll be giving away at least two hedges. So that's available. So be sure to check that out. If you do make a donation of $5 or more, you get a spiritual piece of cake, which we're using these amazing law of positivism. Oh my God, we started using these last night. So right on the money and so wow, powerful. If you have a donation under $5, you still get a fortune cookie, which we're using these Mind Info Oracle cards. They're little shorter messages, but you still get an extra little message to round out your reading as well. Tonight, the tarot deck we're using, I haven't used this in a little while. We got the Tarot of Wonderland by Barbara Moore. So we're using the kind of Alice in Wonderland energy. So this will be fun to use these tonight. Um, yeah, and that's kind of how all that works. If you haven't checked out, I also have a podcast called The Easier Path. I'm working on another episode. This one's going to be a little later than the normal 2 weeks, but if you check out that podcast, that's the playlist, and where Spirit talks about things that can make this path of this humanity an easier path instead of a harder one. So we're very grateful for that. The last episode 21, was about what they think of me, and here's a direct link to that if that interests you. And I think that's the big skinny and those things there. I feel like I'm leaving something out, but I don't think it's anything important and urgent that no one's gonna die over. So that's the way that's the way it is. All right, so we'll get caught up on the chat here. Make sure I've got everyone on my list here, and then we will get into the reading. So thank you guys so much for being here. Let's see, I did leave off. I do have Red Dish. I do have you on the free readings. You're number 6, so I got you there. We got Ruby G. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Let me update my emails here. All right. Yep. So we did get, I do have your donation there, Ruby G. Came through Zcash app. So you'll be number 7 on Z donations. So let me get you in there here. And we got the Mystic in the house too. Hey, good to see you. Hello, hello. Hope you're well. And then let's see here, Ruby G, you got your freebie. Get you over there. You'll be number 7 on the free list. I have the free list over here and the donation list over here because of all my little, I think my little stuff I added. They overwhelms the little note. It keeps shutting down. So when I split it out, it works good. All right. And of course, Debbie O. Let's see here. Let me just make sure here. So I'll grab your questions here and okay. Oh, okay, I get you. So I see your little thing here. So, Debbie O, you'll be number 1 and number 2, and then number 6 for your last one that came in there. Some other people beat you to the punch there for number 3. So we got you on there is where we'll have you. And then we got April. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I see your free question will be number 8 on the free list. So we got you on there. And then Ruby G, here's your question. So let me get down here. Oh, that's not what that was. Let me just move that over here. Things falling off my computer over here. All right, so we got that. The Popo. All right. So we've got that. And the Axis Thoughts and Costiani. I got that here too. All right. All right, I think, and of course, organized, however. All right. I'll get you on there. I think I've got all the stuff. You're at the hospital listening to Spirit. Oh, you're at the hospital. Okay. Well, I hope everything is okay. All right. Okay. And then we've got Cat Mia. You'll be number 8 on the donation list there. And let me see. We did Ruby there. And then the Mystic. We got you. You'll be number 9 on the free reading list there. So got you over there. And then here's Cat Mia's question. Got that added there. If I heard thunder, I think. I love thunderstorms. Just as if electricity goes out and I disappear suddenly, I'll be back when electricity's back up. Whenever I hear thunder, I'm like, just in case, so you guys know. That is the skinny on it all. All right. So I think I've got everyone. Let me just make sure here. And I think that's all. Oh yeah, let me give this a like here and a like here. All right. Think I am set to go here. So for the free readings, we've got Debbie O will be up first, Mini Heal, Aditi, Butterfly, Samya Rao, Radish, Ruby, G, April, and the Mystic. We'll have you there. And then for donations, we've got Debbie O, 1 and 2, and then Lady J will be number 3. Else for number 4, Lauren Smith is number 5. And then back to Debbie O for number 6, Ruby G number 7, Cat Mia is number 8. That's where we're at right now. So, I hope this is gonna drive me crazy, right? This is that thing. Let me see here. Do this. There we go. That should fix my little tablet. It does it every once in a while where it's all big and then a big ad comes on and it all disappears. I think I fixed it now. All right. So thank you guys again so much for being here, enjoying this wonderful eclipse energy, this storm energy. So many good things. This is ASMR, right? But thank you guys for all your love and all your support. I'm so grateful that I'm able to do what I do, and it's because of you. All the thumbs up you give to the channel, all your donations, all the comments you make on videos and streams after they're done, watching my podcast series, all those things that you can do for free to help spread the Zen love. And you're part of the love tsunami, and I'm so grateful that we're all in this together. So I like to do a little cheers, cheers to let you know I love you, I appreciate you, and thanks for being here. Salud. All right. Yum, yum, yum. Yeah, it is getting dark already. It's only 5 o'clock. Feels like it's like almost 8 o'clock out, that how dark it's getting. So there must be some storms are coming in. It's all right. We can use the rain here in Colorado, where I live. All right. So let's dive in, everybody. Thank you again so much. Up first, we do have Debbie O. You are up. So for your first one, whoops, come on. There we go. There is your first one. So let us take a look here. Oh yeah, this is a with the little beep beep. Isn't that wonderful? But like I mentioned in the email when you sent me this before, whenever we have a little bump with our car or something like that, it does help us, kind of accept it a little easier and flow with it when we realize we don't know what we were kept from. If you ever have a flat tire or delayed in any way, we just never know. Yeah, beep beep, roly poly. We never know what we are kept from. We could have been in a fatal accident. My sister-in-law, who actually texted me out of the blue today. I haven't talked to her in years. Um, Besides when I lived there, she's my brother, whatever, but we don't talk a whole lot regularly. But, when she was leaving, to go somewhere, my twin nieces and, were being fussy and weren't getting their shoes on in time and they were running late. And if she had been, like, just moments ahead, she actually had seen a car fly across, the highway and take out another car, and if it was just, like, 30 seconds more, she would have been right there, and she's like, "Oh my god," we never know what delays happen on purpose for us, so it's amazing, when things happen, so I love that. We just never know why things happen for us. All right. So let's take a look here. Yeah, she wasn't giving her number, and you're like, fine, if you won't give me your number, then I am out. I understand. Yeah, I love that. I love that. So, I like that you called the insurance company. Being previously working in auto insurance for 20 plus years in a variety of different roles. I never worked in claims, but we dealt with claims a lot, with communicating with them and everything. It's always good to get your insurance company in the loop if you're like, they might report me or they might find a way, right? So it's always good to keep your insurance company in the loop. That way, it doesn't look like you were trying to get away with anything. You were trying to be honest and upfront. So I like that energy there. And I like that. So that is good. So we'll take a look here at your questions around this. Yeah, and you were so bothered that you had went blank, and that is going into fear mode, right? Whenever we go into fight or flight mode, we go out of our minds and we're just we're not in think about and analyze, we're get the hell out of there, which is why you fleed, right? I mean, you didn't like jump in your car and take off, but that's why people do flee the police or flee situations, fight or flee flight, right? So that makes sense why you felt that way. And um, all we can do in situations like that is try to take as many deep breaths as we can. Yeah, beep beep, bye bye. So, first of all, your first question here is what's going to happen since you drove off? Let's see what energy comes in with that. Yeah, we've got the 5 of cups, and we've also got the star card here. Star card is balanced energy that comes out here. I don't feel like there's anything too ominous about this. You wanted to know, if you were gonna get a ticket for leaving the scene. I got Queen of Swords. This is balance between head and heart. So it doesn't feel here, along with the star card, which is dream come true and balanced energy, feels like, to let the emotional energy, focus on that as well. Yeah. Yeah, I did see those there. Yeah. So, you know, so I don't feel like you're gonna get a ticket, for, like, um, that you left. Um, and since there was nobody on the scene, I don't believe they can give you a ticket anyway, because it's even though they have the camera, I don't know if they'll ticket you. Let's say, are they gonna ticket you for bumping into the back of a car? 4 of cups, sorry, more balanced, stagnant energy. I don't feel like they're gonna ticket because it was just a little dink, a bunk, kind of energy. And, so, because there's no damage, I don't believe that they will, with this energy here, I don't feel like you're gonna get a ticket for it. And I don't feel like there's gonna be anything for driving off because, like you said, you asked for their information, they wouldn't give it to you, and you didn't wanna give them your, insurance information. I mean, you didn't like you were saying it, um, that, they weren't being cooperative back and forth, so, I feel like, that's the skinny there. So does she really have a rear camera or only a front? Let's see here, rear camera. or only a front. I don't even feel like she has a front camera. We got the 9 of swords, which is like a nightmare and insomnia energy. I don't feel like she has a front cam. A rear cam, the Queen of Pentacles, this is an abundance energy. She has a rear cam, but, um, only when you have your car in reverse. So if she recorded you in reverse, then she was backing into you. 'Cause it doesn't feel like there's a camera that's on recording both front and back, energy there. That's interesting. But she does have a back, rear cam, but those only turn on, like, with reverse according to this energy. Because Queen of Pentacles is to rest easy here. Is she gonna try to find out where you live? So all this is based on current energies, of course, right? We got the 2 of Wands. I don't feel I mean, look at she's looking, she's not gonna be able to find out where you live. Because if she got your license plate, then she would just be reporting it to her insurance company or police, and they would go and, go whatever routes they were there. But that 2 of Wands, that doesn't feel it feels like an energetic kind of decision here. Got the Page of Wands. I do feel like they might try to locate you, but not, like, independently. They'll go through and take action through, like, their channels, or whatever. If they do, I'm just gonna say here, are they gonna pursue this at all is, like, a really good question, right? Are they going to even pursue? Because there was no damage. Are they, gonna try to pursue something here? We got the Devil card. So the Devil card is an energy of Capricorn, Saturn energy. I just wanna verify here if this is some sort of shenanigans they're trying to pull here. Was this a setup or was this conniving? No, Page of Cups, that's a happy energy. They might not even report this here because I feel like they were maybe with the Devil card, they were also on their way to work and they just forget it, um, uh, you know, so I don't feel like they're gonna pursue anything with this here. But if they did, they would pursue it with this 2 of Wands, and the Page of Wands talks about your energy, when I'm looking at this, because so whatever you're focusing on, if you're focusing on gratitude, going, Creator, I trust you, you're gonna allow this to flow. Thank you for delaying me for whatever reason, if we focus on fear and focus on but, the more we focus on it, the more we attract to it. So we want to focus on what we want to attract to us, which is gratitude stuff. So I feel like with this energy, um, definitely just focus on the gratitude for that no one was hurt, there was no damage, that whatever you were, held for, right? Yeah, she wanted to hold you hostage. Yeah, you're like, there isn't any damage there. Um, so So I don't feel like with this other energy, it almost feels like they're not gonna pursue anything. Is everything gonna be okay with your insurance? I'll take a look here. We got the tower. Yeah, they're gonna cancel you. No, I'm just kidding. This feels like a sudden accident thing. Um, and we've got the 7 of Pentacles, which is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree, and the fruit doesn't feel like it'll impact you for a long time, if at all, because 'cause it'll be like, did you call your insurance agent or like a company? Because your insurance agent, if you call and left a message with your insurance agent, they might ask you like, because you're supposed to report everything to your insurance company, but, if there's not gonna be any use of the insurance, then your agent might say, we don't need to report it, right? Um, because then it can be an at fault accident. Depending on your state, can be if there's $0 payout, they might have like a zero payout at fault accident. If you rear-ended someone, they might consider you at fault. So that can sometimes go on your insurance, but I feel like your agent's gonna take care of you here because that 7 of Pentacles feels like it doesn't impact you for a long time. So I feel like, um, I feel like you're gonna be okay there. Details on her, anything we need to know about her? Yep, King of Cups, Queen of Cups, balance between head and heart. I feel like she's balanced out now, it feels like. Details regarding the car. Yeah, Knight of Pentacles. Slowest moving knight out of them all. Don't feel like there's anything that's gonna come of this here. What lesson, did you learn through all this? Or what lesson or, awareness, can you was gonna come through this moment? What was the reason behind it all, right? You got the 4 of Pentacles and the 3 of Wands. Feel like, there's a little bit of, energy here, with the 4 of Pentacles is about your self-worth energy, and, with your self-worth sorry, I'm trying to get it where it's not glary, there we go. And the 3 of Wands, which is going a different route, like, not, um, you know, not blaming yourself, right? Because or having any of this impact your worth, as you're like, okay, so whatever happened, I'm not gonna give details on a recorded thing here, but whatever happened, I'm not gonna blame myself. I'm just gonna be aware and I'm gonna keep my eyes open. I'm not gonna do anything. And I'm gonna be more careful, and this is good awareness. But I feel like with the 3 of Wands, it's going a different direction, with how you might beat up yourself before. And this is about forgiving yourself and going, thank you for the awareness. I'm going to pay more attention. And that way, this could have been what keeps you from actually hurting someone or yourself in the future. So I like that kind of energy. Would you say here? He had you speak with the claims. I told them I didn't want to file a claim, just wanted it to be noted. Regina was nice. Okay, very good. Yeah, so I see that. Yeah. Yeah, so I feel like that's good if they told him there. And so I feel like that's not, doesn't feel like there's a whole lot gonna come from this with that energy there besides, reflecting on yourself, with that, so I like that. Alright, so let's get to your fortune cookie here for this one. Oh, there it is, that one right there. See what we got here. So you got, oh, beautiful moon. Through meditation, I see clearly beyond the veils of illusion. So beautiful big moon up there. Number 36, number 9, your lucky number because your birthday, right? So this is the third eye chakra. It's funny because you ask about your third eye. It says, beyond the 5 senses and the limitations of time and space, we enter an energetically vast world that connects everything. We tap into this when we're dreaming, working with expanding our consciousness through spiritual practices, when we're visualizing, and when we're daydreaming. In these states, we enter other dimensions and frequencies and start seeing beyond the veil of life. So, the third eye chakra is an energetic space holding our intuition, clear seeing beyond the physical eyes, and the inner eye, which can perceive life beyond the physical constructs. This is the place of clairvoyance and all psychic abilities, perceiving synchronicities and signs, co creating with life through visualization and dream work. The third eye is the inner seer detached from the veils of illusion between the throat and crown chakras. Can you tap into other levels of consciousness? Are you longing to understand life beyond what you've been taught and find your true path as a soul? Working with the third eye can open up many possibilities and healing for those seeking to experience a higher state of consciousness. I like this. The moon card, of course, is intuitive knowing energy there. And the Yazidi temples, which are these little buildings back here, if you can see those, unseen realms and dimensions that we tap into with our inner eye. And then the lotus in the middle, which is awakening. So it's like your third eye is awakening, right? Yeah, it's interesting that this card popped up because of your third question, about your third eye, right? Because here's some third eye practices for you for your chakra: meditation, breath work, and spiritual practices. The breath work is pranayama. I'll probably be mispronouncing that. You can chant the throat chakra mantra, which is Om, which is that symbol right there. Eating organic, pure, and whole foods. Detoxifying from messages from TV and other media outlets that clog your vision. Dream journaling, active visualization, and listening to your inner guidance and intuition as well. I like that. So that is what they have for your first one there, my dear. And let me catch up on the chat real quick, and we'll dive into your next one here. We do have a donation that came through for Lauren of Light. Hey, Lauren. Good to see you. Get you on here. Thank you for your donation via the Cash App. All right, let me just see where we are here. Okay, we got you right here. So we got Debbie Dope with Debbie O. All right, so here we go. What happens? Dun dun dun. Okay, we got that. And we got this one here as well. So Lauren, you'll be number 9 on the donation list here. I think you only have, 2 lines of questions so far? Okay, so we got that. So thank you for that. I think that was it. All right. So let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right, and then for number 2, we got 3846. So thank you for your multiple donations, Debbie O. So for number 2, for this deep dive, we want to do a general, the peanut gallery, and the future husband. All right. So let's take a look and see what we got going on here. So a general reading first. What does Spirit want you to know here? All right. We got these here. Let's get these scooched. See what we have here. How interesting that when I put all the cards back in individually, but when they came out the bottom of the deck, you've got the Page of Wands as well as the Knight of Wands energy, which is the pursuit and understanding of your power. Of course, underneath that, we do have your moon energy of the Chariot, the Cancer moon energy underneath, the power of choice energy with energy. And you got the High Priestess underneath that. So there's all this connection to your power and intuition. And we do have that Four of Pentacles, which is what we got for the reason why you had the experience. So it's like the reading and is kind of dealing with that a little bit, explaining that amongst that and other things that you're given these opportunities to realize how your energy has changed, and having, situations that come up that are allowing you to step into a different kind of energy than you would have had before. You have the Strength card, right? You have this I like it that they have it as a fawn instead of a lion in this one, but it is this Leo energy of strength and knowing your inner strength. And before you might have like shrunk, and now you're no, I'm standing up for myself, and no, I'm not gonna give you that, um, until you give me that. And it's like, no, okay, well, if you're not gonna give me your phone number, then, you know, bye kind of energy. I like that, because you have the Page of Cups, and they're talking here about how because your self-love is growing, that's where your inner courage is coming from, because you're not focusing on fears. Even though you went into fear in the moment, it's like you still your default. Even though you went into fear and you went blank, you didn't default into the old, you defaulted into higher vibration, which the more we focus and default and make our default, the higher vibration, then when we're in fight or flight, or we're in, not consciously deciding, we're defaulting to the new thinking instead of the old stories and the old thinking, right? Right? I know, I like that. Because you're not shrinking, you're standing up and shining bright, and I like that energy there for you. Um, yeah, and you do have the, um, Knight 9 of Pentacles, so this is all this time you've been spending with spirit, kind of hermiting, connecting with the higher realms. And a little bit of your that's bringing in kind of hermit Virgo energy coming in too, that there's been some, meshing with your Virgo side too, that's allowing you to see things differently. So I like that. And then I like the Cheshire Cat. You've got the Hierophant, which is the master of change, as well, and your higher self showing you things from a higher perspective. So, with the Strength card, which has your higher self as well as the Hierophant, it is that you're being shown your worth in a different way. Because of that, you're going to see changes like that, that where normally your default would have taken you into lower vibration. And you're going to see experiences where it takes you into the higher without thinking about it. It's becoming second nature in some ways. Now, we're not 100%, none of us ever are. So be gentle with yourself when you're doing any kind of switcheroos. And if you take a lower vibrational fear, thing, then it's a new story that you can work on and going, okay, well, thanks for identifying that. I'm going to switch that. I'm going to focus in on higher vibration in that area. So I'm going to change my default, right? That's how we learn. So I like that. All right. And then we'll go into the peanut gallery and your future husband. Hey, Nicola. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. All right. And Donna Marie. All right. So let's take a look here and see from the peanut gallery. Okay. Who's up first? feel like I feel like they're doing their regular lineup. We've got dad, we've got mom, got Chuck. My goodness, why am I yawning? Excuse me. Must be this the pressure coming in. And this one too, right? Bumper cars, that's funny. All right. Anything else from husband? I feel like we need some more there. Okay. All right. So a lot of the peanut gallery, their message here, the little panel is going to be discussing the Two of Wands, which we had in your first reading, I think, which is all about your power of choice energy that comes in there. So I do feel like we've got that is the theme. Papa is up first. And I like this here. I feel like you've got two choices. You've got on one side, he's talking about the devil card. He's talking about Capricorn, Saturn energy. Again, he usually brings up like the long list of supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's and must be's kind of energy that comes in, right? He goes, you can focus in on that, or You can focus in on the gratitude of this rebirth, first of all, with the death, and rebirth coming in here. But with this 4 of Wands, this is wedding, this is marriage, and this is until death do us part. It's funny that it comes through that way. So he's saying you can focus in on what, um, you know, is supposed to be in a marriage, who they're supposed to be, how it's supposed to be, blah, 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 and you can weigh it all down and make it feel heavy, or you can focus on the joy of, a marriage of until death do us part and focus on the wonderful things. And the more you focus, he says, with that 2 of Wands, the more we focus on the gratitude for what is happening, what is unfolding, then it's amazing energy, right? And then also, this energy of if I focus in on all the restrictions, then I get to feel the weight of what's not happening instead. And so I like him that he's bringing that in there just to say, from day one, focus on as much as you can on gratitude for what is instead of what's not, because that's what creates energy. And then Mama O jumps in here. Yeah. And she does talk about here too with, we've got the Emperor energy that's in here along with the 5 of Wands. And the 5 of Wands energy is a transformation of energy, and again, she's saying here that at any moment, you just have to take control over your emotions, right? That she goes, the moment you realize that fire is rising up and you're gonna have any kind of disagreement or whatever, it's good just to take a deep breath to calm down. And the Emperor energy is us trying to get out of our head and into our heart instead of, because that's where arguments happen. When we have a belief that something they're doing means something about me. So I'm reacting and I'm going into my child self, and then I'm becoming immature and, blah, 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 right? Instead of going, give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna go breathe, come back so I can have an adult conversation instead of act like a child. So, it's in your best interest to have me step away and I'll come back kind of energy. So, I really like that your mom's bringing that up. I think she's pointing at your dad. You're like, because that just creates arguments, and they're all loving beings, so it's all their characters, right? But she's like, "Yeah, so that helped." Like, they're giving you, like, marriage advice. I like this. They're going, "Don't do what we did. This is how you can avoid it." So, I like that. The 2 of Wands. You get to master your energy, and you don't have to choose to go into fire. You can as you feel it rise, she's like, "Breathe," and say, have that, like, with, you can even have that as you guys are talking about developing your code between one another where you can go, like, wait a minute, give me 5, I'll be right back, because I don't want to speak. Because if I speak, the tone's going to be, it's like, Gina, and they're like, oh, Tay. And then you can, and then you come back and you guys can be like, I'm not mad anymore. I'm not either. All right. What you want to talk about what happened? Yeah, let's do that. Or not today. you know, I like that. I like that beautiful balance there. And then little Mr. Chuck, yeah, he's bringing in here, we've got the Temperance card, which is patience and calmness, and the 4 of Swords, which, is peace of mind and resting, not, and he's kind of reiterating here with the 4 of Swords that it's expectations that cause, the disagreements is when someone's not doing what we think they're supposed to be doing, it activates us, right? Because we have this belief that all these things need to happen so I'm lovable and acceptable. And when someone doesn't do one, fight that happens here. And it's interesting, especially around, temperance, that because he was the one that would get angry, right? And so he's like, "Yeah, I know. I'm one to talk, but I'm talking for my higher self, also, not just my character. So I think that's funny. Let's see, what are you saying here? You were calm with Chuck, he was fire. Yeah, I was going to tell him that straight up that we are on the same team. Let's discuss. Yeah, I love that. So I love that approach. And I feel like they're, kind of iterating about, just expectations are what cause the problem. So the more you work on those, and releasing them like your dad said, then, that's a way to go with that. So I like that. And then from your husband, he of course brings in your moon card. So he gets to show you the big one. So you got, I thought you didn't have the chariot in this one yet, right? Nope, not over here. So you have the moon card, and and I like this here. I feel like, he's sharing here one, that moon and water energy. I feel like this is like both of you howling at the moon together. That I feel like you guys have a lot of the same moon energy in your chart here too. So I do feel like there's a lot of that that's there. He is sharing with the hanged man that he's had time to really work on himself and transform a lot. So when you meet him, both of you have done a lot of your inner work. And, uh, I like this that he's telling you here with all this information, just an important detail is I'm slow to anger is the actual word he's using. I think that means something to you. But the 8 of wands to the 9 of wands is all this energy that, he keeps himself from acting on anything that pops up, and he calms himself, and that he doesn't allow himself. And that again, I feel like the work that he's done, has come in that, he makes a conscious choice not to act on his emotions until he's thought about them and reviewed them, right? Yeah. So I like that energy. I feel like he wants you to know that because I feel like that's a concern that's there, and I feel like he just wanted to say that specifically, that I learned that you don't, especially since he's dealt in the justice system, he sees what happens when people don't bridle their anger and do that, right? Yeah, so I like that. Uh, then why you keep on showing boxing gloves and threatening me? Why do you always go to the boxing gloves? I'm just kidding. You're like, "Pow, pow." You mean like this? Pow. I like it. So I like that. I like it. So let's see what the fortune cookie is for this one. All right, this one here. And for this one, you've got in my dreams, I find my answers. I like that. So got card number 20. You got a bird flying over your head. Whatever you do, don't look up. So I like this in your dreams. So there's something here about, both, your spiritual posse, but I kind of feel like uh, your future husband, you guys will be appearing in each other's dreams and interacting there as well. So pay real close attention to your dreams with all this. I feel like your spiritual posse, your peanut gallery, your future husband, a lot of visitation, especially right now with these eclipses and the full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces that's coming up, a lot of energy. So it says, what is real and what is unreal? What are the awake state and the dream state? What state is guiding and leading you? Not Texas, the state of energy. In the awake state, the mix of the subconscious, conscious, and intuitive mind all work together. And sometimes we are more led by one than the other. When we move beyond the subconscious and instinctive mind, moving into the conscious and logical mind, we are more aware of the present moment. When moving beyond the conscious mind into the intuitive state, we're no longer attached to what we hear and see, but rely on the inner world. So here's kind of those references a little bit that's coming in there as well. Says our dream state leaves an imprint on our minds, especially on an intuitive level, since we can't always remember our dreams. This other reality is a dream state, which infuses and synergizes with the current dimension, merging many layers. Have you got caught up in linear thinking and become more attached to the reality of this dimension of yourself? This can lead to feeling stuck and not knowing the answers and what path to take. Moving into a more intuitive flow can help you find answers in your dreams right now. And then you can use a dream journal. So, whatever your mind has been consumed by, any questions you might have, and any sensations of feeling stuck can be helped with some dream work. One, keep a dream journal by your bed. And when you wake up in the night or morning, write down the feelings, stories, and symbols of your dreams. Number two, do this over time and start noticing if there are patterns and repetitions in your dreams. And three, start consciously asking your dreams for answers before going to bed and intentionally seek guidance through this practice. I like that. This is a person here. I think they're talking about the card. We don't need to know that information. So I like that for you, especially with your third question. That will be coming up. Number six will be that one when we spin back around for that. Yeah, you were dreaming. That's right. I feel like they after that one intense dream that you had, they're just kind of like, let's take it easy. You heard tribal music. Yeah, write that down. Because you never know what that'll bring up too. All right. So thank you, Debbie. Oh, I'm gonna just jump up here. Let me get caught up on the chat and we'll continue on here. So Nicola, I don't see a question from you yet. You said hi, but I don't see anything yet. Let me continue going down here though. And then Donna Marie, we said hello to you. Think I saw something down here below. We'll get to that here in a sec too. Oh, you listen to the Abundance podcast. Ooh, we'll have to see what your comment is here. See if that was helpful there. All right. And then we've got Moonlight in the house. Oh, let me take chime stamps here. Yeah, it looks like those came in at the same time. So you're number 10 on the donation list here, Moonlight. And you loved your readings last week. You're very welcome. And I'll look for your questions further on. I'll grab that here in a sec. So, Donna Marie, you would love to know. I found all your paperwork supporting your work from home arrangement. Will management honor it? Feeling good and grateful. I love it. All right, yeah, that you saved everything, right? Hallelujah. All right, we'll get you on the free readings. You'll be number 10 on the free reading list there. Oh, yeah. Okay, very good. And we got Livia Vergara. Hola, mi bien amigo Zen. I love it. All right, blessed Thursday to you too. So glad to see you there. And we've got here is Summer's question. I would like to know. We'll get that under there. Got you there. Whoops. There we go. And then Livier, I see your question there. You'll be number 11 on on the free list over here. I have my free list over here, my donation list over here. If you see me going, like watching tennis, right? All right. And then I did have Marilyn XO. I did get two from you right before Guerrera. So you made it in there. So let's get you in here. Marilyn XO. There we go. Grab that. Oops. So thank you so much. We got that one. And I think your questions are in here, right? Yes, yes. Got there and there. Yeah, so we got both your questions on there. So thank you for your donations via the Venmo. I do get 100% of those funds. So thank you so much for doing that. And then Guerrera means war. Thank you for your donation. Be number 13 on the donation list here. Boom, boom, boom. Give that a love and a like. All right. You are very well. Very welcome, Guerrera. I am well. I hope you're doing well. And we got Ateshi Singh. All right. Get you here. So for a free reading, it's a one card reading. We'll see what we can get from that. With a comparison for free reading. We'll see what we can get from that for you. All right. So I think I am all cut up again. Let me just refresh here. Take another quick sip, finish this out. Try not to slurp into the microphone this time. I know you probably still heard it, but we'll just put these over here out of the way. All right. So let's get back into it. So up next, we've got Lady J at 1:02:16. So Lady J, here's your timestamp. And you wanted to know, what did he think of the Instagram story of CM holding the sweet little baby and then smiling back at her? Future mom vibes. Oh, all right, let's take a look here. So this is a $5. We get 5 card draw for this. So we've got 1 and 2 and 3. Okay, what else? And 4 and 5. All right. All right. So it was really cute. It sounds like it, I can imagine. Buddha, 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 baby. So bottom of the deck, we do have the 8 of Cups, which is, that energy of walking away from, emotions and relationship that don't serve. So I feel like that's the underlying energy. They were looking at it from a place of that, I've walked away from this kind of, this relationship energy. And I feel like they're still kind of in that zone. Um, I do see here, you know, looking at this energy. I mean, we've got right smack in the middle, we got the Queen of Cups, which is an energy of, a very, seeing things, of that kind. They're like, well, it's an emotional thing, and with them being more fire, I don't feel here whether they've made the choice to have children or not, because we've got the Devil card here, which is the shaking of a lot of long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, with the Justice card, which is trying to figure out what they want in relationships, with the Chariot card, which is the moon energy, emotional moon energy behind the scenes, but it is an energy of the power of choice. And so with all this, you know, rattling of thoughts and beliefs and long held thoughts and beliefs with the Devil card, getting this energy like they're not sure that um, that they absolutely want to have a child. And they have the Knight of Pentacles too, which is about, waiting and that kind of energy. Like that would be something they'd want to wait to do. It's like, because they almost have like a belief that, and this kind of comes from their childhood, things that they were told, that children, wait to have children because your life goes away after you have a child. I feel like his mom told him that, kind of energy. It's like there's this kind of thing where, you have to give up your life, for a child. And so I feel like when he looked at it, he didn't see like CM, future mom vibes. It more made him think of himself because he's in that reflective period, right? To go, do I want children? I don't even know if I want children. What? And then, brought up old memories of what he heard growing up about what a inconvenience, children are to be seen, not heard, and all this kind of stuff. And he was like, do maybe if I do want children, it'll be later, kind of energy. I feel like there's this energy right now anyway with them that they would want to wait to have a child. Um, yeah, because children, when you're like before you're in a relationship, what I'm getting from him with all this energy is that thinking of children is something that binds you and is a restriction and is something you can fail at, but it's also something that you're tethered to someone most likely for the rest of your life to the mother, you know. If you're wanting to be a good dad, which I feel like if they want to be a dad, they want to be a good dad if they want to have children. So I feel like there's all this stuff that popped into their head that it didn't draw them into looking at CM and, oh, look at she'd be a good mother and blah blah blah. It threw him totally into spiraling out, right? Not as expected, right? He's like, oh, yeah, and it is different. It is different for women than men, I think. Not, stereotyping, right? But generally, with a lot of men, it's because there's such a beautiful bond between a mother and a child because they're a part of your body and they're with you as a part of you for so long that it brings something different. Brings a responsibility energy and a protector energy and a failure energy that comes in. Where moms, I feel more as I brought you into this world, I can take you out. No, I'm just kidding. But maybe. But I feel that is what they have there. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here. All right. Got that here. The divine is always supporting and guiding me. I love that. Beautiful card with the owl. So let's see what we got here. You are never alone, and when opening up to walk your highest path of healing and spiritual development, you will be provided with everything you need. It is said that the most essential practice is spiritual because it reminds us that we're more than we think and surrounded by and a part of this great mystery. Most of us have experienced a glimpse of the one that has given birth to all, the capital ONE. In these moments, we feel a divine communion, connection, and inner peace. That's funny that this card is talking about giving birth to all. Hello. We are not separated from the divine. It is an illusion of separation and thinking that we are individuals and not one soul living and breathing through all of us that leaves us in despair. Dedicate yourself to returning to the embrace of the source of all creation and be open to receiving support in everything you need. A meditation for support and guidance says, create stillness in your mind, sitting or lying comfortably, and focus on your breath. Sense the lightness of your body and start visualizing stepping out from your body. See yourself seated or lying down and state, I am not my body. In this light state, rise toward the sky and universe and see a warm light portal inviting you in. Imagine this portal being the entrance into the cosmic womb. Stay in this space and ask for divine guidance and support. Let yourself become immersed in energy and light. Pay attention to visions and verbal guidance you might receive. When you're ready, start to descend back to your body and feel the weight of your body in full embodiment. I love that. Of course, we got the moon phases, which is the cycle of life and our inner circles, and the owl represents inner wisdom and higher consciousness. I like that. So that is what they have there for you, Lady J. So hopefully that was a little helpful there. That's what we got. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a great night. All right. And up next, we've got Chels. You are up 1:11:24 is for yours. Here's your timestamp here. Boom, boom, boom. Just to make sure we're all caught up here. And so thank you for your donation. And so, oh yeah, the declination of the apartamento. I know, bummed. Um, yeah. So we want to double check here. Ugh, yes, but everything happens for you, right? Because you never know. What if you got approved and you moved in there and there was a gas leak and that apartment explodes? You're being saved from going somewhere on purpose. Delays happen always for us, right? I have cockroaches. Yeah. Well, you do live by the coast. They love to come out and visit the coast, across the street from you. Well, they'll just follow you over. They're like, "Oh, we're moving? Okay, we'll be right over." "No, I'm not giving you my forwarding address, you little critters." Take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. Oh, yeah. Have you guys been having a lot of rain or a lot of heat? Because usually the extremes start having them go indoors. But, let's take a look here. Yeah, heat. So they're like, "Ugh, she's got air conditioning, we're going in there. It's too damn hot out here for even roaches." Alright. Alright. So, um, if you explain on the 5th floor, yeah, so they're going, can you imagine what's in the apartments below yours? They're like, "God, keep going. There's no room down here." Yeah. So we'll take a look here. That's right. So let's take a look here. So if you explain that to Cali Bugali, um, what comes of this? So, will she offer without you asking her? So just mentioning it to her. What's the energy of her just volunteering and going, well, hey, if you need someone to co-sign, I'll do it. Or are you going to have to bring it up and ask? Okay, we got these here. All right, the 4 of Cups on the bottom here. We do have this energy of balanced emotional energy. So it feels like things are happening on purpose here for you, right? I feel like if you don't mention something here, um, you know, we've got this because you've got the Tower card, which is suddenly, I need to get out of here kind of energy. There's roaches, there's this thing going on. And you do want to live by yourself with the Hermit card, right? Because I feel with the Empress here, she's going to go into this Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy, this, caring, person that they are, and they're going to offer things. And, um, yeah, right. And I feel like that she might offer here because with this hermit energy, it's like, well, I'd like to live by myself, because she goes like, "Well, if you need somewhere to stay, you need to get out of there right away, you can come stay with me," or something like that, right? Yeah, it's a contract, right? I feel like she might offer you instead of, Oh, she lives in Iowa? Come move to Iowa. Um, uh, but I feel here with the Empress energy that, I feel like that is a positive energy that comes out there. Because when I put for the energy, if you would need to ask her, you have the Temperance card, that comes in here, which is patience, right? And being patient, the Wheel of Fortune opens up here, which kinda tells me that if for some reason she doesn't offer to co-sign, that if you wait, that she will with that Wheel of Fortune that comes in after that, and it'll be for you. Um, so I feel like, there is that, um, uh, energy that is here, and of course, I know you're an adult, you've contacted your landlords and said, "We've got roaches, you need to come spray this apartment." Uh, you know, so I don't know how that would go, but I feel like that the 4 of Cups is a calmness around this. It's, when um you done it all? Yeah, right? And you're like, "Yeah." Yeah, and you've always wanted to move. So, there is that energy that comes in about gratitude, and that helps with movement and things as well. So, as you're focusing in on gratitude for where you have lived, what are the things you do enjoy where you live, and a little bit of adjustment of energy before you're calling and, um, letting her know what's going on. Step into as much as you can, even if you just write a list of all the things that you're grateful for about where you live and have lived, and just kind of go into this energy of gratitude, 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 because that puts us in a different energy, right? Yeah, yeah. So definitely that energy is going to repulse things away from you, because if we're in that energy, we draw things that match that energy. So anything you can do to step into gratitude can help transform it. But I feel like if you do that, it feels like there's some positive things that can come from this. But I feel like that's important because um, that's what allows us our energy allows things to come toward us, or we push it away in our agitation and different things. It's like, all right, because what are we fearing, right? Agitation is a fear. It's like, what am I fearing? What's at the root of this fear, right? And we breathe, maybe go for a walk, or exercise, do something that gets energy flowing, because there's backed up energy that needs to be expressed. And then in this moment, you can do that, right? Yeah. It does feel like here, if you go about it with energy of gratitude, not irritation. Yes. It's positive energy there. So, like a walk, breathe, focus on what you're grateful for, even walk around and just look at all the beauty around and see what happens there. Your fortune cookie. Yeah. Yeah, because your heart is open to receiving, right? We'll take a look here. Your heart is open to receiving love. Boo doo boo doo boo boo. Says the heart is the center of heaven and earth where we're most receptive and giving. The heart helps us communicate with and through our soul. It is the core of life and helps us transcend the body. Awareness of the heart allows us to connect with our emotions and open up to love and healing. It says, is your heart open or closed? The heart holds the eternal consciousness and is connected to the divine. The heart is the center for healing and divine love, which translates into other forms of love. Love isn't only practiced between you and other people in your life, it is the universal connection and the eternal love of the divine. The heart is where healing starts, and when you have gone through pain and traumas, you can lose the heart connection. This can manifest as lacking self love, feeling disconnected, lacking communion with the divine source, and feeling almost like an empty shell. When you're conscious of your heart and open it up, you invite unconditional love, compassion, healing, and forgiveness. It has plant medicine. It says many cultures have different practices of working with the heart center, one of which is plant medicine. The rose, in all its form, flower, oil, tincture, and tea, is heart opening and healing. Another beautiful plant medicine is raw cocoa or cacao, right? Traditionally used as ceremonial medicine. You can eat it raw or blend it with warm plant milk and let it pour into your heart. So the symbols on here, we do have the Kurdish traditional clothes that are here, and the cacao bean, which is healing and opening the heart. You got the rose, which is heart healing, and the chalice, which is eternal love. So I like that energy here for you. It's being open to receiving, you know, it's surrendering in a way, right? The where, the how, the when to creator and figure out the what and the why for you about where you want to live. And when you step into that energy, a lot of weight can be lifted too. So hopefully that helps a little bit there, my friend. So enjoy your walk there. Maybe go to the beach and enjoy a nice little walk along the water, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again. Hang in there. All right. Let's take a look here. We do have Gabby Rock. You are on the donation list. You'll be number 14 on there. There we go. We got you on there. Give that a love and a like. You're very welcome, my friend. Hang in there. All right. And then, oh, there we go. Up next, we've got Lauren Smith, 12312. So, Lauren, thank you so much for your donation. All right. And I saw your comment as well. So, so bizarre that, so C's sister showed T a pic of C holding their new niece the other day. How did it affect him mentally, emotionally, and psychologically seeing it? I know, right? What? I know, isn't that crazy? It's I'm just like, What are you what is going on here? Are we, like, you know, in between worlds or something?" This is like a little portal that we're in between all these different, timelines. It's just crazy. Cheers, cheers to you. Lauren of Light, you're unleashing fire. Maybe a nice walk for you on the beach on the other side of the world, other side of the continent. You go for a walk over there, Chelsea will go for a walk out. You're out east, they're out west. You go on the Atlantic, she go on the Pacific. Both of you put your feet in the water, and then we're gonna send love through all the oceans to the world through you, conduit of love energy. Right? It truly is wild. Isn't that crazy, Lady J? I'm like, what? What? No way. All right. So let's take a look here. Uh, so C's sister showed T a picture of C holding their new niece the other day. So how did it affect him mentally, emotionally, psychologically, right? I know. We'll definitely go cool off in the ocean then. Meet you in the middle, right? All right. So let's take a look here. So how did it affect him mentally? Let's look at that first. And then how did it affect him emotionally? Okay. And then psychologically. That's interesting. So, because Is that gonna be is that di it does feel different than mentally. It almost feels like that psychologically is almost like subconsciously energy. Because when I went for that energy, I went down, whereas mental, I went, emotional went, and when we asked psychologically, I went deeper down, which is like sub-zero sub-levels, right? Yeah, you guys are all spicy. Spicy, spicy. All right. Bottom of the deck overall, just an underlying energy. Got the Queen of Wands, a reminder that we're in fire energy, right? And the Nine of Wands underneath that. So they've got this firewall around them, you know. So it's important to, kind of see that, this is the kind of world that they're in, you know. It's like they're in hell, right? All the flames. All right, well, let's take a look here. So, how did this impact him mentally? Let's see what we have going on here. Yeah, how interesting with all this here. I think it's starting to rain. Here, let's the furnace is down here in the basement with me, and you can hear it when it starts to like hail or get bigger drops when it hits the stuff on the roof. You can start hear it going clink 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 clink. I know, right? Ooh, I don't know. No, it is hail. I can see it bouncing in the you probably start hearing it bouncing against the window here in a sec. Clang, 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 clang. Must be getting cold fast here in a sec. Anyway, we'll get back to tea here. We got the 4 of Wands energy, which, mentally, there was joyful, energy that comes in here. And here is a ton of fire again. From a fiery standpoint, um, they liked, seeing that energy of the baby and all that, but, there definitely is a waiting energy for them too, like the other reading we had, because we got the Temperance card, which is slow, 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 the 7 of Swords. There is some, thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that they have around, um, having children, um, that cheat him out of opportunities because 'cause he's got these thoughts around it. Where did I put my I had moved these for the session this morning. Let me take a look here and just confirm here a bit. It does feel like I mean, the 8 of Wands, they've got the fire and the drive, they like trying to make children, of course. But do they like the actual what do they feel about the children? Yeah, they're on the fence with having children or not, because 'cause we've got the 2 of Pentacles and the 2 of Wands coming in there. So, there is a little bit of, um, mixed feelings around them wanting to have children, and that's where they went. Um, Again, it's interesting that their mind went to kind of like not about, it didn't go to see that they were going, "Oh, seeing children, and I wonder what kind of mom or whatever they make." They went into the, "What do children mean to me?" And off in their mind they went, right? At least their mind, but they do have this, uh, the 7 of Swords, it does have that, um, thief kind of energy there, that steals opportunity kind of energy that comes in. Yeah, right. Let's see what, emotionally, how it impacted him here. Yeah, we got a Pentacles energy here. We have the Page of Pentacles, the 4 of Pentacles, solid foundation, and this feels like very influenced. It almost feels like this is the mind speaking for the heart and the heart not speaking. And it makes sense because we got the Knight of Wands underneath that, which is here's the warrior of fire here, because there's this energy here of once we have a solid financial foundation, that's something that you do later. Again, with that temperance energy, that's why it almost feels like, that they're speaking on behalf of the heart, the mind, because it's like, no, 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 no. This is something we would do later, and we'd have to decide if we want to do this or not. Money and security is important first, and children suck the life out of things as well. You also posted a picture of you with a baby. Is that what you're saying, May? Maybe is it August season? Is that let's see, people are having babies in August, that means November, around Thanksgiving. Is that crazy? Oh my gosh. Oh, that's a crazy. Alright. Let's see how psychologically, like, below the surface, beyond even his mental knowing, emotional knowing, psycho-wise, how did it impact him here? Wow, that is crazy. Yeah, we have the Sun card, which is Leo inner child energy. So there definitely was inner child activation. Wow. And the Six of Cups, childhood energy being activated here as well. Isn't that crazy? And the Five of Cups. Yeah, we have some Sadsy energy below the surface. I feel like there was some it brought back sad memories of a child because it oh, they're saying because of the loving energy that they saw between C and their new niece, that there was like this that was their inner child, their emotional inner child, 7 years old and younger, felt I don't know, it had this little energy of loss and lack. That's the Five of Cups, the sorrow energy. So, like, subconsciously, they were kind of reminded them of their childhood. And the Six of Wands, which normally is a victory energy, but there was this need to feel protected that they didn't have with the Six of Wands. Like, they didn't have this knight protecting people behind them. It feels like, um, you know, the vulnerability of their inner child kinda came out psychologically, right? Deep in their subconscious. That wasn't their mind or their heart, but they might have felt, like, sad afterwards or a little down afterwards, and it's because they got activated into their past, um, energies, 'cause something about not feeling protected as a child. So interesting, but it definitely went inward, which, like I was mentioning in Lady J's one, with I kinda got it with these 2, well, I guess we'll find out with Max too here in a little bit, is that it triggered them to go internal thinking about themselves, not about, um, you know, thinking about the female holding the child that they looked like, "Oh, that looks so perfect that they would be a mother together," so that is interesting. Oh my gosh. Let me just look at the picture real quick here. Oh, what? Oh my god. Feral? Aw, I love that. Too cute. Yeah, it's kinda interesting, but when we realize that most people are thinking about themselves, not about other people, you know? Yeah, it was a sassy caption. I loved it. I was like, "Wow." They're screaming, "Help! Now, now." Yeah, but, I I feel like, yeah, yeah, and definitely that can have a lot to do with it too, but I definitely feel like, we think that, um, one, of course, men kind of design differently. A lot of stuff usually, like, a lot of men are mental mental, right? Um, they're mental first, emotional second. Women tend to be, again, generalizing, tend to be emotional first and then into the mind second. Um, and then, a balancing in between those things, but I feel like it ignites in the heart and then it goes to the mind, and men kinda, like, bypass the heart and go to the mind, and heart is a second thought, and it brings different results, obviously, right? Um, but it's designed for when we were, um like, when we were on the plains before we lived in homes and houses and, um, you know, um the women would grab the children because that's what was important, so they were drawn to the children, and the men went for the spears to attack the animal, to protect the women and the children, because the men had bigger muscles and they could fight usually could fight, more the animals off, and that's why they're the worker ants, right? Protect the queen and the eggs. Interesting. But let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. This is so crazy. I hear, speak, and express my truth. Beautiful card coming in here, number 35. Let's see what this says here. This is the throat chakra. So our voice can express our most profound truths as it is the channel between the heart and the third eye. So, what the heart wants to communicate is expressed by the voice, and we have this gift to discern the truth and the reality of life. So, at the level of the neck and throat, we have the throat chakra, the center of expressing and hearing the truth. At this location, we also have the thyroid, crucial for so many physical functions and easily affected by the energetic state of the throat. Do you use your voice and speak your truth? Is there ease and flow between your heart and tongue? To hold back your truth and not express your thoughts and emotions creates an energetic block in your energy channels, leading to imbalances in the body. Let your throat chakra become balanced by listening, receiving, communicating, and giving. Um, Throat chakra practices are eat blue fruits and vegetables like blueberries and aubergine. Use your voice by chanting, speaking, and singing. Dare to be heard. Start speaking your truth for the greatest good of all around you. Use your verbal and written skills to record your feelings, thoughts, and dreams to let them materialize. Chant the throat chakra mantra, which is Ham. Meditate and visualize this chakra with its blue light, and stretch and work with your neck area. So, all those things help. We've got, of course, the symbolism. We've got Giza, Egypt, there in the background with the pyramids, of course, the throat chakra of the earth, and Orion's belt in the sky, and the eagle, which represents truth. So, speaking your truth, I like that, to yourself and others. I know blue fruit, which I like those. So, hopefully that helps, Lauren. And that's what we have for that. But it does feel like it more like, psychologically, it had them revert to, inner child and their past because 'cause they're, you know, part of their inner workings. But, yeah, mentally, emotionally, it feels like they weren't allowed to feel, the mind was interfering, so thank you, of course. You're so very welcome. Alright, let me get caught up on the chat here, and we will continue on here. Alright. So let me just make sure I didn't skip anyone here. Yeah, I know, right? Isn't it crazy? It's Moonlight, I should go sing in the rain. In the hail, you're so mean. You're gonna be last now. Your meme moved to number 44. That'll teach you. I hold the power. Alright, let's see here. Okay, so we got those. And so, May, thank you so much for your donation here. So you'll be number 15 for that one. And did you put your questions on there, or were you just wanting to know their thoughts and feelings and psychological stuff like we just did? I'll let you I'll let you respond to that. Or you might be sending an email when you get home, which is all right. You got time for sure, of course. All right. I did all those. Those are all just chat there. All right. And then May, we will grab that. That'll be number 16 for your second donation there. Give that a love and a like. We got Maria P in the house. So, Maria, thank you for your free reading request. Will be number 13. Got you there. We got Aditi. Hey, Aditi, good to see you. Smash the like button. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys, for hitting the like button. All right, and then yep, it looks like these came in at the same time. Yes, that'd be great. Okay, very good. So let me just add that up here to we want thought. Let's see. How did it impact him mentally, emotionally, and psychologically? All right, there we go. Got you. So May, you're 15, 16, and 17. And then I did have a donation come in over here. This is Maria. So Maria, we got you on here too. Over the last question too. I know. I feel like Lauren's onto something there, right? So Maria, we'll get you on here. Will be number 18 on the free, not the free readings, the donations in here as well. I didn't grab that here. Okay. All right. Mentally, emotionally, psychologically. So for your last one with, you started seeing someone and Max found out? Okay. Right, it's the below the surface, right? I know, Lauren, right? You're like, "You're so welcome." We're getting into it now. 'Cause we've got the different areas of the human awareness. All right, and I did grab this one, right? Yep. Let me give that one a love and a like too. All right, I think I'm all caught back up. We'll get back in here. Oh, it's a blessing for your household if you go sing in the rain. I like it. But it was hailing out. That was the thing. If it was just rain, that's different. So I like that here. Yeah, 15, 16, and 17 is what you have, May, for yours. I know. Well, we've been having drought. They were having huge, huge restrictions in Denver, because it was, like, getting bad. I mean, they were actually enforcing and giving tickets to people that were off water schedules, which usually they just threaten people and people do it, but they were actually enforcing it. So, we needed this monsoon. It's finally hitting us and helps with the forest fires and everything too, which is good. All right. So let us dive in. We're circling back around for Debbie O's number 3. You got 146.19 is for yours. Debbie O, thank you again for your multiple donations. All right. There's the cartwheels. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. All right. So, Debbie O, we've got here. So, general, more details on your, let's see. Um, Okay, that's what you sent earlier. Let me just get rid of those because you mentioned stuff down below here. All right. So you received another message. Did you, while you were meditating, right? Not moderating? I think you were sort of meditating because this was from the Bonnets. Oh no, it was moderating. Oh, a message. Okay, now I'm getting on tune here because the picture you sent was of a chat, and let me just take a look at it really quick here. Well, yeah, they kinda went all out, didn't they? All right. So it was moderating. Now that I see that, we're talking about the the person that was a little bit too excited to say hi to you. All right. So let's take a look here. Yeah. So, let's take a look here and see. You think he's trying to tell me it's him, but you're not sure. So let's verify. First of all, is it the same person? Let's take a look here. Oh, yeah. So Page of Cups. There we go. Is that an outhouse? A portable outhouse? I don't know what that is. What's that out there? But yeah, I do feel like that's a confirmation here with the Page of Cups. I do feel like that. Yeah. I think that's we'll call it a tiny house instead of an outhouse. But yeah, I feel like that's, so let's go into deep into details here and see what is this about here. So what is this about? Why are they trying to get your attention? What is happening here? Yeah, we got Ace of Cups, Page of Wands. Uh-oh. Seven of Swords. Okay, yep. I had that feeling. I feel like you're picking up on it too. I know. All right. Yeah. So I do feel here, I mean, we've got the Ace of Cups, the Page of Cups confirming that there's this emotional energy, right? But this Ace of Cups, they are looking for love. They have the Page of Wands, so that we'll call a horny toad. No, just kidding. But the Page of Wands, you know, it is fire energy that's activated, right? They're very action oriented. But the 7 of Swords that comes in here, this is the thing that I feel like you're picking up on, which is like shenanigans. Not shenanigans, but I feel like they're they're hitting up a lot of people. They're looking for love, and they're just blanketing, focusing on all these different people, trying to, find love, right? We do have the 5 of Cups underneath it here. So, yeah, um, and, this is a sad energy. I feel like they're, trying to, um, you know, overcome their sadness, but also at the same time, um, you know, is they kind of are drawn to people they feel are sad or that are also like feeling low and want love. Cause I feel like they have this energy, um, that they're they're wanting to, in a way, rescue someone so that they'll love them and not leave them. So it's kind of that codependency, hero energy that kinda come in. And we got the Judgment card, which is this pull, this call kind of energy. And we have the king, not the king, but the Knight of Pentacles coming in here too. They're on a quest for their self-worth, energy that's coming in there. So I do feel like there is some emotional, but it's not like they're stalking like just you, or not stalking you, but that they're not just pursuing you. And you already know you weren't interested in it anyway. You're just wondering what the dealio is because you're not wanting any um, long distance anyway. Five of Cups, um, stepping stone experiences. You're like, I just my next relationship will be my husband. The rest of it, I'm going to learn in here. I don't want to go out there. At least right now is kind of where you're at with it, right? So kind of feel like that's where that's coming from right now. Right. So I feel like that is all that you need to know about that from spirit. It's just someone that's looking for attention and you're doing good on just not responding. Yeah. And you're like, I'm not going to do it. And you're a moderator, but I think you can make it where you can hide them from you, right? You're like, "I don't wanna." Well, I guess you have to watch it in case he says something bad, but you're strong with that. Alright, let me answer, Moonlight really quick here since she's gonna fall asleep. You're number 10, Moonlight, and I'm on number 6 right now. So we've got, and I've got 2, I got one, big deep dive, one, regular deep dive, and then a quicker, and then finishing that. So it's going to be a little bit. So if you go to sleep, you can catch it later. If you wake up later, if I'm still on, you can ask your timestamp and I'll grab it for you. But, you know, if you need to sleep, sleep. Yeah. Yeah. It does feel like it's them, though. Maybe they got banned under their other name, like they got reported or something. So I feel like that's what we have for that. Let's see what else we got here. So more about your gifts and dreams. So we'll look at that. I'll answer your specific questions here first, right? Block, block. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're actually number 9, Lauren of Light, right before Moonlight. So um, you're still a couple away. And if you want me to wait till you get back too, um, you can just let me know when you're back, and if I happen to get to you, I can just bypass you. I got some small ones. Um, yeah, so do that, right? Hey, focus. Okay, very good. All right, so let's take a look here. So I know I'll have like a radar, but will you see things or just feel and know? All right, we'll take a look here. So is this gift particular seeing things here? This is funny. I'm just gonna this is your answer. I mean, you got you see a cat in a moon. You have a choice, which is a great energy that's coming in here, right? Yeah, I know. The controlling, telling me what to do energy, right? Come on, focus." And I'm like, "Mhm. I'll remember that." You know, I'm an Aquarius, I remember everything. Because if you're asking questions while I'm doing someone else's reading, then I won't answer you either. See, so that's how it works. Ooh. So I like this here with the Two of Swords, you know. We've got this you have this choice energy that you can feel it, you can know it. Seeing things, like with me, I told spirit, let me I feel it, I get messages of knowing, and I'm starting to see things in my peripherals. Maybe it's because 'cause I'm getting old, I don't know. They're coming to get me. But, you know, it's like ease into me seeing things because I don't wanna poop my pants, you know? So, I like this energy here, you know, that you have a choice of if you wanna see things or not, and and that's the way spirit is. They're not like, "Tough, you're gonna do this." It's we chose what we want and what we'll experience, so I feel like you do have a choice to see things as well, when you're ready, and and but you may not even feel like you need to because I'm like, I almost feel for me that seeing things might distract me from getting to the heart of things. 'Cause, you know, the when the human sees, it starts to interpret in the mind, whereas when we're feeling from the heart, we get to the heart of things too that comes in, so, you know, I feel like that is yeah, right. So, I feel like that is, I feel like that answers that, and then for what dreams will you receive, etcetera, vision, hearing. So let's take a look here and see what you have here. So for dreams, yeah, I do feel here you've got here, um, the death card, so you got death and rebirth energy here. So I do feel like, if you're talking about dreaming, like, when you're sleeping dreaming. Yeah, right. Like, in here, right? Because you can have a daydream where you have a vision, right? And that's what you mean, like, visions. So, I do feel here like you'll be able to, um you'll be able to connect with people who have passed. So, you're gonna be able to you already do, you connect with Chuck already. So, you know that you'll connect with them. And then you mentioned before, like a lie detector, you will know things that come in here, right? You'll know when something feels right and is off. You'll be like, that doesn't sound right. That doesn't, you know, something's happening there, right? Um, you do have the sun card here, which this Leo energy with the inner child energy, you will also, you know, be able to connect into the reasons why behind emotions. Like, you'll be able to go back and, connect with people's inner children and know what happened, what's behind that emotion, because that's 7 years old and younger. That's what it takes you with the Sun card too. Yeah, and you got both you got both Leo energies, the Strength and the Sun card. So, you do have this ability to go backward and understand what's at the root of an emotion and get an inkling and even details, you'll get clearer and clearer. Yeah, and you can get images, you'll have visions. I I don't feel you're gonna audibly hear it, but it may sound like it because it's gonna be like you're wearing iPods, you know? It's gonna be in your ear, so you've got it here, right? You've got it, you know, in your mind, and it sounds like it's set out here, but you really it's just the soundtrack with what movie plays in your head. And you'll see things like that that'll unfold. One time, a friend of mine, I wasn't friends with them yet. I'd met them for one of my first boyfriend, long time ago, he worked with them, and then I bumped into him at, a wine tasting and bar afterwards, and he came up to me and goes, "I feel like you can have a message for me. I see your aura is pink, and I feel like you have a message for me." He was kinda drunk at the time, and so we went over to a table away from everyone and, was talking to him about he goes, "Well, tell me something about my life," and I started telling him stuff, and it started, like, impacting him because it was all coming through. I was like, "Well, if you wanna know, like, this is what's going on, this is what's going on, and I feel like there's, something about your brother, that you need to know about," and he was like, "Come on," and, we left that place, we went back to his apartment so that it wasn't, loud and around everyone because he was, like, um, starting to get upset, like, angry upset because his anger was there. And then, he was like, "Alright, so tell me, what are you seeing, and what about my brother?" And I saw a movie, and this is what I feel like you'll do, this movie playing in my head where, he like, I was in the back seat, and there was 2 guys in the front seat. Someone was driving, and this person, who I felt was his brother, was looking back at me and telling me, to pay attention, and he turned, and I saw we were driving down this road with apartments, and we went up over this road because the person that was driving was inebriated. He drove straight into an apartment, and this pole impaled through the windshield and killed him. And he was like, "Alright, that's enough." And he didn't tell me anything. He went to go brush his teeth and everything, and then I said goodbye, and, um, it was, I was like, "Alright, well, was that accurate or not?" Well, we became friends, and we hung out and everything, and throughout, months and years and whatever, but he one day, we were gonna go, out to eat somewhere for lunch, and he stopped by, picked me up, and we were driving, he goes, "I wanna take you somewhere." And I'm like, "Okay." And we started driving down this road, and all of my hair started standing up as I looked around, and I'm like I turned to him, and almost makes me tear up right here. I was like, "This is where your brother died, isn't it?" He was like he goes, "Right here," and it he goes, they ran into this building right here, and he got killed by a pipe." And I was just like, "Holy crap," But you'll be able to do things like that and be able to do that. And his brother came to me to show it to me. He showed me the whole scene of what had happened, and that's the kind of thing that you'll get visions, you'll have, like it's almost like you're watching a movie. It's almost like you're dreaming, but you're awake kind of energy. But it's important, to you have messages to share with people, and I feel like that's what that, comes in, that you can see a movie playing, you can just know things dropping in, like you said, like you can see an item. Spirit will communicate with you with your memories, and etcetera. So I like that, right? Um, as you expand more and more, right? Let me say, I feel like we're doing these here. Let me move these out of the way here. Um, so you kind of asked this, when is your third eye opening and how will you know? That's how you'll know more and more. We'll look at based on current energies when that's opening up here. But it'll continue to open. I mean, it's opening. It's already open. It's just when does it open wider and wider and wider and wider and wider, right? And, so when the more we talk about clearing your emotional pipeline, in, like, my podcast, that the little series that, started at number 16, and if anyone's interested in growing their empathic abilities, um I've got here, let me just move this over here, I can do it really quick. These are all of them. We've got the Empath's Heart Song, and then number 16 is Growing the Empathic Gift. Whoops, didn't wanna do that. Undo that. I wanted to hit copy, not enter. There we go, there's number 16, and then we went into the phases of growing it, which is 17, 18, 19, and 20. Being the gift is the last one there, but clearing the pipeline, actually listening to them all is good, and I know I've told you about that just so if anyone else is listening. Those are the ones that can grow your empathic abilities, and the more you clear out your pipeline, then your gifts expand, and then so does your third eye. Because it's like what clogs our third eye is our small t truths rooted in fear, our own beliefs that are rooted in fear, our emotions rooted in fear, our energy rooted in fear, anything cluttering us in our physical world too. Sometimes having too much stuff around can clutter us and not have us open. So the more we're keeping in a space of simplicity, that can help us from getting distracted too. But that's less, more of the impact is the internal stuff. But that's when it grows and expands, and that's how your third eye expands. Yeah. We have indecision as causing delays, and that can be like the G's and, like, "Oh, no, are we afraid?" And if we're afraid, then that can delay it, right? That's our indecision to go, "Use me whatever way you want." Just keep it out of the eyes for now where I see it, like, in the real world. I can see it here, I can feel it here, I can get information here, I can sense it, here, but don't make me see it here or hear it here, please. I'm I don't wanna go people think I'm schizophrenic, right? Yeah, I like that. So those things can help clear out. So that's when it opens. Your third eye is already open and opening more and more as you are doing your emotional work. So you're doing the things but they never rush. They're like, we're eternal beings. There's no like, you gotta do it. You gotta, they don't force us. They're like, when you're ready, just ask, and we'll give you more. And you'll just naturally start opening up more when you're ready, never before we're ready, which is the amazing thing, right? They're not slave masters that beat us if we don't do it right. They're all loving beings. So and then you wanted to know how you'll meet your Texas tribe so you can get started on this part of your journey once you receive your gifts. So, how will you meet them? How will you meet this tribe here? Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, you've got the star card, which is like wishing upon a star and choosing uh that's what you want, right? And the 10 of cups is joy doing something uh you enjoy. 10 of cups is joy, celebration, kind of energy. So it's doing something that you love. And you have the 4 of cups, which is, this emotional balance energy too that's here, right? Yeah. And so what you do is you start doing things that you love, going to events that you love, um, and you meet people that also enjoy that, right? So like, you look in your area, in your city, I almost named where you lived. So, in every big city, there's meetup groups, there's, metaphysical shops. So if you look for a metaphysical shop, they usually have some sort of gatherings, and if they don't, when you go there, they'll usually have some sort of bulletin board. You can even talk to the people, at the cashiers thingy, the people that work there and go, "Hey, do you know any groups that do this?" And I guarantee you they will know. And just trust your instinct and go up to the person that you're drawn to. And they're like, "I actually have a group." And they're like, "Shut up. Really?" And then boom. And then you're like, "All right." And then you go, and if the energy's there, you know that's your people. If you're not, then you're like, "Thank you. Yeah, I'll think about it, and thank you guys so much," and you're just like, you don't have to go back if you don't want to, right? There's no obligation, but you'll be able to find that, right? So I like that. Um, yep, and so the sooner it's up to you, you activating that. You when you're ready, you go and you seek, and then they find, right? You take one step and then they're drawn to you. If you waiting for them to show up at your door, all you're gonna get is Mormons and Jehovah Witnesses, and who else comes to the doors? With nothing wrong with them either, but that's not who you're looking for. You're looking for mystics, right? You're not looking for organized religion. You're looking for you already have that. You're looking for, uh, different people that don't go door to door. Alright, and then will you do this on the side or on weekends? Um, yeah, Queen of Cups, here's your energy, whatever you wish to do. I feel like you're going to start off with friends first. Yeah, you got hermit energy. You're not gonna do anything when you're staying at home with a hermit. But you might. It might be friends, right? I feel like you start off with friends and friends of friends, and I feel like you just kind of start I feel like you already do it in a way because you're a good listener, you friends, you share with each other, but it'll start becoming more where you're listening more to others, and then you share something from your heart when you feel like this is something that you wanna share. It's not like you're going in going, "I have to solve anything." You're just going in going, "All right, spirit, put on my heart what you want me to share, if anything." And you might not share anything. It might just be your presence one time. Another time, it might be that you are a tough love individual, because sometimes you have to do that where you're like, if you're talking to the same person over and over again, where they're like, "I love them," um, but they keep cheating with all these other people, and, I kinda like I feel like I wanna marry them, and I'm like, "Do it." What you need to do is just get them a ring, give them access to your checkbooks, give them all your credit cards too, and do all this because it's really gonna take them really screwing you over before you're gonna see them for who they are, and they're like and I'm like, sometimes spirit comes through strong, um, and you realize it's not you. You're just like, "Whoa, I'm so sorry." And they're like, "No, I needed to hear that." I'm like, "Okay." And and it happens, sometimes we channel strong energy or, calm energy or loving energy, whatever it may be. It comes through. But I feel like you'll start off with friends, um, and friends of friends, and then you'll start to feel it's because it's your comfort level. You will take it to the next step when you want. There's no supposed to, should, need to, have to from spirit. They're all however you wanna go about it and however you wanna grow and do this, you'll get to a point where it's not scary to do it, it's natural for you to do it, and then it just unfolds, and then, you know and you might do it for free in the beginning and then start charging later, and then you don't have to work anymore. And especially when you get married and you're just like, woohoo. When he says, you don't have to work anymore, do what you want. And you're like, yeehaw, I got plans. So I feel like that. Will you tell anyone? Um, well, I imagine you will here. Yeah, you got Leo energy, standing strong and bold. You'll be ready when you do that here with the strength card. You'll be ready. Um, you know, it's like you do it with friends and stuff, and when you're ready to, you know, start sharing it with a group or different people, yeah, like your family. It's just gonna be natural for you to share it, because the way you're gonna do it, it's not gonna be like, "Hey, everybody, I'm an emotional witch doctor, just so you know." And they're like, "What?" No, you're just gonna say, I'm helping people transform their emotions." And, you're gonna find the way that you say it, and so it's not gonna be in a box, it's gonna be how you wanna create it, so I like that. Right, and then your fortune cookie is, "I know when my body needs to rest." Oh, boo doo boo doo boo, look at the little baby. Number 8. The universe, the earth, and our bodies are constantly in a yin-yang balance between dark and light, rest and activity, subconscious and conscious awareness. We live in a society that prioritizes activity and productivity, not knowing how devastating it is for the earth and humankind to run on empty. Conscious rest and sleep are the keys to a healthy, vital, and balanced life. So, are you getting enough rest and sleep? Do you take time to just be without doing, thinking, and producing? There are many forms of rest and levels of consciousness that we attain when resting. Meditation can be a form of conscious rest, which also opens up our higher senses while relaxing the thinking mind. Yoga Nidra is a form of bodily rest that keeps you awake and aware on a higher level than just the mental. That's yoga, and then Nidra is Nidra. Sleep helps connect to the astral plane and the infinite source of consciousness. So, how can you take time to rest the body, the mind, and the soul? Question mark. Prioritizing rest and sleep and carving out time, for it is vital for your overall well-being. Find that yin and yang balance within and around you. Some restful practices are: sit or lie down in nature and just listen to the sounds, guided resting meditation and yoga nidra, going to bed between 9 and 10 p.m. to get deep sleep time. Well, I don't do that. It's 9 or 10 somewhere when I go to bed. Taking short naps in the afternoon to regain energy, just lying down and focusing on your breathing, rest the mind from thoughts. Taking a long bath and just being, and journal what activities keep you active and find practices to balance those out with equal amounts of rest. In the picture, we had the dragonfly, which is transformation, the dahlia, which is vulnerability, and the baby, which is innocence and trust. So I like those energies for you. So hopefully that helps, my dear. That is what they have for you. I love what you're going to be doing with this, but it's all just about focusing on you, doing your inner emotional, um, transformations, and start sharing it with your friends, what's going on, what you're doing. And that gets you comfortable in talking about it and how to talk about it. And then you talk about it with a friend and a friend of a friend, and the friend of a friend is like, "Oh, tell me more." And, you just share your experiences, and you share your words of experience and wisdom that you glean, and it just continues to grow. I like that. Yeah, I love that. Boom, boom, boom. You're doing a lot of this stuff. So good validation there for you. So thank you again, my friend. I'm so grateful for all of your adventures. And thank you again for all your love and support and donations. I appreciate you. And I like that. All right. So let me jump back up here and let me just get caught up on the chat, and we'll dive back in here. Gonna run real quick. We did that. It's okay. You have AirPods. We did that. Night, night, moonlight. She's already gone, probably. We got Cat Mia. So for your free reading here, we'll get you number 14 on the free reading list. And we got Bird Girl. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And we'll get you on the free list. You'll be number 15 over yonder. There we go. All right, and the rest of these are Debbie O, Debbie O, Debbie O, all the way down. All right. You are very welcome, my friend. All right. Well, thank you very much. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Keep me in line. All right. I think I'm all caught back up. Oh, let me check emails real quick here just to make sure nothing else came in here. All right. So number 7, we got Ruby G. Ruby G, hello, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. And let's see what we got going on here. Yeah. Asked. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Is that how you ask when you tell somebody, go to bed? Yes, mother. That's your Cancer moon energy. It's your mama moon energy that kicks in. So you can express that anytime you want. All right. So Ruby, you got energy around an emergency order for your son before dad's time on Saturday, and energy if I were to withhold him on an emergency. Best interest factor while waiting for emergency order. Energy around the police report. Let me see. Energy around the police report and CPS. If I were to report tonight, tomorrow, and the X's thoughts. Okay, and then those others. So let's do that first here. I know, right? Thank you. So, energy around, first of all, an emergency order. So let's look at that first, just it in general. What can we know about the energy around an emergency order? Let's see, we do have the Ace of Wands, the 5 of Wands, the 10 of Pentacles. Yeah, of course, Ace of Wands, it does spark things, right? We do have the 5 of Wands, which that's coming in already, the firestorm drama that comes in, that it starts. You have the 10 of Pentacles, which is an abundance energy, though. So, it feels like, when you have your, um, if your intent, what your intentions are, with that Ace of Wands is how it unfolds, right? So, my intentions are for the safety of my son, and I feel like there's something that's happening, and I'm concerned for their health because of this and this and this and this. Have it all written down, have your ducks in a row so that when things flood, you won't forget things and you'll have it all documented going, these are the things, that um concern me and why I want to do this, kind of so I feel like when you have that's helpful. If you were to hold him on an emergency best interest factor while waiting for the emergency order, what kind of energy comes in with that? You got Empress, Mama Empress. That's good energy there. 4 of Pentacles, King of Wands, 3 of Swords. Yeah, I feel like, we've got, some good things that happen here, some stability. You have the 4 Pentacles, your home. There is, of course, we've got this expectations equal disappointment energy with the King of Wands. And again, I feel like it's important with the energy that you go around it. If you're doing it with fear and expectations attached to everything, it's supposed to be this way, it should go this way, it needs to go this way, instead of, calmly going about saying, this is what, why I'm doing what I'm doing. Again, this energy, it's because I'm concerned for my son's life and health, and I'm not getting the responses that I, uh, from my ex that I feel make me feel safe about all this. And because of the past. I have concerns. I'd rather be safe than sorry. And that's why I'm doing this, you know. And I like that because if we go about it with an energy, of um, you know, all this pressure, all this fear, all this lack energy, we're gonna get energy that matches it. So the more we can go in it with gratitude for safety and divine guidance and for what is and, for smoothness as I smack my microphone, sorry. I feel like it's an important energy that comes in that with that, right? Energy around the police report itself. You've got the high priestess. I feel like there's don't hide anything with the high priestess, just be honest, because that is about, um yeah, we've got the 9 of swords energy again. Trust your intuition with all of that. The 3 of cups, yeah, here's your spiritual posse. You're not alone in this. Um, but again, there's all this they keep on bringing up, the energy around which you do it is very important. Don't go about it with like a happy face, right? Like, yes, but it's not, an angry whatever. It's this is what's going on, and when you're presenting yourself calm and collected, then it changes the energy of the situation. It also changes how people receive you. And if we're panicking and doing something, then that not so much. So going in with it with that calmness and um, with connection to spirit as much as you can, I feel like is an important energy around the police report. Um, and with CPS too here. So if you report tonight or tomorrow, we got the Page of Pentacles, which is an abundance energy. So it's a good opportunity here with the CPS. You got the Hanged Man, which is transformation. It's about seeing things from a different perspective. I probably would wait until tomorrow. You got the Seven of Pentacles, the Hangman, which is waiting energy a little bit on here. So I feel like do it like tomorrow instead of like maybe tonight with that energy, but still follow your instinct and follow what you feel you need to do. Um, but it feels here, just make sure you have all your ducks in a row, like the reason why you're doing it and the proof or the evidence that you've seen that can be circumstantial in some cases, but just say it's the combination of all these things and then these things that I'm just concerned about. And, um, you know, I'm concerned for my child's safety and life. And then that, activates a lot of stuff, right? But overall, it does feel, I mean, you had the King of Cups. I don't know if I showed that to you. It's about staying balanced between your head and heart as much as you can through it all. I know it's going to be hard, but when you can breathe as much as you can, deep breaths. When you feel yourself getting riled up, deep breaths. Even if it's, it kind of helps do it or helps us, the breathing come to, gets rid of some of that adrenaline that's flowing. All right. And then he wanted the ex's thoughts on custody to child currently. So let's take a look here and see the ex's thoughts currently on custody and child support. Yeah, I memean, I feel like with custody, and we've got the Chariot. This is the power of choice energy, movement energy. And I feel like they're gonna continue to try to have actions to try to get custody as well on their side, um, which it doesn't make sense, that they want to because it's too much for them, but it has something to do deeper than the mind and the heart. It does have to do with the subconscious and, um, that they're holding on to them. And then with child support, they have the 3 of wands. It's like they keep on wanting to try to take it a different way than it's currently going. So I feel like they wanna, also try to fight it and try to come back and do it. The battle isn't over. They're just like, "Okay, well, we gotta regroup," like you guys are regrouping to, bring things to a different court. I feel like they're also preparing and wanting to continue to do that, that battling kind of energy that comes in here. So I know. So that's where he's coming from. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here. I know, right? It's usually on point. Let's see what this one is here. Let's see what we got. So what else for Miss Ruby G, please? Oh, this one here. Thank you. And we've got my mind is clear as a still lake. There you go. Calmness, right? Number 12. Beautiful energy. See what this one says. Oh, open right up to it. Like a lake, your mind can be agitated and muddy, or it can be still and clear. Take a break, still your mind and body, and observe your thoughts. When watching your thoughts, you realize that they are not you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to observe them. Your true essence exists beyond your thoughts, but they help you to understand this current level of reality. The nature of the mind is to constantly be filled up with thoughts, ideas, visions, the past, the future, and harmful patterns of doubts, fears, and limitations. Right now, your mind might be cluttered and busy with things that don't belong in the present moment. This hijacks you of the potential found here in the now. The mind can be stilled by being aware of your thoughts, observing them, and releasing them. Use the mind to master your thoughts so that your thoughts don't become your master. If you see the thoughts as waves, you can imagine those waves calming down and bringing you stillness and peace. There is a breathing meditation, as we were talking about, right? Sit with your back straight and focus on your breathing. Consciously inhale and exhale through your nose. Try to move the breath from your belly and then up to your heart. Use your breath as a focal point, and if this isn't enough, choose to focus on your heart center or third eye while breathing. Lastly, counting each inhalation and exhalation will help you to focus on the breath rather than the thoughts. So do this for as long as you need to still your mind. And then lastly, practice this exercise daily and discover how you slowly start dissolving the need to constantly think, plan, and control life with your thoughts. Wow, that is kind of perfect. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Just fall off my chair again. So thank you again for your donation and many blessings to you. Hang in there. I believe you did. If you just came in, you just missed it. So here's your timestamp here, if you need that. All righty. And then up next, we've got Cat Mia 23443. There's a little mirroring going on there. So there is it for you. All right. So are you supposed to make it more zigzag like 112 or quite like 50025? Okay, we'll take a look here. Oh, yay. Glad that worked out for you there. All right. So, the energy around zigzag like 112. All right. And what about like 50025? Yeah, I feel like here now the zigzag, the 112, you've got the 8 of swords, which is like that helps you release things that made it feel blinding and bound and trapped and restricted. 4 of cups, it's kind of balance, and you can see this dolphin back here balancing the cup on the nose. There's this balanced energy that comes in with the zigzag. It seems to um, release something that felt um, restricted before, and it's kind of balanced energy. It's not like woo woo or bad. It's kind of like, yeah, it works. It helps free some stuff up. It allows things to flow. Um, and then the 50025, we've got the death and rebirth and the high priestess, which is like stepping away and looking at it from a higher perspective. There's something hidden there. I don't feel like that one so much is the energy we're looking for. I feel like neither of them are really like abundant woohoo energy, but out of the two, it feels like the 112 at least brings in balance and frees up some things and has some restriction that changes that comes in with that. Um, yeah, you have the tower on the bottom too, which it feels like this feels like lacking, like there's something else to be put in place of that. Both of those energies are about not enough. It's one like the 112 is, but it's not like, yes, like maybe there's something else kind of energy that's coming in with these here. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. Let's see what we got. What do we got? All right. Yeah, you got their head space, heart space, spirit, and 3D. It's a little card that I keep in here. There's these little card spreads. And this talks about being aware of your overall feelings. And in a way, it's kind of something that balances both the head and the heart um, in this, for here. And this is what this spread kind of brings in is just that focus of getting out of 100% in our head space, allow your heart space to get in, and you find something very compatible. But it's about trying to step out of your head and go with your heart too. Where's your heart leading you? Because I feel like when you're allowing your mind to bring you ideas, but also your heart, they come up with something that works together. So hopefully that makes sense. But that's what they got for you there, Kat Mia. So I like it. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then we've got up next Lauren of Light. Lauren, thank you for your donation. Here is your timestamp here. Boom, boom, boom. And let me get this up here. Woohoo! Right. Let me just get your questions kind of split out here so I can. All right. All right. I think I am ready. All right. So let's see. We've got here for your first question, you wanted to know what happens if you just shift to me. I got to be careful how I say that. And thank you again for your donation via Zcash app. I'm always so grateful. You're always so generous. I appreciate you. So let's take a look here. So what happens if you just shift to you? that too. What else? That it? All right. I like this energy for you. I mean, on the bottom of the deck, you have the Six of Wands, which is a victory energy, right? Um, and that's good. That's a good energy there. You've got the Judgment card. You really focus in on your calling and seeing things from a higher perspective, and you're really drawn into that. It feels like a resurrection in a way of sorts with that card, right? You also get the Wheel of Fortune that comes in here too. Yeah, I do believe that was your question, is it not? I copied it all over here and deleted the email, but if you need me to check, I can check real quick. I thought that was your first question. Let me just scroll down here. Scroll, 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 scroll. I don't think that's bringing me what I want here. Let's go back. Oh, that's right. That's right. That's why I can't find an email. You usually send it in email. Yeah, I think because I only saw 2 lines, so that was it, right? So you're saying it was? It was. Oh, okay, it was. Okay. So thank you for confirming that. So, all right. So then you do have the Wheel of Fortune, which of course is it's positive for you. It does bring in abundance. It does bring in fulfillment. Energy that comes in there as well. Oh, you had 3. I thought you said it was, but I sent it in chat. Okay, let me just take a look here and see. I only see 2. The first one is what happens if I just shift to me, and then the second one is starts off with what is his current strategy, and then I don't see anything else. So maybe YouTube deleted it. Um, yeah, um, so those are the 2 I had if you wanna send your other one. So that was the first one, though? Well, this is one of your questions. I'm gonna continue on just for the sake of time here. So if you throw your whatever one is missing out of the 2, if you scroll up, you should be able to see the ones that I said. So there's one missing. I don't know which one's missing because I don't know what the missing one has on it. So you started with his current feelings. I thought, when what happens if I don't do that when he dismisses? Okay. That one I don't have that one. Okay, so this is the one that I don't have then. All right. Yeah, that one for some reason didn't go through on my side. So all right. Well, I will start over then. We'll just put the cards back in and I'll just start over. So let me just grab these real quick here and we will begin again. All right. So you started with his current feelings. I thought, then what happens if I don't do that? When does he start missing me? Okay. No, it's all right. So you started with his current feelings. So you want his current feelings. And then I thought, then what happens if I don't, if I don't do that? When does he start missing you? And then when does he realize your absence? Is he being loyal to you? What's the next action to you? What's his current strategy? What's exciting things happening here next? Then when and if I should leave, when? Oh, then if I should leave, and then oh, here's all this. Is he being loyal to me? I'm so confused right now, Lauren, with all your questions. Is there any way, you could put it in order in an email and send it to me? Because now I feel like you've sent some that you already sent, and now I have them all mixed up. Um, and if you wouldn't mind doing that, I'm gonna run and use the gentleman's room really quick here anyway. So if you wouldn't mind doing that, if you could kind of put it in an email, because I feel like there's repeating things now, and I think, because of what I got from your 2 lines, and now you've added more, but I think there's kind of it's all discombobulated. Is that possible to do that? Because I feel like I'm like, "Oh, I see here's the absence and the absence, and there's this one and there's that one," and it's like, I feel like I've gotta several time. Alright, no, no problem at all. I just because YouTube re didn't share one, that's the problem. So, we'll resolve the problem, and then I'll be calmer when I come back. I won't feel rushed because, um, my bladder will be empty, so I'll be right back too. So, I'll be right back. Alright. Alright. Thank you so much. Yeah. Throws it off when YouTube decides not to share some information because you probably don't know that I can't see it, and then I, don't know that it's not there because it doesn't exist, right? Alright, thank you so much. We'll get this in here. Should be coming through any second. There it is. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you doing that. That'll make it easy, breezy, and I won't leave anything out, which is my big concern. So, oh yeah, no problem at all. I mean, YouTube is usually pretty consistent, but sometimes every once in a while rogue things I don't see it on my side, and that just brings in problems. So, I get you. All right, so thank you so much, Lauren, for doing that. I appreciate that. All right. So, that looks much better than I had it, so thank you. Alright, so let's jump in here, see what Mr. Man, what his current feelings and thoughts are for you, and what is causing his silence right now, right? So what's his current feelings? Grab those. Alright, wow, and then his thoughts. Alright, and then what is causing his silence right now? Alright. Come on. All right. So feelings right now. What do we have here? We have the Knight of Pentacles. So of course, normal, normal feelings, slow motion on the feelings, right? But we've got a lot. We've got the Moon card and the Chariot card coming in here. So there's a lot of emotional energy that's in here. A lot of victory. A lot of emotional energy bubbling up here. And we've got the Eight of Pentacles, the Four of Pentacles underneath there. So we've got that transformation energy coming in with the Eight of Pentacles. Four of Pentacles, there's this home energy. They're really focusing in on home, uh, you know, with that Four of Pentacles. So it's interesting here is feelings are more uh, full of a lot of, of emotion, right? Oh, he volunteered at for a golf thing, and he's been silent. Okay, well, so that makes sense. The work, work, work energy, right? This guy almost looks like someone who's caddying, right? That sticks the pole in the hole. But that makes sense too with the Eight of Pentacles that he's working. But there's a lot of emotional energy here, tons of emotion. Underlying energy, we got the Four of Wands. So there is an event. Look at that. A celebration event energy, right? So I feel like that's a lot of reason for the silence and things that are going on is because he's like super busy. Um, that's going on there. But let's see, what are his thoughts right now for you here? Wow. Yeah, I mean, we've got the star card, right? So we've got the dream come true energy that starts off here, right? Beautiful energy there. We got the 7 of Wands. This is him needing to be true to his authentic self, and be who he is and, that energy, not asking permission to shine, not defending who he is. And we've got the 3 of Swords, the 4 of Swords, and the 5 of Swords. So he's got a lot of, battling disappointment energy that's coming in here, right? And he's kind of resting right in the middle of it all. Um, So I feel like the big thing, which is his when he goes out of balance, right? It's when he's battling between his head and his heart, but when he's in his head around fearing not, living up to expectations, right? And disappointing. And um, and that is the energy we've been talking about, right? About um he's being silent. And so are you in your being, is silence unacceptable and disappointing? So it's an expectation, so we're disappointed when we don't have a certain amount of connection and, you know, um, and silence, right? That comes in, right? So I feel like that they've their big thing is not having expectations on them, and there's expectations, right? Oh, yeah, that's definitely an expectation, right? That's showing a lack of doing something, right? How you gonna do that and then not say good morning to me? You failed, right? So that makes sense, and it's being aware of all the rules we have of whenever you feel like disappointed or something's not being done that should be done, then, it's like we look at that, right? Yeah, and I do feel here the reason behind here, um, you know, uh, what's causing the silence? 5 with the 5 of wands. That's friends and all the busyness that they have at this golf event. And the 8 of swords is trying to let go of this, all these thoughts and beliefs that make them feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And and that's the kind of energy, and we've talked about this before, like, what's one of the big things you can do to help the relationship is to not try to control him and try to make him be who you want him to be, and just love, love, love him, right? Just gratitude for what he is doing, not focusing on what he's not doing. Because the more we're focusing on what he's not doing, that doesn't encourage someone. That's his mother, right? Remember, nag, 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 mom, mom, mom. You need to take out the trash. Like when, you know, what? You didn't do that. You didn't say good morning to me. Bad. That's a mother energy, which takes him, doesn't want to have another mother. He already has one that he doesn't want to hang around. He doesn't want a second one. He wants a lover, someone who loves him, not someone who tries to control him, right? So I feel like, a little bit of silence. I think a lot of it is about being busy with that celebration and event. But I feel like there's also that it doesn't encourage them to go, well, I can't do anything right, can I? And when we focus on what they're doing well and what we're grateful for, then they want to do more as well, right? So I like that. So, what does he want with us? All right. Based on current energies, what does he want? And what happens if you stay silent and like you let him reach out to you, right? Not like non-responsive, but um like if he reaches out to you, you respond, right? And you stay silent until he says something, right? Because you have the Ace of Swords on the bottom. I like this Queen of Cups, balance between head and heart, and the Ace of Swords. You allow him to communicate, right? And that's the tough thing because, giving up that need to control and get interaction, get connection, that's the thing that you're working on to try to um, look at the root of what triggers you to want connection and how can you stop trying to get it, allow him to connect on his own. And he's learning to deal with that distance is safe, but connection is what's necessary in a relationship. He's that's what he's learning, right? So, what does he want with us? What? Yep. I feel like the high priestess, he does want, a little distance right now with that 10 of wands because he wants to change the burden to abundance, the burden to gratitude, right? And that's the whole thing is the distance, and that's kinda what I was just saying, right, without seeing the cards was that's his whole thing is when he feels like there's a burden of expectations, I wanna be off away from that. When there's no expectations, then I can be present, but when he feels there's a lot, then that's when he's, like, wants to be, you know, not under that. It's heavy. I mean, it's heavy, those expectations, right? The ones that you have yourself under, it feels heavy when you release yourself from 'em and you release him too, and then we switch back into them. Something triggers us to I need to control again. Whenever our little inner child, it gets triggered, it feels unsafe, out of control, or uncomfortable, tries to control, and then, that's what kicks in. So whenever we're feeling out of control, right? What happens if you stay silent? Yeah, 4 of Wands, joy, happiness, marriage, the 7 of Swords. You get to both look at your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that cheat you guys out of things. You get to look at your expectations. When you stay silent, every trigger that comes up of, "What is he doing?" That's a trigger, right? Is he faithful? A trigger. Is he loyal? What is he doing? What am I afraid he's doing? When you're silent, it gives you time to really hear all of these fears. Um, and and that's good for to be in that quietness because that's when you do your huge growth because you're not distracted by, trying to do the old things, right? You have the 6 of Swords. Yeah, you move from choppy waters to calmer waters. You leave old ways of thinking behind. Communication opens up. Yep, and you face your, disappointments with this 3 of Swords, because that makes sense with all of this coming in here is when you stay silent and just focus in on you, when he's ready, he reaches out, and all the stuff that bubbles up in the meantime is for you so that you can free yourself from them. Because you have yourself in a cage when you're feeling those, desires of I need connection, right? I need my connection fix, right? It's like, no, you don't. The connection you're looking for is in here. Back to the Empress, not the Empress battle warrior princess, but the Empress, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, and nurturing yourself, giving you everything that you are desiring in the outside world. And then whatever he gives is above and beyond extra. And then you're like, "This feels good." And he feels good because he doesn't feel like he's failing, right? With all the supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and you should do this and you should do that and, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. All those messages he takes and he remembers my failing. This is my board of my failings, right? And, but when it's like any of us, if we're told, what we're not doing, it doesn't make us wanna do more, it makes us wanna do less. When someone's telling us what they love about what we're doing, you betcha we wanna do more of that and more. But if someone's pointing out, what we're not doing, then it just kinda sucks the life out of things, right? So it's good to be aware of that. As humans, that's how we work, especially to ourselves, right? Start here. All right. So what happens if you don't do that? Meaning if you don't stay silent? What happens if I don't do that? So if you don't stay silent, what happens? Kaboom. We'll see here. Depends on what you're what you're not being silent about, right? We got the hanged man here. There is transformation. Eventually, we do see things from a different perspective, with that there. Yeah, you have the 2 of Swords. I feel like if you change the story with the 2 of Swords that you're saying, then that's different. So it's not about, um, w uh, if we're speaking or not or being silent or not. It's about what we're saying when we're saying it and with what energy, right? Because if my communication is just about love and what I'm grateful for about someone, they're gonna wanna communicate with me, right? But like we were saying, if I'm talking about, "Well, what's next? When are you gonna come visit me? When are you gonna do this? When are you gonna do that? Why ain't you ever done that?" It's all about the future. If we're talking about the past things we don't like or the future things they haven't done yet, then we're missing out on the now, which is where we live, and, there's this beautiful energy that we can communicate, with them here. But if you, don't do that, what happens? You have to I mean, if you talk, the Page of Wands, we get some fire that's there, either some passion or some You also do have joy. You got this with if you stay silent. Whether you stay silent or don't, there's joy available in the moment, but you have to look for it, right? Every moment has joy and love, but we have to find it, right? And um if we don't look for it, we look for something else, we're gonna find it instead, right? So, I like that. What else? Queen of Cups. Yeah. So there is a lot of emotional energy that exists there, but I feel like that's saying offer if you offer a cup of love, right? I like that. Offering a cup of love that, we take things a different direction. Uh, and the Four of Swords. Yeah, we let go of expectations. We rest the mind. That comes in here. So I like it here. I feel like you don't have to stay silent, but if you feel it, you're like, "You know what? You don't need another mother. Why do I keep trying to mother you? You're my lover, not my son." Um, so I'm making a commitment today. I'm gonna start being your lover and not be your mother, and see what he says, right? And he's like, What? What?" You know? And, "I love you. Here are 3 things that I love about you today. Boom, 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 and I'm gonna be a lover." And I like that. I like that energy. So interesting. Something to try, right? I like that. I need to write a book. Be a lover, not a mother. That can be taken a couple of ways, right? Don't be a mother, be a lover. All right, let's see what we have here. When does he start missing you? Like if you stay silent. Let's take a look here and see what a when card we have here. Yeah. 9 months from now. That's funny because it's funny. Um, and that's a joke from your spirit guides because they're going, number one, um, you can't stay silent that long. And number two is he wouldn't let you stay silent that long, you know? So he's like, they're just like, um, his actions, they're saying, are not about him missing you or not. His distance and his lack of contact has to do with his fears of and the type of connection, right? Because the type of connection he tries to avoid is the connection he had with his mother growing up, right? So he loves you. Yeah, exactly, right? He loves you. Um, has nothing to do with whether he loves you or not. It has to do with the if the connection feels like with mom, I'm an avoidant. When it feels like my lover, I'm there, right? He draws in when he feels safe and when it's the lover. But when we turn into the controlling mother energy, that's when he like, I don't like that because that reminds him of why he became an avoidant when he was young, right? And that's why he has that avoidant tendency. It's because mother controlling, telling him he's not being what he's not doing, how he's failing, here's the bar, you need to get up there. Okay, the bar kept moving. It never was, I'm so proud of you. I love you. You're amazing. Talking about all the things they are doing. It was always a focus on what they weren't doing. And that's why that echoes so loudly in that echo chamber that he has. You could whisper something of like, why didn't you text me a good morning? Echo, echo. It gets really big because it's not what you're doing now that's the big thing. It's the echo from the past that's been echoing for a few decades, right? So I feel like that is the energy that they really want you to know there. he always realizes your absence. I feel like the missing and the absence energy is the same, thing there. It's not about um abandoning, it's not manipulating someone through abandonment, right? Well, I'm going to ignore you and then you'll do what I want you to do. This is you know what? The reason why the communication breaks down is because I'm being a mother, not a lover. So, you know, give him time. He's been working all day. See what happens tonight. He'll probably text you in a second. Or tomorrow, or later tonight, and it's like when he does, you know, I feel like avoiding the conversation, like just saying, I think my opinion is that, when I act like your mother, you don't really want to talk to me, and I don't blame you. I'm going to commit to you to be your lover, not your mother, and stand by that commitment. Because I know when you say you're going to do something, you do it. And I feel like if you commit to him and go, I want to commit something to you, I want to do this. And if I ever start sounding like your mother, please just respond, yes, mother. And that'll be my cue to know, oh my God, thank you. And it can be something you can laugh about or something like that, right? But interesting. So is he being loyal to you? Let's take a look here. Right? Because we got the Four of Swords. Yeah, you can rest your mind. You are the Empress, he is your emperor, you are his empress, right? So, I mean, that is loyalty that's coming in here. Um, and then what is his next action to you? Yeah, balance or justice of the peace. I don't know. But there's this balance energy that comes in with that here. You got justice, judgment, and the wheel of fortune energy that comes in here. So here's all of this, calling, the judgment feels like calling. It's the calling card, you know, kind of energy that comes in here. And um, so I feel like that's his next action. He needs to balance and then he reaches out. And that's the Wheel of Fortune. It is the tune of for you. You can trust that whatever his next action is perfect for you with whatever you are to experience in this life, right? Um, do you have an expected next action? Or is whatever action he's gonna bring is perfect? That's the kind of energy that we're talking about, right? And, so it doesn't matter whatever comes next. It's for me, it's perfect, and there's a gift in it, there's joy in it, there's love that I can find in it. I just have to look for it, right? And so we don't have to be afraid of the next action or non-action, word or silence that may come, right? Because it's always for me. And I like this Wheel of Fortune energy that's coming in here. Yeah. And it is a good, yeah, more just curious. Mhm. But why, right? But why, right? And then like when and of course we miss people, but when um it's interesting, maybe it's just my astrological makeup, but when people would say they miss me, I go, "What are you missing?" "Don't you miss me?" I go, "No, because I'm not missing anything in here. I don't miss people." But that could also be just my Aquarius energy. But when we're missing someone, what do we feel we're missing in here? We enjoy interacting with people, but the missingness, if it feels low vibrational, then that's there's an expectation and emptiness, something within us that's bringing us this feeling of energy that maybe isn't there in the moment, right? Like I feel like, well, I want to feel their love. That means I want to feel my love. Whatever I feel I'm missing from them is what I want to find inside me. And then instead of it feeling missing, like, an emptiness, a lack energy, right? Then it's a gratitude energy. So something that we can consider, this is great from spirit. I never thought of this, which is, if we feel we're missing someone, focus on what we're grateful for in them and watch the energy change. I miss them. Well, instead of focusing on what's not there, focus on what you do have and have had, right? Okay. All right. So we'll move on to the next one here. You don't want to hear that, and that's fine. It's up to you whether you take whatever they say or not. Yeah. Resistance, resistance. You can tell there's something to work on there when you're resistant to it, right? All right. So, what's his current strategy? Feels like he has one. I don't know. We'll take a look here. So, what's his current strategy here? Yeah, I feel like this is a strategy. We've been talking about that before, right? Which the King of Cups is this balance between head and heart, right? It's like the Emperor energy. His strategy is try to get it where he doesn't flip out and go in the other direction, right? It's like, going in this direction, right? Um, so I feel like that's the strategy that he has, is he's trying to do that, right? And I feel like when we did a reading, like, what is he like from now until the end of the year? I think we got the Emperor and the King of Wands, King of Cups, in any of the Queen of Swords, King of Cups, Emperor, and King of Wands for him would represent trying to balance that to where he doesn't go into his head and the heart gets, well, why am I out here outside the gates? It allows it to, come into this place, right? So I like that. And then what do you need to know that he's not revealing? what does he what do you need to know that he's not revealing? Yeah, you got the King of Wands, as I was saying. Um, that he's really trying to balance it here. We've got the Knight of Cups, you know, that he wants to move from his heart and he wants to move quickly on it. But, that 6 of Cups, here's that childhood energy, right? That mothering energy that, keeps him, uh, from moving forward from the past, right? The childhood, um, and I feel like the reason why he hasn't revealed it is because I don't feel like he really grasps it 100% himself. Because he just knows that's what he grew up with, and that's kinda what he's experiencing, so it kind of feels here that he's got an inkling that he knows it's from then, but I feel like that's why he hasn't, um, revealed it, because he doesn't understand it completely yet. But also, I feel like that's a hard conversation to have with your love interest girlfriend, right? That when you do those things, it makes me feel like, uh, it reminds me of my mom. These are the things I experience, and you're like, "Uh, uh." But I feel like that's kind of the energy that's coming in with all that's coming in there. What exciting things happen in your life next for you? Let's take a look here. Okay, those there. And when. And how, right? Let's see when. All right. Yeah. like this. You have next month looks promising, which is only what, 10 days away? Um, I feel like you get together with friends. You've got the 5 of wands, which for me is bringing in a lot of, like, friends gathering energy that's coming in here. So, I like that. Um, and so I like that energy coming in. There is something here. You got this, 5 of swords, which feels like a battle between, like, the head and the heart kind of energy that's coming in here. But it brings here the Ace of Pentacles. It brings an opportunity for you here and a lot of clarity around your self-worth too. I feel like there's, as these expectations that don't get fulfilled come up, I feel like you're releasing them and you're like freeing these chains from your self-worth that have been, for so long growing up, all these supposed to be that bar that was set so high that you've been chopping away at. I feel like you chop away a lot here because your heart is like, hell no, I'm not gonna, fall for all these things. I'm cutting these away. I'm breaking the bars. It's almost like your heart has a new like your heart broke out of its cell and and it broke out of the building, the prison building, and now you're gonna break out of the prison grounds. It's like you've been doing all these escaping from all these old thoughts and beliefs that have kept you so restricted, and you've done it's like the big prison break, the final, you're going over the wall now, this is the kind of energy I get here that's coming up, and it just opens things up because it does feel here with this, star card underneath the energy. This is what's coming, like, this feeling of, like, a dream come true, a lot of clarity of what that looks like for you, free of a lot of, old expectations that come in there too, so I like that. So, we got that there, and then you wanna know, is he your person? Are you supposed to walk away? I don't want to. Yeah, I know. I don't I get it. Yeah, when you had all those 6 of cups before, that's what's telling us you guys were drawn together in this lifetime again to experience some things. So is he your person? Show us the perfect card here. Yeah. Wheel of Fortune. He is for you. Look at here's the anxious connector and the rabbit running. Get him, get him, get him, Lauren, get him. The chase is on. Okay. And then we grab the 6 of cups. And look at here's the here's the chase, right? And the rabbit and, offering the ace of cups to each other. Isn't that hilarious? Get him, Lauren, get him. Are you supposed to walk away? Is there a walk away energy here? No, they have the 2 of wands. There's no supposed to, it's your power of choice energy. Um, I don't feel like you guys are, yeah, and he's your emperor. I mean, you can't make all this up, right? I mean, there you go. So, I feel like that is what they got for you, my dear, here. I love it. I love it. You guys, some lifetimes he chases you, some you chase him. Sometimes you just, go back and forth, right? All right, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. All right. And you have, I release energy that is blocking my inner vibrational flow. Beautiful card here. Card number 40. The flow of subtle energy within our body's energy channels is what sustains life and vitality. This energy, prana or chi, must flow through the energy channels, the nadis or meridians, undisturbed to be able to fuel the body's functions and mind. A blockage appears as a dis-ease, a discomfort, or just a sense of imbalance in the body. Because I'll walk. Uh, any, yeah, any imbalance in the body starts on a subtler level and then starts affecting the system as a whole. A blockage or stagnation in the energy channels hinders the energy from flowing smoothly, and we can feel stuck. A physical or mental blockage can manifest as pain, discomfort, and recurring thoughts. When we become more aware of our energetic body, we also feel if there is a flow through our body or if we have a blockage. When our energy body is imbalanced and stagnant, this can manifest physically in many ways. For example, fatigue, pain, insomnia, indigestion, and an inability to think clearly and create goals and visions. Questions to release blockages. Use these questions and suggestions to work with your energy flow and create a release of any stagnation or blockage. So, number one, am I moving my body and energy through exercise, movement, meditation, and breath work? Two, am I eating fresh and whole foods from the earth filled with prana? Three, is my living environment healthy and balanced? Four, am I spending enough time in nature? Five, when did the blockage occur and why? Six, am I holding on to something in the past? And two, can I release control and trust more? The symbols, you got the mountains and the rivers of Kurdistan and the eagle, which represents freedom. The Yazidi temple and the river represents our inner channels of energy and flow. And the man in traditional Kurdish clothes and the goat uh, represents determination. So that is what we got there, my dear. So thank you again so much for sending that via an email there. It helped out a lot. And again, thank you so much for your donation as well. What an adventure. You'll walk. I don't know if that you would walk. Feel like you might step away, but not walk away. So anyway, cheers, cheers, my dear. Hang in there. All right, let me catch up on the chat here. I know I've got like a bunch that came in here, and I'll let everyone know where they're at on the list as I'm doing it here too. All right, so we were right here. So we have Rami. Hello, hello. Thank you for your donation. You'll be number 19. Whoops. Let me check timestamps too. Okay, on the donation list here. So thank you so much for that. We'll give that a love and a like. And we have Mama Sitcha. Hey, hey, you fell asleep on the live last night. Well, I'm glad you were getting some rest. Hello. So thank you for your donation. I see you have 4 questions. You'll be number 20 on the donation list here. If I can do this right. There we go. Give that a love and a like. And then here are your 4 questions. Try that again. Come on. There we go. There. Got them all. Thank you so much. All right. And then we look over here. We have here. I got 2 came in here. All right. And then I have 2 more for Maria P. We'll get you on there. Oh, let me go with that here. So you'd be number 21 and number 20. So you're number 18 for your first one, and then 21 and 22 for your other two there. All right. And then we got Krabby Loop. Hello, hello. Will be number 23 on the donation list here. So thank you so much. Give that a love and a like there too. Oh, they're trying again. Oh, we shall take a look here. You're not asking multiple questions aside from one or two. You just like to yap. You're so funny. Yeah, so you are number 23 if you're still hanging out here. Oh, you're welcome. So you'll be number 23, and I'm about to start number 10. Some of these, well, actually, let's see, we got that one's kind of shorter. A lot of these are deep dives, so yeah, we'll take a little bit to get down to you there, but we'll get there. Got to 3.5 hours, so got what 3.5 more hours to go. All right, let me take a drink of my little chocolate protein shake. Get some of my dinner in me here. All right. Hunker down. I know, right? Thank you again, everyone, for your patience in getting to readings. I know it can take a little bit of time sometimes. All right. So Moonlight is up. Who might be asleep, might be awake. We shall see. So Moonlight, here is your timestamp. And today you would like to know what's coming for you the next 2 weeks: money, work, friends, family, love, anything spirit wants you to know about. All right, let's take a look here. Let's just ask anything about money we have coming in here. You have the Hanged Man. There's a transformational energy coming in here, seeing things from a different perspective. It's a little pause and kind of slow energy, but when you kind of look at, we've talked about my podcast Abundance, where it be episode number 14, which talks about our energy and our, releasing some old ways of looking at how much we have to give in order to receive. We talk a lot about that in there, and I feel like that's important, that it opens up and changes some flow, and then that can reactivate things. But that seeing things from a different perspective really speaks to me with that energy. So I feel like that's important if you want to kind of have like a change in flow of money in the next couple weeks. Was it an inchy palm is money, right? What's an inchy ear? Allergies. Okay. So what about work? Anything about work in the next 2 weeks here? All right. What do we got here? Got the Emperor, Four of Wands energy. There is this opportunity. Emperor energy is like clearing the throne room and, um, getting out of our heads and into our heart, and then make a plan and put action behind it. Then work can happen there. But it's kind of like, instead of doing something we feel like I'm supposed to do or makes sense with the mind, this feels like a draw from the heart, and make a plan from the heart, and then put action behind it, right? That Aries energy of the Emperor, then something can unfold for that. Anything around friends? Got the Six of Cups. Looks like some childhood friends energy kind of coming in here. I would say past life connection, but it does feel like you do have a friend who returns um, back into your life here during these 2 weeks with that Six of Cups. It's not boyfriend, romance, whatever, since I was friends. This is a friend that returns back. It feels very much that kind of energy. So I like that you do have someone, and I do feel like it's someone that moved away that's moving back kind of energy. What about family? Anything about family? You got the Sun card. Yeah, we got the child energy, the Leo energy. there is a bright light, there's a warmth, there's a victory that happens. Some good stuff between you and your child, with the Sun card, they do have that in there. So I do feel like there is that comes in for you with that. And then what about love? Love, 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 love. You've got nope, of course. We had all these good things, right? But you got the 7 of Pentacles, which the 7 of Pentacles is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree be the fruit. So things are going slow on purpose. Whenever we get a slow card like that, there is something that's, coming in here that's giving you an opportunity to let go of some old mindsets, emotions, energy, to make space for something new. So I feel like that's going on with that. Um, and anything else that Spirit wants you to know for the next 2 weeks? Mm. Let's see. Do you have the King of Cups? This beautiful balance between the heart and the head that comes in here. We have the High Priestess. Yeah. And then also the Ten of Pentacles, which is abundance. Rest energy really is coming through in this card for me here. You rest as often as you can. Of course, we're right in the middle between, a Leo new moon solar eclipse and a Pisces full moon lunar eclipse. And that's a big water moon that's coming up here for this lunar eclipse next week. So you're already feeling those energies. And so rest when you can, like you did tonight, rest and sleep when you can, because this is a lot of emotional energy you're managing. It's an ocean of emotion that's flowing. And be aware on the bottom of the deck here, you can have conflicting energies that can rise up here with the 5 of Swords and the 5 of Wands on the bottom of the deck. But just keep in mind that whatever you focus on the most is what you get to feel expanded and magnified during this period. So the more you can focus in on gratitude and unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace, the more of that you get to experience. So that is what they got for you. Let's get your fortune cookie here too. See what we got. Oh, there we go right here. So you've got allow. It's beautiful energy that says you're being asked to open your energy field and take down your walls of protection in order to allow goodness into your life. Sometimes, without even realizing it, we block ourselves from the flow of life. It's safe to open yourself back up. I like that. Now that you have boundaries down, gosh, has it been like a year? It feels like it's been a year and a half? I don't know, that you've been, like, really, really having these beautiful boundaries, and now you're like, "Now I can let the walls down because the boundaries are in place." We can let the shoppers in the store, right? But you have your boundaries, you have your border, you're behind the counter, they can't come over, now you have your boundaries. You will only allow people to come in or not. They can come up to the counter, but that doesn't mean that you have to let them in, right? So I feel like that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation and rest well. Hey, Dason, good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. And then up next, we do have two for Miss Marilyn. Oops, I don't think I spelled this right. Let me do this right here. There we go. So, Marilyn, we get your first one, 339.30. So there is your timestamp. Let's get down to your donations here. Here is the first one here. All right. So thank you so much for the Venmo donations. I want to know, what are the current thoughts, feelings, and intentions that AA regarding your working relationship? Reconsidering. All right, let's take a look here. So, what are the current thoughts, feelings, and intentions of AA regarding to your working relationship? All right. So, thoughts, feelings, feelings, and intentions. Oh, this one too. Intentions. Yeah, we had 333. Is she reconsidering working with you based on current energies? And oh, four cards. I was going to say, oh, three. Oh, what's this? Oh, you got three and three. You get six for that one. All right, let's see what we got here. It does feel here the overall energy on the bottom. We do have the Hanged Man, which is a bit of cocooning, a bit of slowness, but also giving us the opportunity to see things from a different perspective. Which this will be good. We'll see what this is about, right? Their current thoughts about the working relationship. What do we got here? I do feel like they're considering doing something differently. I don't feel like this is the world card is a ending of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. We have the Ace of Wands and the Three of Wands, which is a spark, and the Three of Wands is considering like an alternate course. So I feel like they started to respond, but then they thought, like, there's a because this is in their brain, right? There's maybe I almost feel like they did like a side what is it? A side, what do they call it? When an ADHD person does a side it's not a side project, it's a side, you know, um, adventure or whatever. And I feel like they were like, well, what if we do this instead? I wonder if we do that. I wonder if this, and then they spiraled out. But we'll see here what all this energy is. Because it feels like there's excitement with the Ace of Wands, and the World card is wanting to do it differently, not like an ending, because it's a new beginning energy that comes in. Um, and then let's see the feelings. What's the feelings? Yeah, Four of Wands. We got a beautiful, happy energy that's there. We got the Five of Swords and the Two of Swords. Yeah, I feel like there's a battle between their head and their heart. There's a conflict of something here. So they're conflicted. Um, and let me see if I can get clarity. What is this confliction about? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I see here we got the Three of Swords, which is expectations equal disappointment. Feel like this is scary for them. Did we have this for them before? I feel like we had it for someone before. Probably it was someone different, but because they have the Page of Cups, there's this happiness about it, but they have these fears, with the Eight of Swords that they want to try to clear away, that they would need to clear away to be able to step forward. So I feel like they're a little kind of hesitant because they're afraid of failing at it. We got the Strength card too, which is this Leo bold stepping forward energy and being seen. And uh, so there's a little bit of this energy of what will people think if I fail kind of energy at this. So I feel like they might think it's too big for them. A little energy. I feel like that's where the fear energy comes in with their mind too. What are their intentions? Yeah, here's the Eight of Swords. So we got that little Eight of Swords. Their intentions are try to get past their fears and step forward, right? And, balance out with this Justice card. Try to see things with that Ace of Swords from a bigger perspective and kind of try to change this emotional energy from something that literally feels unreachable for them that they're able to do it, right? They're able to get back up there on that table. and be able to change things around. So I feel like their intentions are they kind of feel like it wants to move forward. Are they reconsidering working with you here? Let me see what these other three cards are here too. It doesn't feel like they're reconsidering, you know. I feel like, they have the 9 of Cups, which, I mean, is like a dream come true kind of energy. We got the Page of Wands, which is action energy, and the 5 of Wands is their confliction. So this conflict that they have between their head and their heart is the thing that they kinda just got delayed. But I also feel like there was some sort of drama that came up. They were gonna get back to you on Tuesday, and then the unseen happened. And what's today? Thursday already? So tomorrow's Friday. Just this week has flown by. But I do feel like you'll get communication with the 6 of Swords. That's moving from choppy waters to calmer waters. There is this calling and this magician energy, which is action energy, and this drawing energy that comes in. So it does feel like this one that they will respond. Let me see if I can get a any idea on when. I almost feel like tomorrow, but let me just see. Pull a when card here. And then a fortune cookie too. So we'll see what kind we can get here. Oh. She might be writing up the response right now. So it feels like it's happening like maybe tomorrow. She might be like writing up her response even as we read, as we do the reading here. She can feel our eyes just peering at her. All right. So let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one too. Let me just put these cards back in here. Sorry, there was a lot. Let's see here. All right. And then from the law of positivism, let's see what we got here. Oh, none of those. There it is. Boom, boom. All right. So for this one, you've got I listen to the voice of my body. It lets me know exactly what I need. Beautiful card. Number 5. Let's see what this brings in here. Your body is your soul's loyal friend and helps you experience life in this embodiment. It is the physical manifestation of your soul and of life, and to be in partnership with your body, you need to listen to it with unconditional patience and love. Are you in tune with your body's messages and signals? Are you hearing what it tells you? Or are you numbing the body and discarding what it's trying to say? A considerable part of our soul's journey is to experience physical embodiment and to constantly remember why we chose this body. Your body holds the stories of your ancestors and the earth. It's an intricate and complex system that is truly divine and miraculous. Now is the time to understand your body's sacredness and be in communion with it. The body speaks to us in subtle ways until things have gone too far and we haven't been listening. Then the body speaks to us loud and clear through imbalances that ask us to stop and contemplate what needs to be changed. Now is the time to listen and to merge with this physical experience. A grounding practice to listen deeper. 3 steps. 1, take time to be still, whether in nature, your home, the bath, or wherever you feel most comfortable. 2, still your mind and attune to your body by sensing each part. Start at the top of your head and work down to your feet. And 3, if your body is giving you any physical signs and symptoms, ask what it needs to come back into balance. I like that. The symbols on the card here, we had Hawraman Kurdistan, which is the spirit of the mountains. There was a bear, which is grounding and physical healing. The moon, which brings nurturing, is nurturing. And the pink rose, which is unconditional love. So I love that for you for your first one here, my dear. Thank you again for that. And then we'll go into your second one here. So number 2 is 350, 17. So here's your second donation. All right. I'll take a quick sip here. And this one is about Latanya. All right. So the current thoughts for Latanya regarding the project. Feelings. Got 3 and 3. Are we gonna get 3, 3, and 3 again? And intentions. Yeah, got I feel like I went 4 for intentions here. All right. And then if she still wants to do it, is there danger she will, that she'll reconsider? So, if she decides she does, is there a chance that she might poop out? All right, let's take a look here. Bottom of the deck for this one, we've got the 8 of Wands, which is a lot of energy flowing in here. Fast, fast, fast. I feel like things are just gonna come out of nowhere, and you're either gonna get quick response or things are gonna go, "Let's go," zzz, kind of energy. Thoughts, her current thoughts here, we've got the Hanged Man. Okay, you had that in the other one, right? Got the Hanged Man, the Page of Cups, the Tower card that's coming in here. So, I feel like her thoughts, I feel like she's taking time to try to see it from a different perspective, and she is looking at the possibilities of something suddenly ending or the Page of Cups, the happiness. So, this energy is they are taking the time to weigh out the pros and cons kind of energy is where they're at now, and I feel like that's what they're in the midst of, is really getting to the root of that. Their feelings about it here, yeah, we got the Devil card, which Capricorn Saturn energy, feel like they're very in their mind about these things. Well, it makes sense. 'Cause we've got the Nine of Cups and the Queen of Swords. Queen of Swords is a balance between the head and the heart, because the queen behind the scenes does have Cups energy as well. So, there's that balance between the head and the heart, and we have the head of the Devil, the Capricorn thinking energy that they come with the Nine of Cups, like a dream come true. So I do feel like they're balancing thought and emotion at the same time as the pros and cons. So it's kind of going back and forth. They can see the abundance and the happiness. They can also see the work and, um, you know, the dangers of the tower of something suddenly being removed away as well. Their intentions towards the project here, we've got the Seven of Cups. Let's see what this is here, because we've got here, yeah, I feel like they're trying to find out here where to put the project. Does that make sense? Because we've got the Ace of Pentacles, which is a new opportunity. And the Seven of Cups feels like I'm trying to figure out, which of the many different places it can go, because we've got the Eight of Pentacles, which is about putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. Their intentions are, the work is the work, and we can do this. But the Hierophant is about, again, this energy like the Hanged Man of, I'm trying to see things from a higher perspective. And the Hanged Man and the Eight of Pentacles are both transformational energies. So I feel like there's progress and there's movement that's happening. The Eight of Wands on the bottom does feel like it's moving. There's progress in their process to see if they still are going to do the project. Is there a danger she will reconsider? You got the Three of Cups and the Six of Cups. Oh, we got joy and celebration. The Six of Cups, is an energy of, like, something coming back from the past. Um, so I with that energy, unless they had, like, rejected it before, and that's what's coming back, but I don't feel like that kind of energy. I feel like if they kind of start backing off, I feel like they come back in and are all in with it here. But, yeah, it feels good with that 3 of Cups. That's joy, celebration, tribe, joining together kind of energy there. So I feel like that feels just a little bit more time. I feel like they're really analyzing things, trying to figure out with that 7 of Cups keeps coming back in that they're trying to find what umbrella to put it under, what we're to do with that kind of energy. So interesting. Let's see what your fortune cookie for this one is. Here we are. And we have my passion and vision are expansive as the sun. I like it. Beautiful. Master number 33. You had all these 33333s, which is Empress energy. It's about creativity and creation. I feel like you get her a lot too, that kind of energy, right? So this is the solar plexus chakra. It says we all have an inner fire, sun, that burns and gives us the energy to be ourselves and have passion for life. In this expansive energy center, this inner fire helps us digest food as well as the impressions and stimuli of the world. From this center stems our personal power, will, drive, and purpose, and we need this fire to move forward in this life. At the level of your solar plexus, you have an inner fire where your transformational power lies, and you find your strength to move forward in life. Do you feel assertive? Do you have clear boundaries? Do you feel empowered right now? These are signs of a balanced solar plexus chakra. When imbalanced, you can experience indigestion, no will, nervousness, and a feeling of powerlessness. This energy center is placed between the sacral and the heart chakra and connects the heart's desire with the creative aspects of the hara or womb. You are here to experience who you can be and what you can achieve through your soul's highest purpose. Let go of fears, worries, and doubts, and let your inner strength shine on the path forward. Just as the sun shines its light brightly, you are a light that shines here on earth. Some solar plexus chakra practices. You can eat yellow vegetables and fruits like lemons, yellow paprika, and yellow squash, and consume warm foods and drinks. Let your body move and exercise regularly. Chant the solar plexus chakra mantra RAM, RAM. Set healthy boundaries in your life. Release rigidity. Practice yoga asanas that involve twisting, and create goals and visions for your life. The on the card here, they have the Fire Mountain, which is the Siyeye Agiri, I guess. It's indigenous lands of Kurdistan. The Kurdish sun symbol represents the source of life, rebirth, and transmutation of the soul. So some powerful energy coming in there with the solar plexus chakra. And with all these things, I feel like I've mentioned it before, but if not, I don't wanna be amiss of it. I do have, like, a podcast called The Easier Path. Episode 14 is Abundance, Where It Be. We talk about energies and something with the inner child too, that helps us draw more things to us that match our energy and matching our energy to draw in things, and then also something that allows us to bring those abundance things into the city gate of ourselves that is ruled by our inner child. It's episode 14. If you check out the description area, the Easier Path uh, playlist link is there, or if you click on my name and go to my main page, it's at the top of episode 14, and that has some helpful information there if you're interested. All right. So that's what they have for you, Marilyn. Thank you again for your dual donations. Many blessings to you. You are welcome. I like it. And we got Ankita in the house. Hey, Ankita. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I don't think I have you on the list anywhere, do I? Nope, not yet. So you want to know, will your ex ever regret whatever he said or did to you? I will get that on there. You'll be number 16 on the free readings once we get to those, which might be, let me see, where are we at? We're 4 hours, got 3 hours left. Oh, you never know. Depends on how these go here. All right. Let me drink some more of my dinner here. We'll be on number 13, which is Guerrera means war. And then we'll go to Gabby Rock. And then May Wayne times three. And then more after that. All right. Let's just get that done in the stomach so it doesn't start growling loud. One night, oh my God, it was so loud. I was like, behave. All right. So let's get back in here. So we got Guerrera means war, 40126. So Guerrera, here's your timestamp here. So, feeling in a bit of a rut, yearning for a passionate spark. You're wondering, in light of yesterday's reading, is the possibility for a joyous, passionate connection in the cards for you? All right. Whoa. The fire is alive, is it? Oh, there we go. Crack, crack, crack. Let's listen to this. Let's see if it'll do it. Oh, there it goes. Oh. Sit still for too long, you know? I feel like the Tin Man. I need my oil. All right. So, Guerrera, let's take a look here and see what we've got going on here. Is it in the cards? A joyous, passionate connection. Ooh la la. Let's see here. Got two, got these three, and this one. And I do want this one, and I do want this one. All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have the Four of Cups, which, you know, represents like, here's the real, oh, this it's already shedding. That was kind of, you know, these band-aids shed really fast. I just put it on before I started tonight. Maybe I shouldn't flip you off either. Oh, there's one on here too. But the Four of Cups is an energy of, you know, not wanting the same type of relationship that you've had before, right? Have you had joyous, passionate connections um, in the past? Well, you know, I like this back here on this dolphin balancing this new love that's available because you're kind of bored with what you've had before. There's something higher back here. Underneath that, you do have the King of Cups that's here as well, which is a wonderful individual here, which is a very compatible individual. They're a balance between head and heart that's in there. And you have the Knight of Swords underneath that, which brings in an energy of new communication. Someone, a great conversationalist, because I feel like that's important. That might have been something that was missing in the past, right? Yeah, all this inner work, right? And it is because, you know, lower vibrational energy we draw in lower vibrational people, but when we work on our and raising our love vibration, we draw in someone like that King of Cups. So let's take what we have here. What can we know here? We got the 10 of Wands. I like this energy. The first step is to kind of change this energy from something of a burden to abundance and gratitude, right? So rather than focus on need or want or desire and those, what we can do is we just once say, Creator, I would really like a joyous, passionate connection with, something substantial with someone. So that's what I'm giving you. You can bring me the perfect person in the perfect timing, the perfect way. In the meantime, now I'm going to focus on what I want, why I want it, and gratitude for those things that I have and have had regarding that match that kind of relationship. So we can look back and go, that one time with that person that I loved that moment. I'm so grateful I got to experience that. And this one with this, oh my God, I remember that. I loved that. I would like to experience that. I'm grateful for that. It's like that's what we're doing when we have gratitude for what has happened. We're basically putting things in a shopping cart like at Amazon, and then we're going to order it later, kind of energy. So that 10 of wands is changing it from something that feels like a burden and something that's lacking into this energy of gratitude that gets things flowing, right? You have the Hierophant and the King of Swords. Yep, so this is allowing us to look at things from a higher perspective, cut away expectations, right? Expectations also suck the life out of things. So again, that's kind of lack energy where we're like, I need all this and I only have this. We don't we're focusing on the lack of what's not existing. We get more of that than the abundance when we focus on the gratitude. So there is this change with the Hierophant of, getting out of our head of the supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be. And again, we surrender all of that and we just focus in on what do I want and why. But in the we only ask creator once, we don't ask him every day because that becomes lack and need energy instead of gratitude energy for what is and what I have had, right? Um, yeah, there's something here too with the 5 of Pentacles and the Devil card. There's something that you've been working on, and there's a little bit of more work in this area, which is this fear of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough. And so there's a little bit of shaking and rattling still going on with that. And so continue to focus in on that. I feel like you've been working on that, and they're saying it's important to continue to do that as well, right? Yeah, yeah. I think letting things flow is good. Energy here, the more you focus in on gratitude, like I said, right? Um, and then underneath you got these 3 cards. You got the King of Wands, which this again, they clear the throne room, right? They clear the throne room of all the people, the self-appointed advisors telling you the should be, the supposed to be, the need to be, the blah, blah, blah. Thank you, all self-appointed advisors over my life. You kind of clear all those thoughts out of your head. Again, this expectations, right? The King of Wands is get out of your head and into your heart. You ask your heart, what do you want? What do you want, boo boo? Right. And then you make a plan and then you pursue that. I feel like there is this energy of doing something that you love. The strength card coming in here, Leo, strength card energy is about being seen, of course, and that's important, right? If all you're doing is working and going home, then when are you gonna meet someone? The mailman? You know? No, that was their father. You know? But but they've got doing something you love, going out and doing something you really enjoy for fun, and when you're doing that, you bump into someone that there's a spark, and you guys do more of what you, love that you're doing, and you're like, "Oh my god, yeah," and you see each other again doing an event or doing something that you both enjoy, and then you think, "Did you know that they're gonna be doing that next week?" "No way. None of my friends wanna do that." And you're like, "None of mine do either. Do you wanna go?" And they're like, "Yeah, let's go. Let's do it," right? And then it just becomes this friendship, this love of the same things that turns into something that we both enjoy, and then sparks happen and a relationship organically grows rather than I'm looking for a relationship to fill a position in my life. Then it feels like work. It feels like we're going through resumes, interviewing, like dating, right? Background checks, checking on their social media or whatever. But that people lie on their resumes, people always give their best in a moment, to try to, be who they think that you want them to be to hire them into the position, and then they end up on a written warning, and they end up quitting or getting fired, right? Then we have to go through the process again, whereas when you do it the other way, there's this lovely energy of, abundance that opens up, um and because you're doing stuff you guys love, there's no hiding because you are being yourself and having a blast, and that kind of energy comes in, right? And you have the Wheel of Fortune too. So I don't know, is it gambling? Is it gambling you like to do? No, I'm just kidding. The Wheel of Fortune is this is the tune of for you. And it's like trusting that whatever unfolds is for you. It's kind of like that surrender kind of energy that comes in with that a bit. So I like all this. I feel like there is something there. Do you feel like you have the Six of Cups? You have the Four of Wands, and you also have the Five of Cups. Now, you did bring up your ex, your kid's dad, right? Six of Cups is someone returning back from the past, and the Four of Wands is marriage energy. So I would go with the flow here. I feel like there still is, emotions with the Five of Cups. There's still some things from the past that can still be transformed. I know you said you're in very good terms. You're hedging your bets on you. But there's this, with the Five of Cups, there is some emotions that can still be turned around there. There might be some things that are there, but of course you both are different now. So you're not the same people, but something to consider, and this is, like, again, going with the flow, is there something that you both enjoyed or enjoy that you both like to do? And and you can always say, "Hey, you know, I wanna go do that, but I don't wanna go do it by myself. Do you wanna go?" And they're like, "Oh my god, yeah." And you're like, "Alright, let's go." Um, and just, have fun, right? But I feel like that's something to do is to do something fun, is an important energy there. But it definitely feels like it's there. It is in the cards, literally. So I like that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. Right? And learning how to communicate, how to communicate as well, not repeat old patterns. I let go of limiting thoughts that are holding me back. There we go. Got those energies coming in. Um, Number 16. And if I didn't talk about episode 14, also in my podcast, The Easier Path, that's called Abundance, where it does talk about our energy, and it talks about our inner child and how it has an old belief of that I have to give so much to receive so little. If I haven't checked that out, I encourage you to do that too. If you haven't, we said what we said. Yeah. And we've got here, there is the link if you want to check that out. So for your fortune cookie, it says your inner voice speaks to you not in words, but through intuition, synchronicity, and symbols. When you stop the mind chatter, peel off the layers of program thinking, and start living from your highest truth, you are more connected to that inner voice. This voice isn't only yours, it's the voice of the divine guiding you and all of us as well. The inner voice that is constantly chatting, planning, judging, fearing, and angering, oh yeah, is like a radio within our heads. It is the voice of the mind attached to the physical reality, which needs to control life by constantly moving back and forth through the timeline of our life. The inner voice that is your true essence, your soul, your inner guide, and your inner teacher is subtle and continuously aligned with your highest path. It is therefore essential to slow down your mind and body consciously during your waking hours as well as in sleep, and take time to ask and pray for inner guidance. The divine is as much within you as around you, and this divine intuition guides you towards your soul's purpose. Start connecting with your inner voice. You can do that. Observe signs and symbols that appear to you and listen to how they feel and resonate within. Before making decisions, clearly observe if they make the most sense in your mind or your heart. The heart is more likely to guide you through your inner voice. If you hear clear thoughts guiding you, maybe out of nowhere, these can also be that inner voice speaking. So journal them and draw or paint if you have a question, decision to make, or need that inner guidance. And you'll see what that inner voice is telling you through art. Ooh, I like that. So that is what they have for me, dear. I'm excited. We shall see what unfolds there for you. But hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. All right. I know, right? Save it, save it, save it. So many, many blessings, my dear. Always good to see you. All right. And we've got a new one here. Hey, twin. What does that say? Is that twin? I thought it said twin spice. Is it twins pika? Hello, hello. Welcome. Glad to have you here. Thanks for the thumbs up. I really appreciate that. And I do see your question down here. So we'll get you in to the free readings. You'll be number 17 on the free readings. Now, donations do get first priority. So, and we're about to start on number 14. And I've got 23 on the list right now. And I'm on for 7 hours, and I've been on for a little over 4 hours. So I might or might not get to free readings all tonight. Whatever I don't get done the night of, I do pop in the morning to complete them just in case. I also do a pinned comment at the end of every session listing all the readings completed with timestamps. And I mention uh, at the top if I finished all free readings or not, and then also a list on the bottom who I will finish in the morning if I go up past 7 hours. So uh, welcome and thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right. Oh, I love that. Yeah, create some art. Boom, boom, boom. All right. I will. You too, my friend. Take care. What happened over here? I feel like there's something changed over there. Okay, maybe not. Thought I saw something move over here. Whoa. All right. So let me take a sip here and we'll dive back in here. So cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So Gabby Rock, you are up. 4:18:34 is your timestamp here. Boom, boom, boom. And you want to know what's the status of Jay and the girl? Dun dun dun. All right, let's take a look here and see what we got going on here. Hey, Gabby, good to see you. Hello, hello. So, what is going on here? What's the status of Jay and the girl? All right. What do we have happening in those two? Anything else here? We'll be doing this one. All right. All right, let's see what we got. We got the bottom of the deck. We do have the Nine of Swords, the Nightmare and Insomnia card, but it represents a lot of expectations, right? A lot of feeling like a lot of supposed to be's and should be's, and this is what you should be doing and shouldn't be doing, saying and not saying. So there's a little bit of friction there with the Nine of Swords because we get to that point where I'm just tired of trying to live up to someone's expectations or trying to make someone live up to mine. And So there's a little bit of energy that's going on there beneath the surface of the reading here. The first card up, we do have the Wheel of Fortune, which in this case, it does feel like the wheels of fate are turning. It's almost like this wheel is starting. You see how they're like running on the wheel up here? It's like this wheel is starting to turn faster. Whoops. Sorry. And it's faster and faster and faster. So it feels like what's going on here? Why? I don't think I hit anything here. Why is it going? I mean, it's starting to speed up. Like, uh-oh. It's like you know how you see people logging and it starts off fine, but when they start to and then someone goes flying off, right? Let's see what's happening here. Next, we have these 3 cards. We have the 6 of Swords. There is some letting go of some old ways of thinking, trying to see things from a higher perspective. There is movement from choppy waters to calmer waters. But I feel like it's temporary because we've got the Lovers card here, of course. And we have the 8 of Cups, which is walking away from relationships and emotions that don't serve anymore either. And I feel like there is this cal this sorry, the dog scared me. The calmness the calmness of this is interesting because it's like, um, I don't know, it feels like there's this, it doesn't feel like things are getting better. It's almost like when we stop caring a little bit, like the chop waters to calm waters, we're seeing things differently. I'm just okay. Um, I'm not afraid of the relationship ending anymore. And it's interesting with that because it's just like, okay, well, if it works out, works out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We stop, worrying about trying, and that makes sense with the 9 of Swords. Like, well, I'm just gonna stop trying. I'm just gonna, blah, 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 which is interesting because when we let the expectations go and go, all right, fine. I'm just gonna see how long this lasts because I'm gonna stop trying now, right? And and then suddenly here we've got this um because there's no expectations, we start to enjoy the relationship more. And then expectations kick back in because we're like, oh, I do care about this now. Whoosh, and then oh, it just, the expectations are what suck the life out of our relationship. So it's interesting how it can happen that way. What else we got here? We got the Page of Cups and the Strength card. So there is this happy energy, this I'm going to be seen, I'm going to be true to me kind of energy that's coming in here. Let's see what's below the surface of that. We do have the Judgment card and the Devil card. Yeah, there's something here about focusing in on work and a calling kind of energy and doing something that I love. And it's giving me the effort. And it kind of feels like here, someone's like, well, fine. I'm not going to worry about it anymore. I'm not going to try to make you do what I want you to do. In fact, I'm going to just focus on my dream and we'll just stay in the relationship for now. We'll see what happens, but I'm going to focus my energy on this instead of trying to change you, you know. And amazingly enough, that can help a relationship, right? But let's see where this is ending up here. We got the King of Pentacles right now. It feels like it's working there. It is going through a bizarre change here, but I feel here a sense of temporariness based on current energies. It's feeling abundant, um, but after a while, it's like those expectations. Once the job or whatever this, Capricorn, exciting adventure of creating something like my dream or my side hustle or, focusing and getting a promotion or whatever this thing is that they're wanting to do. Um, that wears off once they get it, and then the once that distraction is over, the spotlight moves back onto that other thing, right? Yeah, right. And that makes sense, right? That really aligns with that energy of, sometimes, but I feel like it's, you know, and that makes sense with because they're focusing on this whatever this thing that's distracting me, but they still have this little ps, kind of energy that comes in. Let's see, based on current energies, I can pull a when card here and just how long do we think this will last based on current energies? If they stay on the trajectory they're on now. Yeah, we've got which this is November um to next winter. Next winter, of course, is December 20th through March 20th. So it feels like here for right now, it's kind of it'll wear out here in, springtime. They'll be ready, but I feel like they have that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Oh, none of those. All right. We've got my body knows how to self heal. Number 9. Yeah, these great fortune cookies. This one's the law of positivism. It's a great deck. I mean, I get therapy reading all these. Just as nature has a way of creating and deconstructing, our body has a way of breaking down and rebuilding. It is a constant process in the body of death and rebirth, rebuilding and restructuring, all happening without our knowledge or conscious awareness. That sounds like their relationship, right? This is how miraculous the body is, so we must trust that it always works for our highest and greatest good. There are so many systems and processes happening on a cellular level. Our body is a macrocosm, and there are tiny microcosms or cosms, sorry, within the system. It's a reflection of the earth and the universe, with the potential to rebuild and heal itself. The more we rest and let the body focus on what it needs to do, the more healing it can perform. If we are in a constant state of stress, feeding the body things that are slowing it down and not trusting it entirely, it doesn't have the space to rebuild and revitalize itself. This is talking about their relationship, right? What we focus on grows, and when we point our loving and compassionate attention inwards to let the body do its work, miracles can happen. We can see this in life when experiencing stress or anxiety, what it does to digestion, physical pain, and insomnia. This is a direct reaction to the imbalances we have around us. A balanced mind, emotional body, energetic body, and spiritual connection help us to invite healing in and let it come from within. 3 affirmations for self healing. 1, I trust my body and its ability to heal. My body is a miracle and a direct reflection of the earth and the universe, and I have only love and compassion for my body. We have the echinacea on the card represents restoration, earth represents grounding, and wings of the dove represents compassion. So it's interesting that that reflects in our physical body, but it also reflects in our relationship energy too. So I feel like they're learning that the hard way, as we as humans like to do, right? So hopefully that helps. That's what we got for you, Gabby. Thank you again so much for your donation. Always good to see you. Hopefully that helps bring a little clarity there. All right. Yes, May, you came in the perfect timing. You are up next. Times 3, I do believe. So here we are. Cheers, cheers. Do you have your glass of wine and you're all ready? You're very welcome, Gabby. All right, May, let's dive in. We got 4:30:05 for this one. There we are. Oh, I know, right? That's probably good. Tomorrow's a work day. It's more of a Friday night ritual, right? Do you have your iced tea or your lemonade? All right. Well, we're about to have some tea, so enjoy that. Yes, ask me tomorrow. All right. So, yeah, so the picture, right? I love it. I just want to look at it one more time here. I just to baby. She is so adorable. She's looking with such love in your eyes. I love that. So, yeah, isn't she just she's so cute. Just this little joy, little beam of joy. I know. So, this one was we wanted to know, yeah, the mentally, emotionally, and psychologically, right? How did it impact him, uh, when they saw the picture, right? So let's take a look here. It's crazy how 3 of you all shared photos of a baby that's not yours looking up at you, and it's just crazy how it's like, boom, boom, these synchronicities. It's just I'm like, "Are you guys sure you're not all the same person?" It's crazy. I know, right? You're like, Wait, am I really me or am I someone else?" Oh, it's crazy. Alright, let's take a look here. So, Max, so mentally, what was he thinking when he saw this a baby picture here? Alright, so we do got those and those, right? So 3 and 3 for his mind. Well, that makes sense. Emotions, 1 card. No. Let's take a look here. I know, you're like, "Hey, how did he know that he had that I had that question already?" It's crazy, right? And then psychologically, how did it impact him? Alright, see what we got here. And we got the underlying energy for everything is the 5 of wands, which is a little bit of conflicting energy that's there, you know? It's usually between the head and the heart. It, definitely did something in there. The wands, the fire energy, that's there, which of course makes sense too because you are, of course, beautiful in the picture. So it's like, "Whoa, bzz, right?" But let's take a look here and see what we got. So we talked about mentally first. That's right. That's why we have 6 cards. So what's going on here? Yeah, well, definitely. First of all, we've got this. I'm gay, so when I tell a woman they're beautiful, it means a lot more because I don't have any ulterior motives. When I tell people at work, you know, because of course everyone knew I was out and I was gay, so now I would tell someone something, I'd be like, and they'd be like, "Oh my gosh." And the other straight guys that were around were like, "Why do they not act that way when we do it?" I goes, "'Cause I don't have any ulterior motives like you guys do." They know. It's like when a child tells you something, they know it's true, right? Alright. But you have the devil card, which, of course, is a lot of Capricorn mind thinking, a lot of supposed to be, should be's, need to be's kicking in. 7 of Cups, a lot of different emotions activating here. And the 2 of Pentacles that's coming in here. 7 of Cups, it feels like there was some mental memories that were coming through that were bringing some emotions. But the 2 of Pentacles, I feel like their mind was trying to balance the emotions, but, like, um I don't feel like it was coming across that way. But I feel like their mind was trying to, because they were starting to feel these variety of emotions that, like, from childhood and memories of, different things and childhood memories um, and just I feel like they don't have a ton of, like, but they have feelings, right? And it was, like, a lot of their there, right? Yeah, he doesn't want kids, right? So it brought in a lot of that energy. Let's see underneath that here. We got the 6 of Pentacles energy along with the Magician and the Page of Cups. So it did bring him happiness when he saw it. He saw that the energy of the child and the baby. The Magician, it ignited something there. Again, the picture can also be that with you being in it also ignited him, but, the 6 of Pentacles, again, is this kind of balance, but this out of balance where it's kinda like this underlying energy of, joy, but then all of a sudden all these expectations that come in, feeling like, um it's almost like in their mind, they did a quick cost benefit analysis, like, kids are cute, but they're expensive. That's kinda like it's like the little saying, if you took a picture of his brain, that's what was said underneath. You know, kids are cute, but they're expensive. Right. Yeah, right. So, I feel like there's that energy that came in there. And that's their mind, and we all know about that, that maze of a mind that he has there. But, it does feel like, some interesting energy there of, you know, the we'll see what the heart did because it felt like the heart was like, "Look at all these emotions," and the mind was like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 balance these, woo, doo, doo." It's almost like someone throws up 7 plates and they're all trying to catch them all, and the mind goes, "I got 'em, stop that," kind of energy, which is interesting. And then, emotionally, I got the 6 of Wands, the 7 of Swords, the 4 of Pentacles, yeah. You know, 6 of Wands is this, flowing energy. Here's that fire energy. Of course, we don't get cups with the heart, we get fire. So there was a flow of fire that came in. Um, and there is something here about that 7 of Swords, which, like we said before, how he says he didn't want kids. That 7 of Swords is kind of like the liar, deceiver energy, but in a way, like deceiving themselves, their own thoughts and belief that cheat them out of an opportunity. And with that, so it feels like there's an energy here of not that they feel they lied to you, but more, of course, that they're lying to themselves, and they're going, do I want kids or don't I want kids? Right. Right. Equals yes. And the 4 pentacles, though, but then it reverts back to, of course, the solid foundation of home, that, well, home first, this solid foundation, kind of energy. That's why it feels like the heart, and it kind of been getting it with these gentlemen that we've been doing these readings on, that, in this way, they are, um, not allowing their hearts to speak. Even in these readings, it's like the mind is grabbing the heart and going, putting their mouth over putting their hand over the heart's mouth, and they're pretending that they're the heart and going, "No, we don't want children." And the heart's going, you know, trying to get free to speak, and their mind's going, "No, no, no, no. We're not gonna allow that." And it feels like there is this, it's like for all these guys, it's coming back to this 4 of Pentacles. My definition, I'm defining myself by money, my body, like things, body, bank account, and possessions. Relationships, Meh, not defining myself too much by those as much as the things energy and career, kind of energy, which has money attached to it. But it feels like all these guys are kind of in that focus kind of energy there, right? Yeah, it is, right? Yeah. And it might just be a common theme along a lot of places, right? Where um I don't know. I'm trying to see, is there a commonality of things happening in the world, or what is this, or is just this happens to be this group of individuals? And like, if you ever seen like Teresa Caputo, I got to see her live. A friend of mine bought ticket bought tickets, and she says, "I'm taking you. You're going. Clear this on your calendar." And I was like, "What?" Um, yeah, oh, yeah, always doing something. And it was amazing in the audience how she'd go around and she'd start talking about someone who teenage son died in a car wreck, and 3 people raised their hands right next to each other, and she was like, "Do all you guys know each other?" And they're all looking at each other, and they're like, "No." They just happened to sit together, and they all had teenage sons who passed in the thing, and when I saw it time after time as she went around, same circumstances, all near each other, and it's like spirit brought them together, and all the spirits were coming together to bring them a message, and it almost feels like that kind of energy right now. I'm getting goosebumps, but it's kind of interesting. Right, and then let's look here, psychologically, this is the subconscious, this is the real tea, right? Oh, yeah. We got the 10 of swords. Yeah, here's the oh my gosh, is this person torn apart? Holy moly, this person is shredded. So the 10 of swords, energy here is, of course, all these expectations, um, doesn't want all the responsibility, children, relationship, all that stuff, it's too much. I fear failure, right? And that's the underlying energy. And we know that's down there, right? So it's interesting. Underneath that, we have the Six of Cups. Yep, their own childhood energy. That's crazy. I think we got this for the subconscious too for the other one. Ah, crazy. Maybe they're triplets. Mary, Moe, and Curly, right? The Three Stooges. But we've got the Six of Cups here, is about their past life in this lifetime, their childhood energy that's coming forward, and it's going there, right? So, definitely it's childhood energy, their trauma that, you know, got triggered in here about their own childhood like the other ones, and all these expectations, which rules a lot of everything. So why wouldn't it be being present and seeing a baby and seeing someone, triggering their life as a child, how they didn't get that loving energy that is present in that picture. It's just like, oh my God, that's adorable. Look at that love that's there. Just, unconditional love energy. And, they're being reminded of what they didn't get on the subconscious level, right? And the fear of all this. Yep, and then, the 7 of Wands is an energy of wanting to be seen, not wanting to dim their light, not wanting someone to control them. Here's that energy inside of, I fight instead, instead of, being, um vulnerable, I have to stand tall, I have to stand strong, I have to, shine bright and be me, and force people to accept me as me, and that kind of energy, which is a sort of fight or flight energy, right? It's like I can't admit I'm wrong, I can't admit that I'm failing, otherwise it's all or nothing, I'm a failure, right? And so they live in that kind of black and white world, or have been, right? Yeah, and here's that 5 of swords that we had. with the 5 of Wands at the beginning, we kinda come circle with that battle, that inner battle between the head and the heart that's going on there, and all these beliefs that have been created to protect them growing up are what keep them avoidant, that keep them from doing that. And I think we talked about that before, that the same wound for the anxious attacher and the avoidant is rejection when they were younger. And one saw connection and rejection as too painful. So I'm not going to do that again. And so I withdraw and I don't connect because it's too painful. Whereas the anxious attacher says, I'm going to attach to you so much you'll never get rid of me and you can't abandon me. I'm going to do everything I can. I'm going to overachieve and I'm going to, you know, do everything I can to try to please you, to keep a connection. Please keep a connection with us, right? We grab on. Um, and that's the world, right? Of the two sides of the kind of how we do things until we find our self-love. And then we realize connection with others doesn't define me and I don't have to have connection. I want connection, but the connection I'm looking for is in here. And the avoidant learns, if they want, that disconnection is not necessary because it's not the connection with other people that hurts them. It's the story they have inside about the connection that hurts them. When they connect to their self love, they define, all of us, it's all about us turning inward and defining ourselves by that love. It's the answer to every question, right? He pushes away women before they can leave him. Yeah, before he fails. Um, you know, um, in a way, I can see that because avoidance, like, they want connection, but they only want a certain amount of it. And I kinda had this, you might have seen this before, because I had this here, right? Yeah, we'll take a look here, that there's, like, an avoidant still wants connection, but only enough connection where it doesn't become scary. And, of course, a anxious attacher, connection is its world. It wants everything. It wants, "I'm gonna connect you so much, I'm just gonna I'm gonna connect with you so much," and they're like, "Ah," it's that freaks them out, right? So as, an avoidant moves and, an anxious attacher move close to each other, the avoidant is loving this, and they like this, and they like this, right? But when the avoidant goes, "I really like this," and it starts to go, "Yum, yum, we're going to," it's like, "Yikes," it runs away, and then if we chase, "Come on, come back here. No, no, come back here," and when we're like, "Fine," and then we're like, "What? Are you not chasing me? Alright, well, let me come back here." "Oh, you're coming back? Yeah, alright. Well, I'll come back to you here," and then you're like, "Oh, this is good. Oh, okay, you decided to come back and let's do this." "No, no," and it's that repeative cycle, right? So, that's this energy of, like, they feel like they're gonna be consumed and lose themselves, and that's why they have to run, and the anxious attacher is like, "What the hell's wrong with you? Don't you know this is what I want, and it's so good?" But it can also be unhealthy because we're like, "No, no." We're like, "If no one can have you, I mean, if I can't have you, no one will," you know, then it can go overboard. So it's like, they can run away so fast, but there is that energy. And so that's where some of that comes in when we're like, "Well, I'm gonna go date someone else." Like, well, okay, that's probably a good idea because I I like this, but that scares me. Maybe you'll find someone that, you know, is also an anxious attacher that you guys can attach, you know? Um, that's what you deserve, and maybe I'll find an avoidant. Can you imagine 2 avoidants in a relationship? Yeah, they avoid one another, right? Or they just that's fire. That's what a fire relationship is. It's just enough for the "Rah, rah, rah, okay, that's enough. All right," and they're okay with it. But it's not true connection. It's surface level connection, not deep connection. So interesting. I gave you your fortune cookie. Did I give you a fortune cookie already? I don't think I did I? What do we have here? Nope, that was the body one. So I didn't give you your fortune cookie yet. All right. Yeah, right? It can be. It's interesting because it feels like an avoidant. They still want deep connection or the possibilities of it, but I feel like it becomes stagnant. So it's kind of like a lose-lose scenario. They keep like they get tired of the fire. They want something deeper. This isn't fulfilling because what they're really wanting is this. They just don't know how to get to the heart. And yeah. And and so they're like it gets boring after a while because it becomes stagnant. And then they find someone, they go, "Oh, look, they have what I'm looking for." "Wow, no, no, no." It's like they're damned if they do and they are damned if they don't, right? Yeah, and they have to find their self-love first so that they're not they have to break that cycle of avoidant, and that's the energy. So this one is beyond my mind. I am consciousness in human form. So got that number 18 coming in there. Beautiful card. Have your thoughts led you to forget your divine spark? The limiting nature of our thoughts, which makes sense of the world through our five senses, can lead us to think that we can't expand beyond the logical mind, time, or space. If this were true, then how can we explain our ability to envision our future or to dream? These realities go beyond the restrictive nature of our thoughts and allow us to experience infinity within. That's deep. Maybe you have got caught in thought patterns that limit you to this time and space, to your body and the five senses. This is kind of their energy, right? In yogic philosophy, it is said that we live in an illusion created by ourselves through our perception and senses. And the only way to truly experience the source, which we all come from, is through meditation and deep sleep when we're not dreaming. In these states, when we release the physical body, we unite with the one. This consciousness isn't something above us, it is infused in everything and everyone. It is likened to a white movie screen, while life and the human experience are the movies projected onto the screen. When the movie ends, only the screen is left, the highest consciousness. Consciousness can't be observed, it is the observer. It is eternal and non dual, a constant presence that doesn't change with time and space. So, some contemplative questions, journaling with words or colors. It says, "What am I beyond what I can observe with my five senses? What is that which is observing life through my eyes? How can I deepen my understanding that all that can be observed with my senses are the experience, while I am the experience?" Wow. Symbols, they had the sacred geometry on here, vibration and energy, the womb, and the eye of the universe. Interesting when we're talking all about children and everything too. Interesting. All right. So that is for that one, May. Thank you again for your donation. Donations. We've got two more coming up here. And for the next one, we got 45440. So let's see what we got going on with Kill. Oh, and Minu. Hey, Minu. Good to see you. You almost blended in there with May's, emoji there. I'll get you on the free list. You'll be number 18 on there. Just so I don't wanna miss you there. Oops, didn't mean to grab that. Oh my gosh. I'm just cutting and pasting all over the place. Alright, we got you there. Alright. So you wanna know if he and the girl are together and the status of them, right? This is the fire starter, right? Cheers, cheers. Ooh, that's getting really hot. Let's turn that down. All right. Yeah, speaking of fire starter, right? So, first of all, are they together still? All right. Well, didn't we get the 10 of wands around them before? 10 of wands, all that fire, fire, fire energy. Let's take a look here. What tells us more about this fire? We got the Hierophant changing, the 6 of cups. Yeah, it feels like back and forth energy here. You know, the Hierophant is learning the hard way. Um, you know, because it's the master of the stepping stones, and the 6 of cups is a return. I feel like they kind of going back and forth a little bit. Let me see what else we can find out about that here. It can be a burden too, yeah, you're right. But this is like the 10 of wands is a lot of fire energy. Um, so much that it burns out, it burns out, it burns out. Yeah, we got the 2 of cups. It's like they go back and forth here. Yeah, we got the whoops. We've got the world card, which is an ending of a major cycle and then a new beginning. So I feel like they end, they begin, they end, they begin again. Got the Knight of Pentacles. It is a slow road, you know. Feel like that they have it here. Yeah. I feel like they might, you know, with the 6 of Pentacles, give a little, get a little kind of energy here too. But it feels like mainly fire energy that's, you know, that's here. Let's see what else. What else can we know here? What's like their status? Their official status. Yeah, 6 of wands, just equal fire energy, 4 of wands, equal fire energy. It's interesting here because we've got the Knight of Cups here, which, you know, is an energy of, you know, usually it's a movement of romance, right? But this is a quest of self-love energy that's coming in here, right? Yeah. mm, Feels like there's still connection on and off here. Let's see. But let me answer this one first here with this Knight of Cups, you know, is like a quest of self-love. And it's like they're learning this, like when they're looking to define themselves, it's like they keep coming back, keep getting pointed back inward. So this is as much for her learning about her self-love as it is for him learning about his self-love, you know, that they have it right. Right. Yeah. We'll take a look here and see, you know, um, are they long distance or is there, I mean, are they long distance like across town? You got the 8 of swords, which feels confining energy here. I'm sorry, I need more clarity on this one. Only if it's one card. What if I need more? And that's 6 of swords. Yeah, there's this going back and forth energy. Um, how often though? I want to do it here. Oh wow, yeah, right. I mean, aware of his patterns. Yeah, for the Page of Wands, I feel every once in a while they just, you know, they do drive across town or meet in the middle. you know, for a little bit of fire energy that comes in here. But that's I'm glad to hear that for him and his adventure, because that, for her too. Yeah, because we got the magician, the magic wand, divine masculine energy that kicks in. So I feel like they're working on themselves, but it's a slow, yeah, as I say slow, we have the temperance on the bottom. It's a slow movement. I don't feel like they're in an official relationship with the Nine of Pentacles, which is that, and the Hanged Man, here's that transformational energy. I don't even feel like they're exclusive. I feel like it's mainly friends with benefits kind of energy, just as, the need hits, kind of energy that comes in here. So, um, yeah, I kind of feel like they're not together, but there's still fire. Uh, you know, a man has his needs, you know, energy. Just fire though, it's not emotional, kind of energy. But it feels here with the 6 of swords and the 8 of swords. Um, I still feel like it's and with that page of wands after it, it's communication, but it's also there's some, yeah, and then here we go. So the Knight of Wands, which is that fire energy, that need to be done, right? Yeah. It's like, that's why God gave you 2 hands. That's what you say to a man. No, that's why God gave you 2 hands. So, and what? And gave you a pleasure zone in your butt, so go screw yourself. But bunch. Right. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one before I get in trouble. What am I sassy tonight? Oh my goodness. What's this energy? So through faith and hope, I'm divinely guided on my path. Number 43. So let's see what this one brings in here. Do you have complete faith in your path and remain hopeful in challenging times? As individual souls embodied, we can sometimes feel like we need to be in control of everything to make life happen, right? I'm also a recovering control freak. As well as a recovering overgiver in codependent relationships. So we forget that we are part of a more extensive system and consciousness, and that all we need is provided in time. It's easy to get caught up in life's challenges and forget all of the love, abundance, and blessings we have and are worthy of. Nothing happens as a coincidence, and all are divinely guided and planned. We might think that things are not happening because we lack luck or opportunity, and we can feel resentful for this. When we transcend this state, we can fully accept life by accepting all of its blessings and lessons. Sometimes we need to give everything up to God, the eternal consciousness, and trust that we have support and that things take time. When we live and breathe hope and faith, not only do we enjoy the journey there, but we also live more at ease with the understanding that we are not in control of everything and that everything has its divine timing. Ugh, I know. Allow yourself to rest in the divine plan and let life guide you. Powerful, right? Affirmations for hope and faith. You can repeat these affirmations daily or weekly. A sacred number is 108, so you can repeat it 108 times to give it extra magic. The 3 affirmations are, I trust the path that I am walking. I have full trust, hope, and faith in life. There is a divine plan for me. Wow, those are powerful. On the card, we have the white dove, which is faith, the deer is grace, rose quartz is healing the heart, clear quartz is purification, and the crescent moon is cycles of life. Wow, so good. It's so good. All right. So that's what we have for that one. And then for number 3, we got 50513 coming in here. There we are. Love, right? I love it. All right. So, you've started seeing someone. Cheers to you. They said weird. They didn't describe it, huh? Weird how? But we'll look here. So this is, you know, so in tarot, there's standardized meanings for things, but with every tarot reader, we all develop our own language with spirit. So cards can mean something different for every single reader. There's common things that are taught. This is the meaning of this card. Da, 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 da. It's one of the meanings it could be. But in tarot, there's it's it's we're channeling messages, and a card can generally mean something, even in the meanings I develop with spirit that are not traditional. Sometimes I even look at it and go, "No, they're bringing in this now. So this is new," and so we develop a language between us and the spirit world. And so, it doesn't have to be restrictive. That's our human mind, right, that tries to everything has to mean a specific thing, but spirit's like, you try to fit spirit in a box, they crush our boxes. So, no, not at all. I feel like that's kind of a good question. I feel like that's what we have there. Also, Chelsea asked a great question at the beginning of yesterday's session. Then I after I did my spiel, we talked about um, energies of readings and the present, the past, the future, some stuff too if you're interested. It took like 30-40 minutes. That's why I went later last night, because I spent so much time in the beginning talking about that, and I wanted to um, honor people's donations up to that point. So, but hopefully that helps. If you have additional questions, yeah, if you email me, I'll reply back too. And if I feel like it's something that helps everyone, I'll bring it in with your permission or people's permission. Because if you guys have the question, then a lot of people have that question too. Well, doesn't the card mean this? I've read this, and other readers say it always means this. It's like, it's like slang. We all develop our own language. But you have commonality, so I like it. Alright, so for this one, so mentally, emotionally, psychologically, when you found out you started seeing someone, how did it impact him mentally? Okay, we got those. And then emotionally and psychologically. I do want that one, but I also want this one here. Well, these you got 4, 4, and 4. Oh, nope, 5 in the beginning. All right. So on the bottom, overall energy, we got the 9 of Pentacles, which is this feeling of being alone with spirit, a lot of reflection, hermity type of energy that they have going on. So that's interesting. Oh, there is 5 cards here. 5, 5, and 4. Interesting. All right. So let's see here. What was he thinking mentally when he found out that you were dating? Ace of Wands. Yeah, there was a spark. There was something that fired within him. Wow. Ace of Wands, Ace of Swords energy. These are new beginnings energies. We'll see more about this. Let's look at all the cards. We've got the Knight of Wands. There's that fire energy. activating the magician energy, divine masculine energy. Oh my gosh. And then the strength card energy kicking in here. That is interesting because all those bottom energies, the fire of the Leo strength card, the magician, which isn't really fire, but it's wands, divine masculine energy, and the knight of wands, which is a lot of passion, fire energy. All of that feels like, we talked about before the, "Ugh." I don't know if you heard that one before. Because some of the other ones, when they found out the other people were dating, because kind of the same scenario situations are happening. There's this really big caveman energy that sets in like, "Mine. I want them all mine," kind of energy. That's as much of a caveman I can do because 'cause I'm gay, I think. But there is, I feel like they were like, "Well, what if I wanted that," kind of energy with the Ace of Wands and Ace of Swords. Now, he is in the Nine of Pentacles, he's not looking for anyone, but it's like, "Those are my toys." Well, you're not playing with them, those are my toys kind of energy that comes in, right? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, actually, some of the other people, these were like not this it was like last week, I think, that they started dating people and their ex found out or this other person found out, and there's like 3 or 4 of you that are having the same kind of experiences over and over and over again, and that's why I'm like, "Are you guys sure you're not the same person? What is going on here?" Because it's, like, so in tune, and the cards come out so similar. Little tweaks here and there, but a lot of the basic things are coming in, probably because it's basic humanity stuff and reactions, but it's crazy. But that's kinda what that energy is with their mind that came in, is kinda like this, energy with those on the bottom, and again, this ace energy. Well, what about if I want this? Um, so it's more of that energy, it's not so much like, like, I wanted to be with them, it's, I want all the toys, um, and then I get to decide, and then if I don't want the toy, I will then you guys can have it, but I want first dibs, and I wanna be able to say, that's that testosterone energy that's coming in. So that was their mind, and that might have been a weird, kind of a dual thing because it's like they have this instinct that comes in, and are like, "That's" but I wanna be by myself right now with that 9 of Pentacles, because I can't give, anyone what they want. I don't wanna go back to fire, and I can't, um, go into emotional relationship, so I need to be by myself and, you know, have my needs met here and there when it becomes too much, but I really need to focus on me, kind of energy. Yeah, because that's vulnerability and weakness, at least right now, right? But the heart, let's take a look there and see what the heart says here. Yeah, yeah, okay, yeah. So, of course, first of all, the Page of Wands, is his go-to, right? With that King of Wands and the Ace of Wands. So there is that fire that's moving throughout their mind and their heart kind of energy. But, we've got the Temperance card, which the heart understands, with the 3 of Wands that we can't do what we've done because, we have to do things differently. The mind, we have to go a different route, you know. Um, the old stuff doesn't work anymore, and so in time with that Temperance card, that they have here's that, King of Cups energy, which is a very compatible person, and the Page of Cups is that heightened love energy that's there. So, emotionally in their heart, they're I don't think there was ever a doubt that their heart is there and wants to be expressed, but it's in prison and it could never really express itself, right? And, I think we talked about that emotional pulse energy that gets sent out from someone very empathic, and the heart was like, I felt that. Let me out of this cage." Rattle, 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 right? And they're like, "Oh, sound the alarm. The heart's trying to get out again." And then they have a prison shutdown when they doesn't let the heart out of the prison, right? So I feel like, that the heart is there, of course, but the heart understands. Yeah, um, the heart pretty much has realized they're in a cage, and the only way they're gonna get out is if the mind lets them out, because every time they've escaped, they've not made it very far and get put back in, and the heart's just kind of not given up, but they've kind of conceded? Not conceit, but conceded to the mind going, "All right, as long as you're doing the work, we'll give you time," some with this temperance, right, to do things differently, otherwise uprising, right? So, I like that. And then subconsciously, psychologically, below in the either the, lower the lower regions. Yeah, they understand. I mean, we've got the 7 of swords, which is the lies, the deceit, how they're lying to themselves and cheating themselves of opportunities. The 8 of swords is this movement. The 8 of swords is like if you think of 4 swords on either side, it's this flow energy. And this means that they are trying to let go of the thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that have made them feel blinded, and bound and trapped and restricted, that are restricting the heart to let it out, right? Yeah. And I feel like in their core, they know I'm working on myself here. The 8 of Pentacles, which is, like the butterfly, cocoon, caterpillar scenario, but in reverse what I just said. Usually goes caterpillar, cocoon, butterfly, but that work that they're doing with that Queen of Pentacles, this mother nature, mother nurture energy that they're working on here, and I do feel like they're working on, um, a relationship with their, uh I feel like their mother, energy too. Yeah, like falling over surprised. Well, it is slow, you know? It's not, this big, big go, 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 go energy, but I do feel like they're doing some old transformation, um, as well, having to do with a lot of the core of their, um, avoidance goes back to their mother too. I'm getting that commonality with these. I feel like some of the others mentioned, like, their mother was an alcoholic. I don't know if his mother was an alcoholic, but it definitely feels like there was something to do with a lot of connection being broken when they were a young child with the maternal side, um, or someone has lost their mother to leaving or, yeah, very strong, right? Because it's a strong bond because 'cause they've been I mean, it's a they're a part of the mom energy, and whenever there's an absence, whether it's through rejection of high expectations or, some sort of emotional, bipolar where they're up and down and rejecting and it's it's imbalance, they learn to stay away from connection because it hurts too much, and then they learn to do that, right? But it feels like what the weird kind of reaction is that they had that, "I wanna own you're mine," but then they were like, "No, no, you don't," because it was like the fire side of them is that the caveman, right? The hormones, "Rawr," and they're like the mind is like, "No, no, no, we We do not own that. Get back here. And the heart's like, well, I want, and they're like, no, you get back here. It's like they were trying to pull back their heart and their fire in their head. And it's almost like they were battling in their head between three different personalities. And so the reaction was probably, "Blip, blip, 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 blip," like, you ever remember Bugs Bunny when they would take a drug and they're all, "Blip, blip, 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 blip," that's what they're showing in my head, that old Bugs Bunny when they were, um, drugged or something happened to them, but they were just doing all these weird, and then fall over, "Kuh." That's what's kinda coming in there. Interesting, right? Yes, I do feel like he was already on the beginning here because of that fire energy and not feeling satisfying, and he was realizing, you know, having having experienced the emotional, EMP from your heart, and their heart got activated, like, or it got, you know, emotional energy went through the heart to where their heart went like, "What was that? Oh my gosh, there's hope." Ah, and it uproared. It was like their heart really, was demanding and starting a riot inside the prison to where they had to recognize and talk to them, and I feel like they had a heart to mind, talk, with whatever was going on with the fire starter when this emptiness energy, compared to it. Yeah, with the new girl. But, having had experienced that huge emotional, energy from you when they went back to fire, um, because that's safe, um, they were like, "Ugh," you know, it feels safe, but then it got stagnant, and then, um, and then expectations came in, and they were like, "No, I'm not gonna try to live up to all these expectations for this," you know? He was like, um and so I feel like that's kinda what came in, right? Yes, correct. Yeah, not emotional energy because new girl is fire starter, right? Only fire energy, not, and they're also learning through that experience too. Yeah. So, your fortune cookie for this one, movement helps my energy and emotions to flow. I like that. Got the peacock there. There he is over there. The moth, here's all this energy of cocooning and transformation, trying to move their emotions. So everything in life is constantly moving and changing, and movement is the key to transformation and creation. If we're not moving our bodies, the energy can't move properly, and the emotional bodies can stagnate. Physical movement moves our whole being and is what our bodies are made for. So do you have moment movement and flow in your life? Are you feeling stuck with emotions, thoughts, or energy flow? There are many ways of moving the body, including physical movement, exercise, yoga, qigong, and other physical practices. But it can also be movement through conscious breathing and subtle movement with the eyes, any way that you can see if a small or big activation, exercise can help you and your emotions flow more. Emotions can get stuck in our body, especially when unexpressed, and when the body hasn't fully embodied the feeling. It is unresolved and needs a way to be moved and transformed. The same goes for our energy and the subtler aspects of our body. Now's the time to integrate more movement into your daily practice to move forward on your healing path. Movement practices, you can do easy stretches in the morning, getting out, breathing fresh air, letting the eyes consume nature, physical movement through walking, running, and other forms, breathing exercises that move energy and emotions, Simple eye movements up, down, side to side, and all around. Shaking, dancing, and singing. I love that. In the picture, the peacock represents purity in the angelic realm, and that's in the Kurdish Yazidi tradition. And the butterfly represents lightness. So there's that butterfly. So transformational energy that's coming in. But I like this. I like this growth that he has, coming in here too. So that is what we got for you there, my dear. Thank you again for your multiple donations. And it's crazy how the parallel lives that you guys are experiencing. Um, I love that. I feel like because all of you are in and out and sharing different things, sometimes all at the same time, too, which is crazy, but it's for each other that it comes in, right? Yeah. Well, what's amazing is that you didn't push, right? You just were being. And that's all you can do is just be you and focus on your own choices of your story, your emotions, your energy, and your actions. We have no idea what people see when they look into the mirror of us. All we can do is be us because we can't control, because we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. So no matter what we try to do, they're going to see who they are reflected. And I like this um, part of each other's growth in life because your interaction with them definitely triggered some wonderful things of transformation for you as well, right? And that's same thing with Firestarter. They're learning a lot through their situation. They're getting mirrors through their interactions that they've had with Max too. We all learn and grow from each other. There's none of us are here perfect going, let me just be the perfect mirror for everyone. It's like, no, right? You hope the baby picture did too. And it can be, I feel like anything we look at is going to create an experience, and then a combination of things helps us, right? Always on purpose for a purpose. So I like it. So thank you again, my friend, so very much. I appreciate you. Hang in there. And we look forward to wine time tomorrow. All right. So many blessings. Much love to you. All right. Absolutely. All right. Maria P., you are up next. We got 52749 coming in here for you. Here is for your first one. Your second and third one are 21 and 22. So we'll circle back around for those in a little bit of time here. I think this is your first one here. Yes. All right. So you wanted to know here, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you. You're back together because he bagged what's coming. All right, let's take a look here. So let's see here. We get three cards here. So we've got here, all right, you got the 10 of Wands, you've got the Chariot card, and you've got the Magician. All right. Underneath on the bottom, you got the King of Cups. All right. Not king, the Knight of Cups. I don't know why I said the king. I saw the horse. So, underlying energy of the Knight of Cups, this is talking about all knights have a quest. The quest is on, this knight is on a quest with the cup. For the Ace of Cups is the quest of your self-love. So both of you are on this quest here for self-love still, right? And, you know, in the middle, you do have the Chariot card, which is the power of choice card, right? And so this is choice, like they're saying here for you that there is no right or wrong choice when it's coming here. This is kind of the what's coming energy that you get. What comes for you guys is what you choose, right? What you're focusing on, your story, your emotions, your energy, your actions is what you help create, right? You and Wally are creating a joint reality. How you experience it, though, is based on your power of choice. So every moment you're both creating this joint reality by your individual choices. It's creating this, you know, stage for this romance to play out on. Romeo and Juliet, here we go. But what what kind of artistic choices you each make with your stories, your emotions, your actions, your energy is how you present and experience your from your point of view. You don't know what they're experiencing, how they're experiencing it through their choices. All you know is how you're experiencing it, and that's all you can control, right? Now, Wally's thoughts, um, we've got the 10 of wands. They're wanting to change this from burden to abundance, wanting to move the relationship from expectations to gratitude, right? They're wanting, um, you know, they would want this. Their mind is like, if we can just get rid of all the supposed to be, should be, need to be, and just focus on what I am doing and enjoy what I am able to give, that's what they want from you and in the relationship. Isn't me not to try to have to live up to all these things that you want. Can't we just get rid of all that and just, enjoy what I do give? And I'll take what you're desiring into consideration, but not an expectation, just kind of a suggestion, not an expectation. You're like, something I would like to do is this or that, and then I can have a choice and then I can do things. So give them choices, might work out for a little while here for you guys. Um, his feelings towards you, you have the magician, which is the divine masculine energy. They do want to continue to create things with you, but I feel like here the big piece of all the what's going on is that, you know, you have things that you want to happen that aren't going to happen. And, as you realize and kind of talk with them about what are the things, it's being honest, going, these are the things I want from the relationship. What are you able to give and what aren't you willing to give? Because you're able to give, but you don't want to. That's, I'm not willing to give that. You could leave that place. You could do this, you could do that, but you don't want to. So those things you're realizing they are choosing not to do those things. And even if it hurts you, even if it bothers you. And I feel like it's important to really write down everything that you're wanting from a relationship and then look at what you are and not getting. Don't go, well, this is our relationship. Go, if you were starting brand new and you could have any type of relationship, what do you feel you would want in it, right? Write it all down. Question why you want all that, and then edit the list by what truly it is that your heart wants, not what your mind wants, and then use that list. Because if you go off this long list of your mind of all these supposed to be, should be, need be, nobody can live up to that. None of us can of our expectations because there are so many from so many different people. No one can do that. We can't even do that. How can we expect someone else, right? And then make that list, right, from your heart. What do I want in a relationship? And then see what Wally is or not doing. A follow-up question with all that too is what on that list can I give myself that I think I need from someone else? Just saying. And then your fortune cookie is connect. It says, you're being asked to connect with others in meaningful ways. Sometimes it's helpful to get new perspectives and to simply be around other people. You're in need of this right now, and deep connection will benefit you in many ways. Yep, I feel like connecting with other people, it doesn't mean dating, romance, or whatever, but I feel like connecting with others allows you to see more about yourself too. So I feel like that's what they have for that one. And as I said, we'll circle back around. Number 21 and 22 will be for you up next after that. Right. All right. Let me just get into this one so I have it already here. Okay. All right, and then we have Rami Rosales. Hello, hello. You are up. 534.50 is yours here. So thank you so much for your donation. Here is your timestamp. Let me take a quick sip here. Then we'll dive in. You like a general read. All right. Good evening to you. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, general read. Let's see here. What does Spirit want for you to know this day? Let's take a look here. We got that, that. Do you want these three too? Do you want this one? Is that it? All right. Bottom of the deck. You're not going to make it. Oh no. Good night. I know you're number 23. It's going to be It's gonna be a little bit, yeah. So you can catch it in the morning, though, something to look forward to. Thanks for hanging in there, Krabby Loop, sorry. Enjoy your night. So you got the 5 of Wands on the bottom there. 5 of Wands energy is a change energy, the number 5, it's it's the Wands energy itself is energy. It's a change energy that's coming in. So I do feel like there's changes in the air kind of running below the bottom of your reading, right? Your first 2 cards that came out together, you got the 10 of Wands and the 10 of Pentacles. Wow. So 10 energies, which are endings and beginning energies. So there is a transformation, and it's a good feeling because it is for you. It always is for us. But I feel in this case, with the 10 of Pentacles, this change is coming in the outside world where it does impact um, can impact where you work, where you live. Uh, I don't necessarily feel like it's who you're with kind of energy, because cups would come up instead for that relationship heart energy. So this is more, where I work, when I don't, it doesn't feel like body either, because it can be body, physical things on the stage. So jobs, where I live, money, that kind of thing. A beautiful transformation. And then let's see what it tells us about here. But it is changing. Yeah, you have the Leo energy, and we have that. We're in Leo season right now, and we're in the middle of the eclipses from last Wednesday to next Thursday is the big portal because we have the Leo new moon solar eclipse. That's new beginnings energy. And I feel like that's what's coming in here with this strength card for you. Next to it, you do have the 9 of Wands. There is something here. There's something that's you've been hitting up your head against for quite a while with this, and that 10 of Wands afterwards is you busting through that as well. So, there is that movement and that breaking through energy that's coming here for you. Sorry, this band-aid is falling apart. I don't know why. Cheap band-aids, right? But that is, yeah, something falling apart, that this block is falling apart, allowing you to bust through it. Yeah, and you have the Ace of Swords. Again, this ace, new beginning energy, clarity around what this new beginning is here for you. So I feel like you're gonna know what this is because there is this energy of um hitting up against something over and over and over again. A lot of times the 9 of Wands, they'll have a bandage on their head. In the original tarot, they do, which means they've been, "Poof, poof, come on, let me through, let me through, let me through." Well, this is a change. There's something that's happening where you're able to step through and move beyond something that you've been like battling against for a long time. So I feel like you'll know what this is right away, going, "Oh, wow, all right." If it's career, if it's wanting to move somewhere and you've been dying to move somewhere forever or buy a house or certain at a certain place, a certain whatever, or get into an apartment or a condo or whatever it is, it's this movement of the physical world. You're like, Finally, I'm gonna be able to get into this company I've been dying to get into, whatever that may be. I feel like you'll know what this is, and this is the change that's coming here for you. You got the 7 of Wands. You are gonna be stepping out into the light. 7 of Wands is like the sun. You're shining bright, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not defending like, "This is what I wanna do," and everyone, me, me, me." It's like, "It doesn't matter. I'm doing it. I don't have to defend it." If you don't like it, get out of the sun, right? That's the sun doesn't dim its light and try to change for everyone's opinion. Um, it's like, here I am. Everyone's gonna have a different opinion. It's too hot, it's too cold, it's not cloudy enough. The sun's like, tough. I'm gonna just be me. Shine. And that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna step forward and be seen and shine forward. And this is that energy of the wands that's coming in. Yeah, you have the 6 of swords. So there is letting go of some old mindsets that some of what changes is your thinking about a supposed to be, a should be, a need to be. So there's something that changes in here that allows you to let go of some old things. You're seeing something from a higher perspective. The 6 of swords is moving from choppy waters to calmer waters. There's that moving energy, right? So this change here allows this movement to make its way into the outside world. Again, movement of job, movement of home, movement of location of where you live. Very supported here. So if those are the things that you had with that 9 of wands that was blocking you before, I really feel like you're moving forward with it. Yeah, the Knight of Wands. Get out of your way. You are motivated. This is all about stepping into your power, realizing that you're the one that is creating your world, right? And that's kind of what happens with the 9 of wands. Before it was a block and you were standing behind it. But when they step up and they see that this wand that they're in their hands is this wand that you've been on a quest for, then when you take a hold of that power of going, life doesn't happen to me. Life doesn't get handed to me. My energy of what I'm focusing on every moment is what I'm drawing into it. And when you step into this power, you take that, and then there's this gap. You can walk right through this block that's been there forever. And I feel like this is what's coming in is you're taking control of your life and realizing I've been listening to the outside world. I'm at the control panel, but everyone's been telling me what to do. And I've been going, okay, that's what I'll do. And now you're like, no, I'm ready to do what I want to do. It's time for me to tired of trying to live up to everyone's expectations and trying to do everything I'm supposed to do, should do, need to do. Now is the time for me to step out and, move in this energy to step forward, right? And I like this for you. Underneath it, you got the hanged man. Yeah. Transformation time, seeing things from a higher perspective. Caterpillar, you're going into cocoon, you're transforming, you're becoming a butterfly. There's this the the caterpillar ways don't attract the butterfly anymore. They don't satisfy the butterfly anymore. They Caterpillars eat leaves, butterflies want nectar. They can fly over raging rivers, and a caterpillar has trouble getting over a little, gutter with water in it. It'll drown. And your abilities and your realization that you have so much within you and so much you want to do, there's this beautiful energy coming in here for you. So I love this for you, Rami. Wow. This is what your fortune cookie brings in as well. There we go. And oh, wow. I am one with the infinite consciousness. Look at the magic in the wings. It's time to fly, baby. All right. Let's take a look here. You got number 45. There we go. When we enter this dream of life, we forget the source that we came from and who we are. Just as a raindrop dissolves into the ocean, we can move in and out of this infinite consciousness that is the source of all creation. The remembrance of our oneness to source enlightens our mind and illuminates our path. In ancient philosophy, it is said that the soul forgets there is only one infinite source of everything. Through remembrance, we can start sensing and experiencing this oneness. We're part of the illusion of life, which can be likened to watching a movie through a projector. The reality isn't the movie, but the screen on which the movie is projected. This is the reality that we are part of. Another example is when we're observing the seasons. In one part of the world, it's summer, while in another, it is winter. This duality is an illusion of separation, as the earth doesn't distinguish between its lower and upper halves as we do. What we observe is unique, and it isn't the only way of perceiving experiences and shifting. When we move beyond the senses, time, and space, we can merge with capital A, all. Our dreams are said to be part of the illusion of life, while deep and dreamless sleep helps us detach from the mind's perception of the universe and body. The last stage of consciousness is transcendence and liberation. I love that. Learn and reflect. The practical tip says learn and reflect on the four states of consciousness: awake state, dream state, deep sleep state, and beyond deep sleep state. The reflection will help you sense and experience oneness together with a meditation practice. So if you want to, Google it and enjoy it. On this, we have the Kurdish sun, which represents rebirth and transmutation of the soul. The eagle is about higher perspective, and the macaw's tail is all about growth. So here we go. Time for some amazing changes coming in. So you are very welcome. Awesome reading. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the donation. I do love that reading as well. I'm a bit excited for you. Go, go, go. Yes, yes, yes. All right. So let me catch up on the chat here and we will get back in here. So we've got here, Dason, you forgot your question. That's all right. We'll get you on here. You'll be number 19 on the free readings over yonder. So thank you. We'll get you there. And then Mamacita, you're back. You had to pick up dinner and got stuck in traffic due to construction. It was crazy. Well, you're actually up next. So perfect timing anyway. So you got delayed on purpose. Then Lady J, thank you for your additional donation here. We'll get you on here. It'll be number 24. All right. Yay, traffic. Right. Woohoo. You're so funny. I'll give that 11 a like. So make sure I've got it on there. All right. Too funny. Right. Cheers. Cheers to you. Welcome back. And now you got some dinner. Yum, yum. All right. So you are up, Mamacita. We're at 548.26 here. Here is your timestamp there. Cheers, cheers. Chamomile tea. Oh, nice. Good for you. Good for your tummy. All right. Let's dive in and see what we got going on here. So we're talking about the Scorpio. All right. So what is Scorpio's current energy due to you cutting him off because of his reckless conversation he had with his friend? Oh my goodness. A Scorpio having a reckless conversation? Say it isn't so. All right. Let's take a look here. So what's his current energy? You're so funny. Thank you again for your donation, by the way. Less than 30-day relationship. Hey, I once dated someone um, for a week, and that was a lot for him. And so whenever I bumped into him, I go, "Oh, remember the good old week?" Instead of the good old days, the good old week. Yeah, a week. I was like, "Well, okay. Well, there you are." All right. So current energy. Okay, yeah, well, let's pull that up here. So we got the Page of Swords. He just wasn't a relationship person. He liked the fire, but he just wasn't a committal type of person. And I was like, well, that's all right, you know. In other words, a man whore. And you're like, oh, okay. Well, that's good to know now. You know, did I get fleas? All right. Uh Page of Swords on the bottom, it is they're trying to see things from a different perspective of what unfolded between the 2 of you guys here. So he is trying to see it differently, trying to see it from, yeah, from a higher perspective, which is your perspective, right? Oh, 3 strikes, right? Yeah, I get it, I get it. Yeah, I feel like here they're kind of seeing it here, they've got the high priestess energy, which they do see, um, that and there's a thought of like, yeah, you are a high priestess in a high priestess temple, they're looking at your uniqueness with the 3 of Pentacles, and the Judgment card, they're I feel like they kind of with this energy here, because they did say this, right? Yeah, I'm trying to see it from the higher perspective because we know you're higher than us. And I kind of feel like there's this energy, like they think that you think you're higher than everyone else and that you were looking down on them anyway. And whether that's true or not, that has to do with their self-esteem, and that they have to look at it that way. And there is this energy of, yeah, all those expectations, I can't live up. No one can live up to those high, high expectations. Um, and kind of energy that's coming in here, right? Bougie. Okay, well, there you go. That makes sense then. Yep, and they got the 7 of Swords, underneath here, which I feel like they're, in a way, they're realizing that because this isn't about them realizing their own thoughts and beliefs that steal opportunities from them. I feel like this is an energy like, I got busted for something that was something that I've said a lot, but then it was said out loud or got back to you kind of energy with the 7 of Swords. It's like my not because it doesn't feel like lies, but it feels like the secrets I say got revealed kind of energy, right? Um, and it had to do with here with the King of Pentacles, with abundance energy that's there. And the Emperor, again, this energy like you need an emperor, not a king. And I feel like they're that is part of their trouble, and their, challenge is to see themselves higher than they do, because when they have all these beliefs, then it is fulfilled. "I'm not enough for you. I'll never be enough for you. I can't do that." And they're right. Oh, yeah, right. Females instead of, uh mighty women. I prefer the word mighty women, please. So that makes sense. So I feel like they're kind of in that energy, right now. Oh. Well, yeah, and I feel like you knew already, 2 strikes, they hadn't changed, they hadn't grown, So you're like, "All right, well, it's nice to see that confirm they haven't grown, and that's all right." It was a nice little, um, Scorpio, journey, riding the back of a giant scorpion, right? To you as a hoe. I know, that's like high school, right? Even middle school. Yeah, I get it. So, number 2 is what will Scorpio's energy moving forward be after losing you here? Let's take a look and see what kind of energies they've got here. Yeah. On the surface, we've got the 6 of Wands, which they kind of, you know, their energy is, "All right, it's a victory, whatever, boom, boom, boom." It's like they do this, right? "Whatever. I've had a good time. We're moving on, here we go." Kind of energy. Underneath the surface, we've got the 9 of, the Hermit. So there is, like, this energy of, you know, kinda staying to themselves a little bit inwardly, because every time I mean, when you feel like you've failed, and someone says, "It's enough, 3 strikes, you're out. You don't meet up to my standards. You don't meet up to my expectations." Of course, they revert back and, to their inner child that got rejected when they were younger, so they're, in a way, internally looking at those wounds, those echoes from the past that you just echoed for them, that they needed to see for their life and their growth, right? Yeah, yeah. What else is their energy going forward here? Yeah, I feel like they still have this dream that they have, with the star card here, the dream come true energy. But, they do have here the 2 of swords, the 2 of pentacles. I feel they're already, you know, even though internally they're kind of pulled in, they're still looking out here for, all right, what's what's the person that's going to live up to this? It's interesting because, when they have this scale, they've got something over here that is very heavy. Like, they have these expectations of what this dream person for them is, and they look at you because you're a mirror for them, and what they saw was someone with very, very high expectations that no one can achieve, yet in his mind, he has this idea of the other side of the scale where he weighs all hoes and females, right? Um, and compared to that, and no one can live up to that the same way that he is perceiving himself. So this is a beautiful mirror for him. Whether he recognizes it yet or not, is for him. And I feel like this is his journey, but he's in that, still just looking at those other things, right? What else is his energy? Moving forward. I feel like he's gonna stay single with this 9 of pentacles, the hermit card underneath. Peace of mind. And, this here is I don't wanna live up to anyone's expectations of relationship right now, so I feel like the page of wands is more so just kind of focusing in, yeah, even under the hermit, we got the ace of wands, which is focusing on their passion and their fire energy. I feel like they're just gonna kinda stay out of relationship right now and just, you know, um, I don't feel like a working on himself energy. I feel like it's more, um, not consciously working on themselves. We're always working on ourselves subconsciously, and through all of our experiences, we're putting ourselves through and all the growing pains and learning the hard way. He's definitely learning through that way, but this feels more, "All right, I'm just gonna kinda back off, and I'm tired of expectations right now, living up to any So I'm just gonna kinda do my thing and hang out with my bros and the hoes, energy. I feel like they're, you know, um, not looking for a relationship, because of that. They need to get over this, not meeting up to your bar because they, in a way, are, "Well, if I couldn't live up to your bar, how am I gonna live up to someone that I wanna live up to this bar on this side of my scales," right? So I feel like they kinda need to sit with that for a little bit before they start thinking about it, right? The hose, right? Alright. And then number 3 is, what was Scorpio's friend's energy when he broke the news that you ended it with him? Alright, let's take a look here. I feel like it'll be different for, different people, right? Um, but I feel like, we have the 9 of swords on the bottom, which I feel like, this is the not living up to expectations kind of energy. The 9 of swords, it's like nightmare and insomnia in a way. And I feel like they were surprised that, that they ended up with you to begin with. So I don't feel like they were so surprised when it ended. Yeah, because we have the Chariot, energy of victory energy. Um, and I feel like there's 3 groups. One was like, "Thank God that's over." Because now we have you back, you're not, trying to jump through hoops and trying to do all this stuff. You're back with us now. I feel like there's some that, kind of looked at that kind of energy that's coming in here. There's another second group that, with this Hierophant, kind of looked at, they kind of saw you as this, again, queen of emotion energy here. And with this Ace of Swords, like, I feel like this group is like, yeah, dude, you were just a stepping stone anyway, that you were just something to experience. And we didn't, I feel like a lot of them fall in this group. They didn't see it lasting for very long because they were like, yeah, it's just, you guys were so different. I feel like their friends think, and they're like, it's just a matter of time. But it was a fun stepping stone, them on you and, you on them, that you guys learned, hope you guys had fun, Um, another group are like, "Oh, man," because they like the 4 of Pentacles. It's like, I don't know if their friends, um benefited from you at all, but this is the solidity, this, kind of money or feeling of energy with the King of Wands, are like, "Oh, man, this was great. We were having a lot of fun, and now, uh" or we were hoping to have fun, like, I don't know if they looked at you as like a sugar mama, but this is the kind of energy that comes in with this King of Wands and 4 of Pentacles, is like, "Oh, man, there was gonna be like, aren't they gonna take us and do this, right?" Um, yeah, and they were like, "There's such an opportunity that comes in here, right?" Yeah, not yet. I feel like they were like, "There's this opportunity, that, there was this access," right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would be the energy, but hoping that you would splurge and do things right. Yeah, exactly, right. Um, yeah, and there is this, we have this other group with this King of Swords. We've got the, Page of Pentacles and the 8 of Cups. there's a few that are like that have been with the friends with them a long time, that have seen since 2025, right? They're like, "She'll be back. 3 times strike, you're out. She'll be back. Nah, she'll be back," is their kind of energy. Trying to, in a way, kind of fluff up their friend to, about, "No, no, she'll be back." I mean, she come back before. She can't resist that, you know, letter of the alphabet that follows C. That's what they're kind of like, the bros. "Can't resist it. She'll be back, dude." Um, but there's all these different, everyone sees the world through their own eyes. We don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are, so everyone is seeing it differently, but it's all about themselves here, right? Right. And then number 4 is, what was Scorpio's family's energies when he broke the news that you ended it with him? All right, let me take a sip here. Cheers, cheers. Did you hear that? My stomach growl, growl, growl. All right, so let's take a look here. What is Scorpio's family's energy here? All right. So funny. Uh, Interesting at the bottom of the deck, we've got the strength card, the Leo energy, because that it's the fire energy. And though they love, they love him as a family, right? I get this energy of, you're out there, you're a lion, you're always flaunting your mane. It's like lower expression Leo energy of, I gotta be seen, I gotta be me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. And they're like, yeah, you're walking around like a damn peacock. What do you expect? I feel like they're just, razzing him about it, because we have the magician card too, you know, and I feel like this is normal. I don't feel like this. I mean, it's happened 3 times with you, but there's been others with you. I mean, with him that was there, you know, and they saw, we have the Empress energy here. They saw you as someone like, wow, way above his station, and the Two of Wands. Again, I feel like it's just a matter of time, they thought, with that Two of Wands, you know, because I feel like these 2 before, because it happened before, they're like, it's just a matter of time before, and I feel like this is the conversations that they had when he wasn't around. It's just a matter of time before he pisses her off again, you know? I feel like that's the kind of the things that they were saying about him, because 'cause they're like, "He does this all the time." He, um, doesn't respect, he just walks around and goes, "I'm me, deal with it or not." He doesn't adapt to what people want. He'll apologize, but then he keeps doing it. You know, "Oh, sorry, I knocked your glass over." "King, I'm sorry, knocked your glass over. Are you gonna pay attention to where you're bumping your ball?" "No." "Sorry, I knocked your glass over." It's that kind of energy, that's coming in here. Um Yeah, I feel here, we've got the star card. Here's that they know that what kind of idea he has. He's always talking about who he's going to marry with this Four of Wands energy. And, we have the Knight of Swords, which they're realizing here as well, that he's got such high expectations, um and then they're like, you know, uh for what you're expecting to marry, you're gonna have to change to do that, right? Yeah, it's looks good on a resume, and then when they open their mouth, you're like, "What? Oh, can you just not talk?" But, there is this energy, of from his family about, if he wants to be with someone that he thinks he wants to be with, he has to change. Yeah, heavy on the not talk, right? And it's like, wow, but, that's good. It's good growth for both of you guys. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. So what else? From Mama C. All right, we got this one here. And you have, I let the healing energy of my heart heal my body from any discomforts. Master, I mean, not master, but number 4. I like that. Rose with an I would be rise. A rose with an I is rise instead of rose, right? All right, let's see here. Number 4. The heart goes beyond the logical mind and the physical body and is the center of healing and unconditional love. The heart is intelligent and intuitive and connects us directly with the source. The heart is more than just a physical organ. This center holds divine and sacred mysteries. Are you listening to the language and voice of your heart? From this center, we are merging earth and heaven and connecting to a universal intelligence that is pure love and oneness. The heart is our compass, and if we choose to listen to it, we can be guided through intuition and the path of love. When there is unconditional love and self-love present, we have already reached a big part of our healing. If you're experiencing physical imbalances, it is time to connect deeper to your heart for answers. Meditation, sleep, and heart opening practices are essential, and living from a heart based space can help you elevate and go deeper. Some heart healing meditation, excuse me. So, with a silent mind and a focus on your breath, start dropping your consciousness into your heart. Speak to your heart and ask it what you need and what you need to know to heal. Feel the energy of your heart expand and visualize it filling your whole body. Feel and visualize the heart energy surrounding your whole body. Let it hold and embrace your heart center. Let the heart's energy enter the places in your body that need healing right now. Wow, that's powerful. I love that. On your card here, the finch represents ascension, the Kurdish caw, and the chukar partridge or the peacock, right? Oh, there's our partridge in here. Oh, it's a partridge. It looks more like a quail. Represents love. The red rose represents the healing of the heart, and the whale represents wisdom and guidance. I love that. Sound bowls. I like it. So beautiful, beautiful. So hopefully that helps a little bit there, my friend. I feel like it was a good 30 days. It was a good month, You needed a little bit of a distraction to understand more of what you want and what you don't want. A good stepping stone, right? So I like that. I like that energy for you. So thank you again for your donations. Always good to see you. You crack me up. Thank you for your great sense of humor. All right. We will move down here. Oops. Okay, good. Didn't think it was going to open up here. So, who we have remaining, we've got 2 for Maria P, and then we got Krabby Loop, and then Lady J is where we're at. On to federal court. Oh, how fun. That's right. You're like, the party is over. Now game time. Do, do, do. I love it. All right, my dear. Yeah, I'm sure we'll have some readings coming up about your case, right? Of course, not with a lot of detail now that it's in court. I know you have to be careful, but we can get energies around vague things. The spirit knows all, so it doesn't matter, right? Mm-mm. Yeah, absolutely. Enjoy the chamomile, enjoy the dream time, and, much love to you, my friend. Take care. All right. So, Maria P, you have 2 in a row. We got 6, 14, 42 for your this will be your second one. Boom, boom. So thank you for your donation via the PayPal. So we wanna know work for this month, what's coming? Let's take a look here. So I've got 2 cards here, and underneath, what do we got here? We've got the Emperor energy coming in here. You either taking over or the Emperor energy we get here, and we get the King of Wands and the Emperor a lot when we talk about work for you. So I'll just briefly, because you already know all this, right? That this is about you clearing away, getting out of your head and into your heart, finding out what it is that you want to do with what make your heart sing. You know, there's this one, where do you feel most alive? And where do I feel most like myself? Because it says, it was in a meme I saw. It says, purpose isn't always something we do. Sometimes it's found in where we feel most aligned, you know. And does you feel, is this where you feel most alive and like yourself and aligned, you know, at this job? Or is there something else? Because it feels like there's, your heart would love to do something else in life, right? But for work for you this month where you're at, you do have the Justice card. There's some balancing energy, some clarity coming in, letting go of some expectations, seeing things from a different perspective. Temperance is a little bit of slowness that's coming in here. And it's, you know, going back and forth a little bit here, a little bit there, slow energy. But it is slow movement, but it feels the temperance energy is a lot about balance. The justice card is a lot about balance. So it does feel like there's a lot of things balancing out. And I feel like you're starting to see things from a different perspective instead of from fear and small t truths rooted in fear and supposed to be and should be and need to be's and have to be's and expectations and lack and all those lower vibration because of everyone's actions and non-actions, their words, their silence, treatments, all these things you're realizing. And I feel like you're getting more and more clarity that what they're doing is not about me. This is about what's going on inside of them. I feel like you kind of know it, but it's clicking, I feel, here in the next month coming in here. But the big energy underneath the surface is that things will become more and more uncomfortable where you're at, because your heart does want to draw you in a different direction. So, you know, when our fears of moving, relationship, job, whatever it is, whenever in our life, whenever our fears outweigh the uncomfortable feeling of not living what our heart wants, we don't act. When that uncomfortable feeling goes above our fears or our fears drop down, then we are able to take action and move in a different kind of way. So I feel like that's what they got for you for work. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. Yeah, you got it there. Break free. Break free. Uh, Says you're being asked to break free from the tribe in order to live your authentic life. This isn't easy, but it's very necessary if you're going to share your true self with others. Be brave, be real, be you, and trust that those who love you will always be there for you. I love that. This is about work, right? So I feel like that is what they've got there for you, my dear. Break free. Can't make it up. All right. And then for your number 3 one, we've got 61907. So for this one here, we got you here. And this one is here. This one is Paul's thoughts on you today. Did you read your email? Will he respond? All right. Let's take a look here. All right. Thank you. And then what is the other? All right. So what do we got here? We've got temperance energy here on the bottom of this one. So this is a slow energy. I'd put it in the middle. It came back out on the bottom this time. But this is a slow response. I feel like they will respond, but it's going to take a little bit of time. Um, Paul's thoughts on you today. We've got the moon card. There's a lot of hidden things that are not being expressed. A lot of something below the surface that's coming in here as well. But there's a lot of emotion, a lot of emotional flow. Um, and we've got the hermit though too. So the hermit is this, they're very much kind of introverted to themselves kind of energy. And, this moon card, there is something hidden here. I know you and these hidden things with people, right? But I feel like this is part of the pattern, right? It's when I'm in a relationship and it's not going well, and then I'm looking for another relationship, I get out of this one and I get into something else. I know I did this as a serial monogamist, and then this one doesn't work out, and then it's like, oh, I find another one, and that doesn't work out. I find another one, and I don't take the time for self-reflection. I just keep repeating the same cycles over and over again. That moon card is the cycles of the moon. I keep repeating the same cycles. This hermit card is be alone kind of energy that they're here. I don't feel like you're going to be with Wally for very long. I feel like it's only a matter of time before it repeats the same cycle with them too, because when we're not transforming on the inside, nothing's going to change on the outside, right? And I feel like that's their big message here is, there's emotions there from Paul. I feel like he'll take time to respond, but the big message here is spirit is in your spiritual posse is it's time to be free, right? It's time to see here, even with the full card on the bottom. It's the zero card. It's getting to a place where you're letting go of a lot of expectations that don't get fulfilled in these relationships. And as you step away from those expectations, that's when the world of possibilities comes in. Yeah, you even have a death and rebirth energy that comes in here. You have the Page of Swords. Yeah, and the Seven of Swords. Here's the liar, deceit energy. That hiddenness of that moon. I just feel like someone's not sharing the whole truth, kind of energy. And it just is a repeating cycle. So um, I feel like they will respond, but it's going to take time for them to do it. Yeah, you got a nice grounding energy for your fortune cookie, which says you're being asked to ground yourself. You're grounded. No more dating. No, that's not what that means, right? You've been spending too much time in your head, expectations, right? And it's time to pay attention to your body and to the earth. Go outside and plant your feet on the ground and enjoy the centering feeling that brings. I like it. So hopefully that helps, my dear. That is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for all your donations and your free reading is number 13 when we get to those. I don't know if we're going to get to those. We're at 6 hours and 23 minutes. I've got 2 more donations right now. Free readings might be the morning. We'll see how it goes here. So Krabby Loop, you're up 623, 29. Nope, 39. All right. So Krabby Loop, here we are. Oh, get something in my mouth. All right. So thank you for your donation. First of all, I appreciate that, Krabby Loop. And you want to know in Tovik's relationship, is it going to be long term? All right. Let's look at that first. So is it going to be long term based on current energies, right? Let's take a look here. Got the Two of Cups. That is a long, it's an relationship energy. Let's see here. Can you tell us about, is it going to be longevity? We got the Empress. That is abundance energy, harvest energy, mother energy. Let's see what else we got here. We got the King of Cups. There is this compatibility energy with the King of Cups. There are beautiful balance between head and heart. And we got the Knight of Wands, which is a lot of action, passion energy that's coming in there too. La la la. We don't want to know this. We've got the Moon card, which is a cycle energy, though. There's a lot of emotions. There is some stuff hidden here. But for right now, this does feel like this does go on for quite some time. Yeah, let me pull a when card real quick here just for that too. When does it end is what we'll ask based on current energies and just see if we get what answer we get. Yeah. Indecision is causing delays, which is an energy of there's too many things with too many possibilities to determine it. So it's undetermined right now if it's going to be long term or not, is what that basically tells us. But there, right now, their energy is, you know, has all the makings except for this cyclical human, not human, hidden, something hidden below the surface too. So how does he truly feel and think about the girl that he's talking about right now, right? Got the Hanged Man. There is transformation. They are trying to see it from a different perspective. We got the World card, an ending of one cycle, the beginning of another adventure. We do have the King of Pentacles. So they do see an abundance in that. But they also have the Three of Cups, which I feel is the hidden thing with the moon, which is a third party energy that's here. And the Two of Pentacles, yeah, the power of choice in the outside world. It's like I get this energy here. One, with this Pentacles energy, it's like the Empress, someone for love, someone for, you know, the home, and then someone for fun kind of energy that comes in a little bit with this energy. Um, so let's take a look here and see what they have going on here. Because you wanted to know, so they're trying again, and you're curious when they'll be single. That comes in here, right? So let me try. We'll ask it that way here. When will they be single? When will they be officially single? Okay. Yeah, it's the wrong time. They're not. I don't feel like they're going to be single here. I want to ask, when are they going to act like they're single? Yeah, I feel like it says it's a waste of your time. You know, I feel like that's what Spirit is saying here is they will act like they're single, but they're not. And there is that third party. They will have someone for a relationship, like for the home and that energy. And then they will also do this, um, Three of Cups, side piece or side pieces for fun kind of energy that's coming in here with that. So he seems to be overdoing it on the emotional side, like reacting in a cartoonish way. It makes you wonder if he's pretending, coping, or sees a serious future, not asking multiple questions. That felt like, yeah, yeah, one and two. But yeah, that's that kind of energy that's coming in here, right? Is that they they are being something for someone, maybe not, like cartoonish, but it almost feels like it's being a split personality in a way, right? Being one thing for one person, and then he can be something for someone else, right? Can I get confirmation on this Three of Cups? Is this the type of individual? Got the Ace of Swords. What else can I get about this here? We have the Magician on the bottom here too, which is the divine masculine energy, action energy. Can you confirm here that they do keep two people? Well, that Two of Pentacles, they're bringing that back to me. They're like, we showed you that. But let's take a look here. Yeah. Because I got the Queen of Cups. Here's that emotional energy, and the Knight of Pentacles is slow moving emotional energy in this, emotional person. It's like they take their time with the emotional individual. But is there a fire? Yeah, Queen of Wands. And then they have fire on the side. So, there's one on the bottom. We have one for marriage, one for fire kind of energy. That's why I feel like they're giving this waste of your time. They're like, you're either going to be the um, the one on the side or the wife that's being cheated on. Which one would you like? And you're like, no, thank you. No, I don't think I want to be either one of those. Because you wouldn't want to be the wife being cheated on. So we don't want to be the one they're cheating on with either. uh, so I feel like that's what we have there. Interesting, right? Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. See what kind of confirmation we can get in here. We've got, I have an energetic body and the power to transform my life, myself and my life. Number 38. So there's a transformation energy here, right? The physical body is the densest aspect of our being, and sometimes we forget that we are more than that. The body is sacred and given by Mother Earth to embody herself in many forms. But the energy that resides in us, keeping the body and life going, goes beyond the physical, emotional, and mental body. Can you feel the energy streaming through you? This life force energy sustains life and exists in all living forms, and we are all part of one energy body in different shapes and densities. You can feel the vibration and energy surrounding you and emitted by the earth. It is the source of life and has the power to transform. Just as a cold glass of water gets warmer when left at room temperature, resonating with the air around it, so we can move beyond the limitations of the physical body, enter this higher frequency body, and experience transformation. Ooh, interesting. So, sensing your energetic body, it says use this exercise for as long as you want and as often as you need to remind yourself that you have an energetic body that can transform everything. So, sit in stillness and silence, focusing on breathing through your nostrils. Sense the air against your skin and the clothes on your body. Feel your weight under your body and the pull of gravity. Then start sensing the flow of energy in your body. Really feel the force. Also, notice the energy surrounding your body, almost hugging you. And then notice certain areas of your body that might feel a stronger energetic sensation around the heart and the crown chakra. Symbols that were on here. You've got the alchemical symbol here, the squaring the circle connected to the philosopher's stone and the transfusion and transformation of energy. Yeah, there is this energy when we're talking about, are they going to be single? Am I going to be able to be with them? This is like that's at a lower vibration, and they're like saying, you're raising your vibration. You're up here. You don't, uh, your energy doesn't match their energy doesn't match your energy, and and basically you deserve a higher vibrational experience, right? So hopefully that helps, Crabby Loop. Hope you're sleeping well, and good morning. All right. All right. Let me just check here. I think we got Cat Mia. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I see your additional donation. You'll be number 25. You'll be up here after Lady J. So thank you for that additional donation. And you want to know here, is Kay in a relationship with a girl? And if yes, is it also his future a wife? All right. We got you. All right. So Lady J, thank you for your additional donation. Oh my God, I don't know how to type or what. So here's your timestamp. 6:34:58. I think you also went to sleep. Yeah, you popped back on to ask, did he look at your story more than once today or just one time? If more, how many? Or like, did he screenshot it? All right, let's find out here. All right, thank you for your additional donation. All right. All right. It's interesting here. I don't feel like they looked at your story more than once because on the bottom of the deck, we've got the Tower card. So it's like that's an out. The Tower's the movement of something away. We have the Wheel of Fortune. I feel like that was enough, with this movement energy that kind of kicked in there. We've got the Nine of Swords energy. That not wanting to live up to expectations. You might even got that in your reading. Seems familiar. And the World card here is the ending of a significant cycle, beginning of new adventure, free of expectations. And so I feel like they saw it and then they were like, okay, that's enough. I only need to see that once. I feel like it triggered enough um, things within them that they were just like, okay, don't need to see this. Got the Queen of Wands on the bottom underneath that Tower card too. The fire energy that's there. And here's the 10 of swords with all the expectations energy. That again, just reaffirming here. And the strength card, the Leo fire energy, the 8 of wands underneath that. They've got all this fire, fire, fire. So I feel like that was enough when they saw the one time and they were like, okay, that's enough of that. Let's just keep going, kind of energy. So I don't feel like they screenshot it. Um, it's probably properly burned into their mind. But yeah, I don't feel like they did that there. So yeah, I just feel like they're a lot in their own head. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. This one here. Yeah, it's all about the worth, right? All about our worth. How are we defining our worth? You're being asked to honor your worth. And it can be easy to feel that we aren't good enough or worthy of happiness. This simply isn't the case, however. You are worthy and you have inherent value. It's time to cherish yourself and see your true worth. I like that. Good energy. So that's what they have for that one, Lady J. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Cat Mia, you're up 6:38:27 coming in here. So here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. Thank you for your donation. And you want to know, is Kay in a relationship right now with a girl? And if yes, is it also his future wife? All right. Let's see what we can find out here. All right. I don't feel like he's in a relationship right now. I feel like with this Ace of Swords, they are talking to someone. So I don't feel like they're like in a relationship, but I feel like they're talking, right? They're not their future wife. I mean, it's not the Two of Wands is the power of choice energy, which means that it's a possibility of many different possibilities. Um, I don't feel like Kay has a faded relationship. I feel like they have possibilities of, if they go this way, they end up with this person, this way, they end up with this person, this way, they end up with this person based on their choices of what they're focusing on their energy. And based on that, it's not saying that they absolutely are fated future wife, possible, but not 100% that that's going to be it. It's like it's a choice. They could be, but not. It's not. I feel like they're kind of in this. If they go this route, then they could end up with them married, but it's not guaranteed. It's not fated. And I don't feel like they're dating anyone. It does feel like they're just in the talking phase right now. So it kind of feels more newer-ish, than the other. So I like that. So that's what they have there. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in too. And we've got receive energy here, and it says, "You're being asked to be open to receiving universal gifts. These could come in the form of love, money, compliments, healing energy, and universal wisdom. Know that you're worthy of these gifts and open up to them." So I feel like, if you're looking for love, go creator, I would love to be in a relationship. I trust you to bring me the perfect person in the perfect timing, the perfect way. So you trust the who, the how, and the when to the universe, and you focus on what and why what you're wanting, and then you focus on gratitude the rest of the time. Only have to ask the universe once; they remember everything very well, so we don't have to worry about that, right? Right. So that's what they got for you. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. All right, we got Faith in the house. Hey, hey, good to see you. Welcome, newcomer here. Thanks for coming and joining and hanging out on the channel here. If you want to know how the whole process works, it's all down in the description area. I just finished the last of my donations. I have 19 on the free list here, and I'm only on for 15 more minutes. I don't think I'm going to get through everyone. But we will see how many we get here. But if you'd like to do a free question, anyone that's here, including Faith, can throw your question out there. I'll add you to the list. If I don't finish tonight, I'll finish in the morning. And if you want to make a donation, you'll be prioritized above all the free readings, and you'll be next if anyone wants to do that too. All right. So let me take a sip and we'll dive in. Cheers, cheers. All right. Sorry. Drank a little too much there. All right. All right. So, Debbie O, you're up. 642.52 is for yours here. Here is your timestamp. And let's see what Spirit has here for you. So, you've got the Four of Cups. Yeah, I love this. I love this dolphin in the background who's balancing the Ace of Cups on their nose. This is a great, indicator or reminder that the three cups that we have on the ground these are the relationships that we're bored of, the three cups of the outside world that don't fulfill us. But the Ace of Cups, the self-love, is what does, you know, fill us up, right? So there's this amazing energy here of your self-love is the love you've been looking for. And as you fill up with that self-love, then the outside world changes from something that's lacking in relationships of friends, family, lovers, whoever, coworkers, um, jobs, education, situations don't feel lacking. And our physical body and things in the world don't feel lacking. When we find our love in here, everything is full and overflowing. When we're looking out there, of course, is when it falls short and it feels empty. And so no one in the outside world can bring us our happiness. That's an inside job. People can make it easier or harder for us to choose happiness, but ultimately we're the ones with the power to choose happiness or unhappiness. And I feel like that's the kind of energy that's coming in here. I don't know, this almost looks like a mule in a turtle shell. Well, this is Wonderland, the Alice in Wonderland energy, but I think that is what they got for you, my dear. So hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. Hey, Sudeshna, good to see you. Hello, hello. We'll get you added on to the list. You'll be number 20 on the free reading list here. I may not get it to tonight. Got 15 minutes left and about 20 people to go. We'll see how this goes here, how fast these are. If Spirit goes a little longer, we might. We'll see. We'll see how it goes here. All right. So, is your future spouse current? I'm sorry. This is for Mini Heal. Let me grab this. I'm just jumping into things here. So let's grab your timestamp here first, Mini Heal. Here is your. There it goes. And is your future spouse currently based on current energy? Oh, based on current energy, living alone in a house away from these parents, or at their parents' house. We'll take a look here. The Two of Wands. I feel like both. And this energy that I'm getting with the Two of Wands, I'm getting that they travel a lot. So I feel like they live like their home base is at home with parents, like they've got a big room, but they travel a lot. Um, and I feel like they're going and they do 3 months of work here, and then they come home and they stay for a little while, and then they go off and they do more 3 months work somewhere, and they come back and go over here for a month and travel here for 2 months. So I feel like where they're at in their job right now, they do travel a lot, and so they kind of have temporary little places they go and live in. Um, so I feel like that's kinda where they're at in their, uh where they have been and uh, where they're going right now. And then I feel like it's still undetermined. Like when you meet them, I feel like they're back at their parents' house and they've ended this position that they were in, that they were traveling all over the place, and they're being promoted, and they'll stay local. And then I feel like they're gonna decide if they are, gonna get their own place. I kind of feel like they're used to wanting their own place, so I feel like they'll go to that and not live with the parents. I feel like they're gonna wanna live in another town away from their parents, for their job, and so I feel like they'll end up being somewhere else. So that's what they got for you, right? So many blessings to you. That's what they got for you, Mini Heal. And then Aditi, you are up. So Aditi, thank you for your question here. You are here. There you are. And a spirit guidance. All right, let's take a look here and see what guidance spirit has here for you. All right. You've got the Empress energy. It is a time of Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself, choosing for yourself. Choose from your heart, not from your head. The Empress is like 5 parts water, 1 part air, 1 part fire, 1 part earth, right? So she's very motivated from the heart. She is you know, uh, the Empress, and all the queens give to her. So I feel like this is an energy in the decisions that you have to make right now. The guidance you're seeking is go inward, nurture yourself. What is the most for you? Everyone chooses for themselves. We sometimes think everyone's going to give to me, but you're the one that has to give to you first because you're the example. Uh, the example that you're giving everyone on how to treat you is how you treat yourself. And so if you treat yourself with love and treat yourself with this vibration of, choosing from your heart and what's for you, then that's what you're teaching other people to also do for themselves, but also how to treat you, at the same time. So I feel like it's important for you to choose from your heart, not from your head right now. And it's time to be selfish, and you can be, choose for you. And I like that energy. So that's what they got for you, Dee Dee. So many blessings to you. And then Butterfly, you are up. Thank you again so much for all of your help in the chat. So grateful, as always. Appreciate you. And you wanna know happy Thursday, I know, right? A message from Mother Mary. All right, let's see what Mother Mary has to say. Mother Mary. You've got the 7 of Pentacles. We have the slow down energy, right? This is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, and, it's important. It's like to stop and smell the roses is what I'm getting for you here, and, um I like this, the 7 of Pentacles, it's like the roses grew white, someone made a mistake, and so they're painting them to make 'em match what they really want, and as you watch the roses and as you watch things grow, there's also this energy of don't be afraid to, like, change what you're wanting, you can change and go into a different direction, a different route as well, and I feel like that's kinda what they're, stop and smell the roses, enjoy it for what it is, and when you're tired of roses, then sell that rose bush and buy an avocado tree to make guacamole if you want. Don't be afraid to change things, because that's we're not trees, ourselves. If we don't like where we're at, we can uproot and go somewhere else. Trees are just stuck. So, at least that's the theory. So that's what they got for you. Hopefully that helps for you right now, and that's what they got. Many blessings to you. All right, and Samya Rao, you are up. So Samya, here is your timestamp here. And I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good. You want to know, will you get the job that you're interviewing tomorrow? It's a warehouse job for a production operation role. Also, will this be good for you? All right, let's take a look here. Will you get the job? And you got the 3 of Cups. This is a joy and celebration energy, which is a positive energy. It's like a tribal energy. I feel like you're really going to get along with the people there, and, it also is, again, with the joy energy that does come in that this will be something that you will enjoy because there's joy energy that's there. But I like this 3 of Cups feeling like a family, feeling like a tribe. I feel like, people really get in there and they have all this, kind of energy that comes in with that. So I like that. I like that energy for you. Looks like a positive on both sides. So easy breezy, short and easy on this one tonight. So many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Faith, thank you so much. We'll get you on there. You'll be number 21 on the free reading list here. All right. And then we have that's Radish. You are up 652. Whoops. That's not right. Let's try that again. Wow. Okay. 652.25 was your original one here. Got a little mirroring going on with those numbers. You want to know, will Z's relative be the one who helps you find the job or someone else by online hiring promotions? All right, let's take a look here. You've got the 9 of Pentacles. This is an alone energy. Um, Spirit helps you with the 9 of Pentacles. So I don't believe Z's relative is the one who helps you. I do find, online hiring promotions that you find the job yourself. I don't feel like whatever you're doing online and submitting applications and stuff is what gets it, not Z's relative that's bringing that in. That 9 of Pentacles is alone by yourself, self-sufficient energy. So that's very clear with that question. So that's what they bring in for you, Radish. So easy breezy, another easy breezy, short and easy. A yes, no kind of question. So that's what you got there, right? So many blessings too. And then we got Ruby G, 653.41. Thank you for your donation this evening. Appreciate you. And for this one, a message of comfort or reassurance from spirit or whatever they want to say. Let's see what they got here. You've got the Lover's card. Yeah, I got this one. It's a power of emotional choice, right? And a comfort with that, the Lover's card being with that energy is that every second, you get to choose the emotion you want. And I know it doesn't feel like we're choosing emotion sometimes because growing up, we were given a story about what things are supposed to mean, like, "That's supposed to mean this, that's supposed to mean this, that's supposed to mean this, blah, blah, blah," right? And then we're also taught there's this emotional, um the emotional, story that goes along. I mean, the emotional soundtrack, right, that goes with each of those stories, and then we were taught, "This is our opinion." We go, "Okay, that must be my opinion too," because 'cause we're a child. We take on that, it reinforces, it becomes our habit, it becomes our habit so much it becomes our reaction. It's our default, so that when something happens, we default and we go into this other energy, we go into um, whatever emotion that is. But when we slow down and we can start feeling emotions start to rise in the story, we can be like, whoa, whoa, breathe, pause, step back, and we can change the story. And then we can change the emotion that we have, toward what we're feeling in each moment. So we get to choose what we feel in each moment. And we can do that. We can start changing our defaults for different stories for different emotions, and then our default starts to be higher vibration instead of lower. That's that power of emotional choice. And there's no wrong choice, just different choices, different experiences, different outcomes. So we don't need to beat ourselves up of, oh, I thought I've had a fear emotion. Oh, bad, bad. That just keeps us in the loop anyway. When we're like, you know what? That's okay. Just notice the emotion and then I switch it into something different if I want to feel something different. So I feel like that's comforting and empowering with that. So that's what they got there for you. So that's what they got. Ruby G. So many blessings to you. All right. I did get another donation that came in, so we'll jump to that real quick here. So, Gabby, get to bed. I know, right? You said you're going back to sleep. Good to see you. Thank you for your additional donation. Give that a love and a like there. You thought of a question. What did he think when I pulled him in to kiss him in that moment? Oh, ho, ho, ho. All right. Let's take a look here. So you're 656.44 is yours here. There we go. And so what did he think when you pulled him in to kiss him in that moment? All right. Thank you. And what else? Got that one. Nope, nope, none of those. All right. All right. What do we got here? Interesting. Well, we got the death card here. I got this. They were like, "Whoa! I thought I died and went to heaven." The energy that's there. Um, we have the Six of Cups energy that's here too, and there's something here. It's like they had a deja vu. Like they're like, they either. I don't feel like they dreamt it. They might have dreamt it, but I feel like in a past life, you guys knew each other here with this Six of Cups energy, especially with the Death card too, which is a like a reincarnation, multiple lifetime kind of energy. And I feel like they had this deja vu, like this happened before. And I feel like it happened another lifetime, but they were remembering it as your souls, as different characters, though obviously you weren't the same characters as you're in this lifetime. But I feel like that happened to them in that lifetime with you too. And they were like, "Whoa, deja vu." But they were like, Did I die and go to heaven?" And then they were like, "Whoa, what was that?" So they had a deja vu at the same time with all of that. Um, there's something here too with I don't know if there was it's about time energy with this temperance card because it's like, um, uh, it feels like something that's been happening, but we've got all this 2 energy too. 'Cause we've got the 2 cups here, and then of course, the 2 of pentacles. Feels like this is the 2nd time, and that's why I feel like it was a deja vu energy that came in here. Because 'Cause I'm gonna say it's about time, but I'm like, "No, it happened another time." So they're definitely bringing it in here, with that energy of they had this deja vu that you guys did kiss before, but it wasn't here, it was in another past life energy. So interesting. So if you have some interesting energy with them, that could be why too, because you guys have these past life intertwining emotions and experiences too. All right. Yeah, this comfort level that we have here. And it says, how can you bring more comfort into your life? You can increase your comfort through tangible things such as soft clothes and food, and intangible things such as thinking loving thoughts about yourself and inviting peace into your heart. I like that. Comfort, comfort. Right. So that's what they have for you, Gabby. Thank you for your additional donation. Spicy, right? All right. So we got that there. Let me see. We're at 7 hours now. Let me see here. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I've only got 13 free readings. So I'm going to, instead of having a special session in the morning, I'm going to try to finish the free readings now. I feel good. So let's do this here. So April, we're at 7 hours and 54 seconds. These are one card readings, so these go, of course, faster than donations. So, what has been on Beza's mind towards you? All right, what's been on their mind towards you here? Well, I got the Queen of Swords. Queen of Swords is a very balanced energy. She rules over swords behind the scenes. She has cups energy. It brings in this very compatible energy. Like they love the conversations you have. They also like that you're not so much in your head, that you also have emotion, but you're not so emotional. You're emotionally unstable. They like this balance. They really like this. It feels very compatible to them. And so I like that. I feel like they wanna continue to talk more with that energy and just see kinda what unfolds, but right now, from what they have experienced and seen, they really feel like there's this great combination, this, like I said, very complementary, with each other. So I feel like they kinda see that, and they kind of compare some other people to you guys' experiences and going, "Yeah, you have just the right amount of these things that it just feels comfortable, feels compatible," is the energy I was looking for. So I feel like that's kind of a lot of the energy they're feeling right now. So there you go. So many blessings, April. That's what they got for you. All right. And then Mystic, you're up 7:02:25 here. And any clarity for you? Let's take a look here. What can we find out here for you? You got the Four of Cups. Yeah, there's this emotional stability energy that's coming in, and this is a time for focusing on self-love with that little, let's see if I can do it here, the little dolphin back here, balancing the Ace of Cups, your self-love on its nose. Love dolphin energy. And this is very good. It's, becoming tired of the outside Three Cups energy of relationships with humans, situations, and things, that those things feel empty and that happiness is an inside job. And then once I find that happiness and that love in here, then I fill up and overflow. The things of the outside world, instead of feeling lacking and falling short, they feel like they're abundant and overflowing and above and beyond extra. So the world transforms from a place of lack to a place of abundance once we find that happiness in here. And I feel like that's the clarity coming in, is that, you know, anything going on out there is going to be disappointing until we find what we feel is missing out there in here, and then we fill up, and then it's above and beyond out there. So a little bit of a change of energy, but I feel like that is what they've got for you right now, Mystic. So hopefully that helps a little bit. So many blessings to you. All right, and then Donna Marie, you're up 7:04:04. If I can type, oh my goodness. Okay, there we go. Maybe if I use both my hands, it would help. There you are. So you'd love to know you found all your paperwork supporting your work from home arrangement. Will management honor it? Yeah, feeling good that you saved everything here. So let's see here. Based on current energies, will they honor the paperwork? Yeah, Four of Swords. I like this peace of mind energy that comes in here with the Four of Swords. Things feels like things go smoothly, things just unfold, and I feel like they will honor that because you have the original ones that are there. If anything, they might just need something updated if it's really old, but I feel like they'll start with that and then they'll want to get maybe some confirmation if anything with this Four of Swords, which is you know written communication kind of things. But I feel like that would be but I feel like they're saying you can have peace of mind around it. I feel like things will go smoothly with it. And I love that. I love that you saved all that and you found it. Boom. All right. So that's what they got. Done it very easy breezy. So that's what they have. So many blessings to you. Then Olivier Vagara, you are up. So your timestamp here is what you got here. And anything you need to be more aware of. Let's take a look here. What do they say here? Oh, they went to this one here. You got the Eight of Pentacles. Yeah, this transformation, this is work related. It's give yourself time here to transform it. And this Eight of Pentacles is bringing in work energy to give yourself time to transform at work. You know, it it takes time to put out all this stuff and to evolve to where your work, is to where you feel it is acceptable and where you want it and that kind of energy. So I do feel here that it's like when you start something new and you have this pressure that I should be an expert at it already. If a friend of yours said, "Oh my God, I haven't been out," and you're like, give yourself time, give yourself that advice and allow yourself to, do that as well. So I like that energy coming in there for you. Give yourself a break and allow yourself time to adapt and bring that up as well. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right, I did get another donation that popped in here. So um I'll complete one more donation here. Any other donations? I know I'm past my hours. I wanted to finish the free readings. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I might end up here, depending if I start getting a bunch of donations again. I might need to kind of close down because it's going to start getting late here, and I already did 9 hours last night. I know I broke my rules. So we will dive in here. So Marilyn, thank you for your additional donation. We got 70747 is for yours here. There is your timestamp, and it's over here on the Venmo. All right. So thank you for your additional donation. Does SLJ know about the project? Ooh, let's take a look here and find out here. Do they know about the project first? We've got here the Queen of Pentacles. Yeah, that's a positive yes, abundance, positive energy. So they do definitely know about the project. So what are his thoughts, feelings, and intentions about participating, right? All right. So thoughts. We've got here. Yeah, we've got Empress energy with the Empress here, which is their thinking is abundance, harvest, good things that come with that here. They got the Three of Pentacles, which is all about collaboration. They feel like it's a good collaborative experience or opportunity. The Six of Swords, their thoughts are there might need to be a couple little tweaks to it. in order to move it from like a choppy water to a calmer water or to get movement going on it. But I feel like they're not huge alterations. But overall, I feel like they feel like this is a good project. This is gonna a good collaborative opportunity. Their feelings here, what do they have going in here? So they have the Page of Cups, first of all, which is a happy energy, higher vibrational energy. Um, there is here, it's interesting in their heart, their feelings. You know, you've got the 5 of Swords and the 8 of Swords and the World card coming in here. And with this variety of these 3, this does there is a little bit of conflict about what and I feel like that's where the 6 of Wands comes in it because there's this thinking that there's some things we need to let go of in order to move forward. It's almost like some things they feel are would keep it stuck that maybe we need to have those optional and then these other things get to move forward. But I feel like they have a couple things that they feel, can be removed to remove some restrictions to have more flow. So they have just a couple little conflicts, but I feel like, you know, overall, they're happy with it, and about participating, with the caveat, of course, that there's a couple changes that could be made to have this flow easier, right? Their intentions, yeah, I like it. We got the Queen of Wands, take action, let's go, go, go energy. And the Knight of Cups is, this is I feel like this is something I don't wanna say it's, like, near and dear to their heart necessarily, but there is this energy of flow and that it is something that they enjoy that makes their heart like, they like working on this type of project. I'm not sure, why it is, but it feels like their heart is very much, into the energy of it and, wanting to do that. So, I like it. Seems positive energy, around there, just depending on whatever these little tweaks that they have that they wanna make to the process. So, I feel like that's what they got there for you. Let's grab your, fortune cookie here too. See with the law of positivism, what other energies come in here for this here. Right, this one here. And we've got with my thoughts, I co-create, but with the universe. I like it. You can even look at it that all these projects that you work on with people, you're co-creating with the universe, but you're doing it through these human bodies, That might change our perception of the other people, right? When you realize that the universe is you and you are the universe, you start understanding that all of life is within you. Our individual consciousness is one with the universal mind, which is eternal and in an endless spiral of creation in multiple timelines and dimensions. This understanding creates a vastness within us. We realize that we are co creating with the universe, the consciousness of me, you, and us. So when you choose to become the creator of your life, seeing how the path is meant to be a part of your human experience, you reclaim the power that is truly yours. To affirm that you are not the product of circumstances and life isn't happening just by coincidence, you program yourself with the knowing that everything is connected and your inner world echoes out to the universe. Know that you have the power to be anything and everything. Use your mind and thoughts to plant the seeds of visions and ideas that will become your reality. Wow. Your journaling practice says take time to clearly write down what you want to create and invite into your life. Repeat it and feel the energy of the words and how this repetition helps your frequency align with your visions. A mantra to connect with the universal consciousness of everything, chant the mantra Om, which is this representation here, which consists of AUM, or spelled OM as well, and is a seed mantra that helps you vibrate on a higher frequency. Sitting in meditation on the floor or on a chair, focus on your breathing. On the out breath, either recite the mantra with your inner voice or chant it with sound. Repeat this as often as you want, or keep count with a mala and chant it 108 times. I love that for you. So fun energies there for you. Marilyn, thank you again for your additional donation. Looking good. I love that perspective there. Absolutely. Thank you so much. All right. So let us jump back in here to the free readings. We have Ateshi Singh up next, 7:14:55. So Ateshi, we are here. There we are. And you want to know Hugh's current energy towards you versus S. We're just going to call it Sarah. Probably something like that. But let's take a look here. So, what is their current energy towards you versus them? Yeah, for you, we've got the Four of Swords, which is peace of mind, not expectations, those types of energies. Um, and towards S, yeah, we got this is on the bottom, the Seven of Swords, which is they're not quite as honest with S, you know. So I feel like both of these are swords energies, and I feel like they're at peace with you. I feel like they're let go of expectations around you. The Seven of Swords, I feel like they're not sharing everything as honest with S. Um, but I feel like it is an energy of almost completion with you. And now they're trying to kind of schmooze and not tell the whole truth to S so that they can get on their good side kind of energy that comes in here. So a little bit of playing both sides, but I feel like they know, they almost feel like they've got you figured out. Now they're trying to, you know, say things that they know S wants to hear, but not the whole truth, only the things that they want to hear. And I feel like there's a little bit of that kind of energy that's happening there, just trying to impress them a little bit. Whereas with you, I feel like they know that they've already got your I wanna say admiration seems a bit of an extreme, but that, you do admire them or you're interested in them or, you're they've got your attention is a good word. They've got your attention. Now they're looking at trying to get their attention in their ways. So I feel like that's the kind of energy right now. Right. I know. All right. So many blessings, my dear. And then we got Maria P, 7:17:30 for your free reading. Here we go. And a general for you for love and for work. Let's take a look here. What do they got here for you? This one here. You got the Three of Wands. Yeah. I feel like you got this the other night, but this is about with new information, it's about changing directions. Don't be afraid to change directions with this Three of Wands. It's we have intention, we can go this way, but what keeps us stuck in a direction is our fear, right? It's like Wally begged you to take him back, so you're like, "Oh, I don't wanna." "Okay, fine, I'll take you back," but that's not what you wanted, but you gave into your fears, and so you did that. Wanting to go and do something else, no, it's more comfortable. So, the Three of Wands is, the energy that they're saying is eventually your fears will be outweighed by this ugly feeling of not living up to what you want, both in work and in love, and you will want to make change. And that'll happen. It'll happen. And they're just kind of preparing you that it's in your future. They've seen the outcomes that you do change eventually. It's just a matter of when. And I feel like there's comfort in that a little bit, right? This isn't forever. Okay, I can I'll just see what happens tomorrow, right? So, I feel like that's their energy for you right now, Maria, right? So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donations. All right, Kat Mia, you are up. Thank you for your donations earlier. Whoops. Try that again here. So for your free reading here, what type should you make it? So Kay will really like it from DA. Let's take a look here and see what they have here. You have the Knight of Swords. So something that's more of the mind and airy than something fire, water, or earth energy. This should be something intellectual, something sharp, something about communication. You know, the Knight of Swords is the quest of seeing something from make it, inventive, creative, something new, something different, not standard things, but do something different, but very mental, something unexpected, even with that Three of Swords. They like uniqueness, they like things to be done differently. So I feel like that is what they have for you. So hopefully that helps. All right. So many blessings, Cat Mia. That's what they got. Then Bird Girl, you're up 72020. I totally messed that up. I know. Yep, I did. There we go. So Bird Girl, for yours, you want to ask, where will your future romantic partner and I get together, or where will we travel to? Let's take a look here. All right, we got this here. So you've got the Five of Wands. I feel like there's a multiple places with the Five of Wands, and I feel like this is a friend's energy that's coming in here. And I feel like where you guys like to travel is to with friends and to friends. So I feel like you guys like to, um it's almost like you guys take turns too. Like there's a group of couples and and I don't feel like you guys all live in the same city, and so sometimes you guys will travel to go visit one group here, and then you'll go visit this group here, and then you'll go visit this group here, and then as a group you guys will go, let's go to Hawaii, or you guys choose as a group where the next one is. And I feel like you guys even take turns, like, okay, you guys get to choose the next trip, here's the budget. You guys have a set budget. And it's like, all right. And I feel like you guys like to do that kind of thing where it's like a joint thing. And I feel like that's where you guys really like to do it because this friends group is just a very tight group. And I feel like that's what you guys have. So I like that for you. How exciting. So that's what they got for you, Bird Girl. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Ankita, you're up 722 and 17. So Ankita, here's your timestamp here. Boom, boom. And will your ex Abhishek ever regret whatever he said or did to you here? We have the Three of Swords. He's not an expectations equal disappointment kind of person. As far as I don't feel like um because this energy they have is, if I don't live up to your expectations, is that my fault or your fault for having the expectations on me? I didn't ask you to put these expectations on me, which is like me saying, Ankita, I expect you to give me $1,000 a day for the rest of my life. And you're like, you're going to be disappointed, Brother Z. So is that your fault for me be disappointed, or my fault for being disappointed? Or is there no fault at all either, right? Because um, it's made up. There is no rule that says someone's supposed to act a certain way, do a certain thing. Anything that happens in the outside world just is, till we get in here and we put a story about what they do or don't do, what they say or don't say, what that means about me. And when I'm creating a story that my worth is attached to their actions or non-actions, words or silence, then that's why I feel unstable, right? And that's the first attempt that I have on them validating my worth, right? We have this rule that they need to do this if I am to feel worthy, and then they don't do that, so now I don't feel worthy. They didn't validate my worth. Then the second time we're looking for them to validate our worth is for them to apologize or to regret what they did. They don't define who you are, you do. And so whatever this is, whatever you feel they did that defined you and whatever story you have, you get to free yourself from that. You don't need their apology, you don't need their regret, you don't need anything from them. You get everything you want from in here, baby, you know? You get to really find this love energy and realize, I'm the one, I'm priceless. When you go inward and upward, you define yourself by that eternal, unconditional love energy. I'm powerful, I'm eternal, I don't need them to validate that, I know I am, you know? And I feel like this is the big thing, I don't feel like they will regret because they don't. They don't have the same expectation and the rules that you had about, and so they don't validate your worth. Your worth never changes based on anything that happens in the outside world. It's priceless before you came down here as you're born, all the way through your life, and when you go to the other side, priceless. But our perception of it, because we think, "Oh, they define me, I must be worth less or worthless," that's just an opinion. They don't see things clearly. They just see a mirror. They're judging themselves, not us. The things they're doing are an expression of their fear, not anything about us. So there's this returning here that is important for you, right? So no regrets from them, but they're not supposed to because there is nothing to regret. They were the perfect person that you needed to have in your life to show you what you wanted to see about yourself so you could be set free, right? So that's what they got for you, Ankita. Wow. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have twins Pika, I think, 72616. So twins Pika, here is your timestamp here. And your question for today, can you read about your current situation? Where's it heading? Would this guy open up too soon? Come clean about his intentions. All right, let's take a look here and see what we get. Free readings are one card, so we'll see how much we can get from one card here. If you want to go deeper on a reading, a donation can do that for you as well. Got the 10 of Swords. I know that's a bad look I gave, right? 10 of Swords is about no expectations, no intentions. Um, I feel like they're not wanting to have, they don't wanna be like a caged lion. They just want an adventure with you, but, we've got this Chariot card on the bottom with it, which is a movement of, it's an action energy, um, and it's movement of mind and heart and our energy and our physical actions, like, they do wanna take action, but they don't want a bunch of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be, those kind of things that restrict. And because when we're focusing on expectations and they're giving this, we're not focusing on all the wonderful things they're doing. We're focusing on what they're not doing. And that sucks the life out of a relationship. They don't like that feeling of failure and that they're not meeting up to things. They would rather be an adventure with no expectations than everything that's happening is above and beyond and wonderful. But as soon as you put titles on things and expectations on things, then you start experiencing this feeling of less than and pressure and bleh. And I feel like they want to avoid that. And I feel like that's kind of where they're at. It's not that they don't want, like they want to be on a, you know, with a bunch of different people and stuff. They want to be with one. It's like one lion with one lioness or, two lions, two lionesses, whatever it is in the world, right? It's, um, I just wanna go on an adventure with that one. I don't wanna have a cage around me and have to travel in a cage. I wanna be able to go with and just explore instead of have an itinerary for every moment. So there's that kind of freedom that's coming in here right now, and I don't feel like they have intentions, like specific intentions other than let's go on an adventure. And so if that's something that you're like, "No, I need that," they're not gonna like that. It's not gonna work out. That'll be a source of conflict for you. So something to think about, and that's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. And then Minu uplifts. You are up. So Minu, here is your timestamp here. And spirit message. Let's see what they have here for you. All right. You got the Lover's card. This energy is more about the power of emotional choice. The Lover's card lets us know that, you know, every moment we get to choose what our emotion is we want to feel. No one makes us feel any particular way. I know. I was amazed to find that out because when we were younger, we're taught you made mom mad, you made dad sad. And so we think we're in charge of their emotions and responsible for them. And we think everyone else is responsible for ours, but we're not. There's this energy, of freedom, and we can make it easier or harder for someone to choose higher vibration or lower vibrational emotional choice. But ultimately, you can give someone the world, they can still choose to be upset. So rather than investing our energy in trying to please everyone and to try to control everyone's emotions, we come back to what we can choose, which is our own power of emotional choice. I get to choose how I feel in each moment. I get to choose the story I put to everything and the energy and the physical actions I take too. Can't control anyone else's. I free myself from responsibility for everyone else's, but I also free everyone from being responsible for all of mine. I get all my power back that I've been pretending I gave away because we never do. Someone convinces us to feel a certain way, we choose to feel it. They didn't make us, we chose to feel it. And I can also choose to feel something different if I want. So, very powerful energy around your emotional choice every moment. And I feel like that's what they have for you right now. Right. So many blessings to you. Good to see you. All right. And Dason Case, you're up 7:31:07. I'm in a weird mood. But Dason, here's your timestamp. And will Kevin approve your arena director stick that you're making for the powwow in December or no? So will he approve the stick? Let's take a look here. Okay, I feel like it's this one here. I've got the Six of Wands. Yeah, this is a victory energy, a movement energy that comes in here. And it's both, it applies to both. They approve it, and then it also comes out great. And it's funny with all the sticks, you got all this variety, and you've got this wonderful wreath that's a winner stick here, this staff here. So it does definitely feel like you know with your energetic choices and the things that you're doing here, it's like it feels it's very important for you to let your energy flow, and not to overthink it, but let it come from here, right? Let your energy choose on, creating the stick and that you're making, and try not to make it to please other people. Make it as an expression of this energy, this spirit that is within you. And I feel like that's what allows it to be like, wow. So I feel like that's what they got for you. Easy breezy. That's what they got for you, Dason. So many blessings to you. All right, Sudeshna, you're up 7:32:45. So Sudeshna, here is yours. And what's coming up for you? Let's take a look here and see what we got going on here. You actually got the Page of Cups and the Four of Pentacles. Yeah, there's something here. And this has to do with home with the Four of Pentacles. Something joyous is happening and coming into the home. I know it feels like there's been some upheaval, but it feels like there's some stability that's coming into the home, something that really brings a lot of joy and changes the energy of the home life. And I feel like whatever this dark feeling, it's like there's this bright light that comes in, whether it's someone's pregnant and gonna have a child, or someone's getting married, or I feel like there's something joyous that kind of just brings everyone together and rallies them together in happiness, and to put other things aside, and everyone's just like, "Oh my gosh, this is wonderful." And I feel like there is something, a nice little beautiful boop of joy that comes in for you guys. So I like that. I almost feel like it's a child if someone's married. or maybe someone young is brought into the house, or something young um, is brought in, but it feels like something that just brings this joy, this new joy, that comes in. I know, like with a puppy, when some people, oh my God, everyone's like, oh, look at a puppy. Everything, the energy changes in a room. That's the kind of energy I feel comes in. So I like that for you. So that's what they got for you right now, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Faith, you are up. Welcome, welcome again. Let's see what we got going on here. Here's your timestamp. And so you're trying to sell your business. Any luck based on current energies? What do we got going on here? All right. Looks like they gave you a couple cards here. You've got balancing, Two of Pentacles. Yeah, you got both of this balancing energy that's coming in here, which is bringing in an energy of possibilities that is coming in. Um, it may be even two options that you have to weigh. Something that might help too. I have a podcast called The Easier Path, and one of my recent episodes, well, semi recent, was number 14, which was Abundance Where It Be. And if you check that out, it talks a lot about our energy that can help things come to us more easily. And then also something, once we get it to our city gates, we have to, our little inner child is the one that feels if we're worthy or not to do that. And it talks about that in that video too. And I feel like that will help. But I do feel like you ultimately will have two buyers that will come up, and you'll have to weigh it out to see which one you want. But I do feel like checking out that podcast will help you draw it in faster and sooner with less resistance. And I like that for you. So that is what they have for you, Faith. Hopefully that helps, my dear. Thank you for being here and for all the thumbs up. I appreciate that. And for everyone, if you haven't checked out my podcast, of course, we do have, here's the playlist. It's always listed in the description area of the video and on my main page if you go there. And if you haven't checked out my update video talking about the changes that I've made on my lives and offering something new, which is a cool YouTube chat only live stream private session, um, that's that's also in the video. And there's a secret in there. It's not a secret anymore, but you have a chance at winning one of my energetic hedges if you watch the video all the way through. It'll tell you how to get into that drawing as well. So that'll be on September 9th. You have time to look at that and get into the drawing to see if you'd like to win one of those. So I have two drawings. The one that everyone already who had watched the video, that when it was a secret, um, they'll be in a separate drawing, and then everyone, including them, that comments between now and September 9th will be involved in a second drawing because I'll give away two hedges now. So that is what we got, everybody. I am on Wednesday through Sunday nights. So I will not have a morning session makeup because we finished them all tonight. Went a little over, which is all right. And little overtime. I'm just kidding. But we'll be back tomorrow night for more of these wonderful, amazing readings. And until then, remember, every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. Sleep tight. Enjoy these energies, right? I'm doing so good tonight. I know. Mother. I love you, Debbie. Thank you, thank you. Sleep tight. I'm on my way out. I felt your eyes peering on me. I'm just kidding. Thank you for keeping me, we all need checks and balances, so I appreciate it. But I wanted to finish all of them tonight. Instead of popping on for a few free readings, I thought I'd finish them all, which we did, so it's not too bad. So, night, night, everybody. Sleep tight. See you when we see you. Have a great Friday.